opportunity.
What a great point to end the show for this week. That's such great advice. The mind torch and the door of opportunity. Well, look, it's been another...
I mean, it's just glib to say that, but there's more to it than that.
No, obviously there's more to it.
I'm just trying to sum up.
There's more to it than just want to play rugby league and want to just play one game. Yeah. Well, Sean Lane played 186.
You can't take that away from him.
No, he's got that.
I mean, he's got the mind torch, hasn't he?
He has. He must have, because he's been there all these... I mean, add it up.
How many doors of opportunities he found? 186 bloody doors of opportunity. That's what he's found. Yeah. And he wasn't expecting to find one until he found his mind torch.
Yeah. And then off he went.
Yeah.
And you forget that if he paid 20 a year or 25 a year, it's a hell of a lot of years that he's been playing.
Hell of a lot of years. That's right.
I can't do the maths quickly.
No, but it's a lot.
A lot. Now, that's it for Bludging on the Blind Side for this week. We'll be back with more of the same time next week. Enjoy the rest of the day here on ABC Radio Sport. Bye now.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. The leaders of both the United States and Russia have now left Alaska after their highly anticipated summit ended without a peace deal for Ukraine. Our America's editor, John Lyons, is in Anchorage.
Donald Trump warmly received his Russian counterpart on the tarmac of a US military base in Alaska. The first time Vladimir Putin has been on American soil in 10 years. After about 3 hours of bilateral talks, the two emerged without a clear deal. President Putin said they'd come to an agreement that would pave the path for peace and warned Kyiv and Europe not to throw a wrench in the works. President Trump said they weren't there yet on a deal, suggesting there's one major point of disagreement, but not giving details. He said he'd brief Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and NATO. John Lyons, ABC News, Anchorage, Alaska.
Scores of people are missing and more than 280 have been killed in heavy flooding in Pakistan and India. Ali Crew reports.
Torrential rains have triggered flash flooding in two mountainous districts of the neighbouring countries. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Gilgit-Baltistan have been the worst hit regions. Rescuers backed by boats and helicopters are working to reach stranded residents, and authorities say the death toll is likely to rise. Pakistan's Prime Minister has held an emergency meeting with disaster management authorities to facilitate evacuations in the flooded regions. More than 556 people have died in monsoonal floods in Pakistan since the end of June.
A community group that has fought to save the Preston Market in Melbourne's north is hoping the new owners will take a different path and not pursue its redevelopment. Salter Properties has sold its 50% share of the market to its long-standing co-owner, Medich Corporation. Save the Preston Market organiser, Georgia Canjera, says they're now cautiously optimistic the market will be retained, with the group to reach out to Medich in coming days.
So we would invite them to respect the heritage of the market, treat the storeholders with the respect they deserve, re-tenant the entire market and, enhance it. We'd rather work with people rather than against.
Two people have had their cars impounded after being caught racing at high speed through Melbourne's southeast early this morning. The drivers were clocked travelling at an alleged speed of 191 kilometres per hour in a 100k zone along the Mornington Peninsula Freeway and Patterson Lakes. They were quickly pulled over by police. The drivers, a 24-year-old and 42-year-old man, have both been charged on summons for speeding and racing-related offences. Southeast Queensland has been rattled by a magnitude 5.6 earthquake. Joshua McIntosh reports.
Geoscience Australia recorded the tremor at Kilkivan, west of Noosa, at a depth of 10 kilometres just before 10 o'clock this morning. The quake was felt in central Queensland and across the border in New South Wales. While the tremor was the same magnitude as a quake that caused major damage in Newcastle in 1989, Queensland Police say there have been no reports of serious damage or injury after today's event.
Some train commuters travelling into and out of Melbourne should expect disruptions this weekend as trials run on the new metro tunnel. The disruption will hit those travelling on the Cranbourne, Pakenham and Sunbury lines, and commuters on these lines will have to switch trains at Caulfield or Footscray Station. The tunnel is expected to open in late 2025. A book has been returned nearly 82 years after it was borrowed from a library in the US state of Texas, racking up more than $1,300 in late fees. The BBC's Simon Hancock reports.
It was in 1943 when the book titled Your Child, His Family and Friends was taken out of San Antonio's public library. Written by Francis Bruce Strain, it was described as a parenting self-help book from the 1940s. The library shared a photo of the ticket stamp on the inside cover of the book, along with a letter that accompanied it on social media. The person who returned the book said their father would have been 11 at the time and that it was found in his possessions. They also wrote in the letter that they hoped there would be no late fee because, in their words, Grandma would not be able to pay for it anymore.
To the weather now. There's a strong wind warning for the East Gippsland coast for the state. Cold west to southwesterly winds bringing scattered showers on and south of the ranges with possible small hail. Isolated showers in the north. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. The very high chance of showers in the southeast suburbs. The high chance elsewhere. Possible small hail with the top today of 12 degrees. Tomorrow a shower or two, also 12. Partly cloudy on Monday and 14 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio. The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for six. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes up.
And it's on now on the ABC Listen.
Down the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Brisbane Lions become the second team locked into finals footy in 2025. Are they the team to beat? And how much of a concern is their growing injury list? Is Justin Longview now coaching for his job next week when the Dockers take on the Dogs? What about the Saints winning last night? Are we any closer to the answer to the question every St Kilda fan wants to know? Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera, will he stay or will he go? And what is the value in winning late in the season for the Saints? Who do the Bombers keep and who do they get rid of? And what case can you make for the Magpies tonight in a blockbuster clash over in Adelaide? Plus, Snoop Dogg has been announced as the grand final entertainment. How does Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball view that? All of that to come today right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Morris went out, couldn't quite mark. Spills down again. Oh, Bailey! That's incredible! Over his head! A stunning goal! Zach Bailey! Big result for the Brisbane Lions last night. They did it comprehensively by 57 points, and the Dockers, it felt like it was looming like this a long way out, and so it turns out to be that the Dockers will be playing for their season next Sunday against the Western Bulldogs. Their percentage dropping from 112 to 108 last night, so they wiped off 4 to that, and a huge date for the Dockers. With the Bulldogs next week, they would need some dramatic upsets to make sure that they're able to qualify before then. Welcome to AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Our talkback number, we want to hear from you throughout the day, is available. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. 1300 558 222. The Premiership Pies, you heard in the opener, Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. Hi, listeners. Just off the top of my head, I was trying to think of my favourite Snoop Dogg line to roll with to start the show, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm a Snoop Dogger.
Yep.
I know you are, and we'll get to that in a sec. But
I can't wait.
That's right.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
What is it?
Maybe we might as well start there at the top of the agenda. But yeah, I mean, the Lions were terrific last night, weren't they? The Road Warriors. Chris Fagan. I love listening to Chris Fagan after a game, win or lose. He's just so pragmatic and his point's right. We've qualified, top four's next in our sights, and wherever it is, let's go on the road. The way that's panned out this season, it's quite extraordinary, really. And the Dockers been up for a long time, and you're just worried that they were due for an off game, and it did play out that way, didn't they? They kicked 8 points, kicked their first goal, took them till halfway through the second quarter, so they were just a bit off all over the ground, and obviously not a great night to have your flat spot. And you're right, all roads lead to next Sunday here against the Dogs, probably, we think, for that last spot in the 8.
So there's only 17 games to go in the home and away season, 4 of them that really matter, 2 of them on today. So GWS and Gold Coast is the first game up on the Glitter Strip. Call available through the ABC Listen app, and then, of course, tonight the whole network will be getting their cities, Adelaide and Collingwood. What a match over in Adelaide. So they're matchups between the top 9 teams playing each other. But if you want to go a step further, and Max Lawton from Fox Footy tweeted this out last night, realistically, though not quite mathematically absolutely assured, any team with a good percentage on 15 wins is virtually locked into the 8-2.
Yep.
So as they would finish above at least the Dockers or the Bulldogs loser next week. So if you're on 15 wins with a healthy percentage, that means teams like Geelong and Collingwood are safe. And if Gold Coast and Hawthorn win today, they will also join them. So the Suns are playing the Giants and the Hawks are playing the Demons. So they're favourites in both games, but they're certainly...
Well, even the Suns, we know that notionally we're going to, we think, although the Bombers were, are plucky at the moment, aren't they? We'll give them that game...
round
25
zero. Round zero.
Yeah, that's right.
So we haven't finished round zero yet. Let's get it right, boy. Round zero by the AFL they have not finished.
Not again. Come on, let's be positive.
I'm going to put a boot in them.
Mick Moldhouse is here, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. Hello, Bawley. I've put up with Bawley's AFL connection, but
we're at it, weren't we? Just before we got there.
And our listeners, weekend as well. I thought you'd be up and about, Mick. Little celebratory day tomorrow.
Oh, that's why, is it?
Oh, yeah, because and all our listeners all over the world. So I would love to hear what they think about Snoop Dogg and the round zero. They're about even. Those things are even.
I'm a fan of Snoop Dogg.
You're a dog?
Yep.
So what age group, honestly, would you say that it gets to? There's a top end here.
Yep.
And so you reckon the people over 70, they just, I think Snoop Dogg, they've got one out in the backyard.
70?
I would say...
60?
So,
50?
Yeah. So my argument, I mean, you're never going to get a grand final act that's going to please everyone. Like, I understand that, and I sort of sympathise with the AFL on that front.
Lionel Richie, nobody reckons Lionel Richie.
Yes.
Fantastic in the second, the one that we wouldn't have
I reckon Robbie Williams is the closest, maybe, to ticking that box.
But I feel like rap music's looked at as somewhat, it's all what all the kids and the young people are into or whatever. Like, I'm 34 now. Like, we grew up in that generation, and they often say, you market a lot of things to people in their 30s or whatever, and that's the way that it's pitched. I feel like, anyway, a lot of it has almost been pitched to our dad's generation for a long time, and sort of it's, corporate executives that choose to find, radio-style music that they're into, for example. There's a whole generation of people that grew up with this was the type of music they listened to, and I feel like finally we get... Snoop Dogg's in his 50s or something, isn't he? Like, he's hardly like a young, sort of trendy artist or whatever.
So he's good, is he?
Yeah, he'll be great. And he played at the Olympics at the closing ceremony. He's played at the Super Bowl, so...
Is he worth $5 million?
Is that what they're paying?
That's what I heard.
Jeez. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Hopefully there's a few little collabs. That's all. I think they can reach everyone with just a few little maybe local collabs, and I think that's how he rolls these days. Corb, isn't it? If I'm wrong,
he's become way more sort of PG than what he was back in the day. So he's certainly done a great job at connecting with
that's a good
corporate
point.
America. And
we know that the AFL, the industry, we like to be everything to everyone.
Yeah.
Some of those songs might just cut the mustard, Mick.
He's 53 years of age.
Amazing.
Jackie from South Australia is the first of our callers. 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Hello, Jackie.
Jackie there.
Oh. Here we go. How are you, Jackie?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Good afternoon, Corbin, Mick and Luke.
Thanks for joining us. What have you got for us?
Is Snoop Dogg appropriate? Because his songs may not be appropriate for the day. Because what do you think?
Do you listen to them?
Not really, Mick. No.
So you really you don't know. Yeah, okay. So look, I'm a bit the same. When people say, "Oh, he's this, that, and other," quite frankly, I wouldn't have known. I'd never listened to any of his stuff, so therefore we're only going by what people have said in the past. So we've got to be careful there. And
I guarantee he's not going to be singing about gangs or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
I would defer to our expert here.
Yeah.
A bit more PG these days, and that they'll choose a set list that's day appropriate.
Yeah.
And as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few other local names that get brought into it as well.
I think the AFL, to their credit, and I'll trust them here on this, the last 3 years have been excellent. Like Robbie Williams, when they announced Kiss, I thought, what have we got Kiss for?
Outstanding.
Awesome. Yeah. Nailed it. Thought they did a great job on the day. And then Katy Perry last year was good too. So I kind of feel a little bit like, look, they've ticked a few boxes. He was great recently in some major sporting events that he's been able to be a part of. So
and it adds to it. I mean, the day it's just grown from what it used to be to what it is. It's into the world stage. So yeah.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, like, no one's going there for Snoop Dogg, are they?
No.
We're all going there for the footy, and whatever we get as part of the grand final entertainment is going to be a bonus. So something different, and we'll see what we get. No late change, by the way, in the game between the Suns and the Giants. Alex Sexton is the sub for Gold Coast, and Jacob Ware is the sub for GWS. 1300 558 222. Jackie, appreciate your call. We have lines available if you want to have your say. The footy last night, we may as well start there. So the Brisbane Lions, a big win, and now it means that Fremantle will most likely need to beat the Bulldogs next week. I guess from a Brisbane point of view, to begin with, it feels like their best is as good as anyone in the competition, but the way they did it last night, Bally. So the thing I couldn't get out of my mind was the marks in particular. So they took 159 marks last night. Eerily similar to last year's grand final when they took 158, and that was their best performance of the year, and they were able to control the footy, and yet you would think lots of marks very slow. Certainly wasn't that. The way they were able to move the ball.
Not the way they kick it, yeah. No, you've been saying that for a while, Corb, and in the last couple of weeks I've fallen into line. We think their best is the best, and it's funny how they haven't been able to bring it consistently, and they haven't necessarily needed to, but I picked them last night confident that they would respond from the week before, as they did the week before that against Collingwood at the MCG. It is quite a quirk, isn't it, their home and away record this year, but yeah, they're an elite kicking team, and it's interesting. I mean, you always say don't get beaten by what you know. You scout them, you know they're going to play that way. And the first quarter, and we talk about Fremantle just being a little bit off and not being able to take that off them. But then I thought after that, so quarter time they come in, and it would have been flashing in red on the Fremantle board, Justin Long with the guys. You know, nearly 50 uncontested marks here. What are we doing? And it was almost like the Brisbane coaching staff knew that there would be a response to that, and then they go to plan B, and you picture Zorko pinging one through the middle of the ground, and they open it up a bit to get Bailey involved, who was brilliant, Jasper Fletcher. So they just have so many players that they're able to run through the midfield, and I think in finals, Mick, and in big finals, depth through the midfield. The B team going in there and being able to produce as much as the A team. I know you're going to mention the injuries. To me, that's the only thing now. I think, and Berry.
So what happened to Berry?
Well, he popped his shoulder out, and apparently it's the other shoulder, so not the one that he's had surgery on. So
well, they've got Neil to come back.
He'll come back, and they've got Starcevic and Lester back, who are key players behind the ball to stiffen them up last night. If they can get there healthy enough.
Well, that's going to be for everyone, Bally.
Yeah.
When you keep analysing, like Adelaide tonight, I reckon they're highly vulnerable. There's been a job done on Laird to get a week, so he's out, which is unbelievable. Then you've got a couple of other injuries, key injuries, who I think one of them might have picked up Dacos before. What's his name? I'm just trying to think who he is. But anyway,
was it Peatling?
No, it wasn't him. So anyways, so they've lost there. And I think Collingwood, they're going to get their players back. I can't still understand why Bobby Hill's not on the side, so maybe there's a bit long. I suppose they don't want to bring everyone back and then peter out. So the Goeies and these sort of players to get back in the side. Their back line, if you read through the lines during the week, I'm thinking McRae has said to Darcy Moore, listen, tighten up. You play your game and the others will look after him instead of you trying to be everything. So I don't think he's been doing that anyway. I just think he's been caught out. He and Andrews are the worst key backs on the lead in the competition. They do not take front spot. They take back, rely on their pace. Tonight will be a big test if the ground's fine, but I think they'll knock them over. And that means that Brisbane may drop back and have an away final first up, because they'll play either Collingwood or Geelong or Adelaide. So their record on the road has been outstanding. So you wouldn't want to be playing Brisbane in a first final, and you wouldn't want, if the Dogs make it, you wouldn't want to be playing the Dogs in your first final, because one of those will go out, whoever that may be.
Week off's really going to help the Lions, isn't it?
And I think Gold Coast, the way I've got it set, I reckon Gold Coast could be the easy pickings for Geelong. I reckon they could finish third, maybe third or fourth, and that'll give that first side, Adelaide or, say, Geelong, I don't think Gold Coast are up to first final. You know, it's their first one in their pressure.
Untried, yep.
A lot of players haven't played.
Yeah,
so it'll be really interesting.
It's going to be a fun final series where you think, health is wealth, clearly. So teams like Brisbane and Collingwood have come off a little bit as to what shape they get there in. You look at teams like Fremantle and Adelaide, who haven't got finals experience recently. The Gold Coast in the same experience, to think they're going to sort of jump all the way in and all of a sudden run their table. And so it feels like it's all of a sudden opening up beautifully for the Cats too, who are a team that are healthy.
Yep.
And they've also got plenty of finals experience. Brisbane's record on the road, by the way, they've lost only 3 of their last 21 on the road.
Yeah.
3 of 21. So that means 1 in every 7 games they travel, they lose.
And the MCG was a little bit of a bug for them for a while, but that they overcome that, and now they slove it.
Well, and it suits them, doesn't it? Because of that kicking game, they're able to spread the ground and utilise their great kicking skills.
Here's Chris Fagan last night on Jared Berry's shoulder, by the way.
Yes, I don't know the full extent. Obviously, there'll be scans and stuff like that. I mean, it didn't look good, but sometimes they can find a way to strap them up and get them through the season and have an operation at the end of the year. So I'm not 100% sure on that. Not ideal. He's been one of our better players this year. Very reliable leader. So fingers crossed for him. His other shoulder he's had operated on, so that one's popped out. Okay. Now the other one's popped out.
So that's the injury front for the Brisbane Lions. Jared Berry hurting his shoulder last night. So hopefully for his case that's not too serious. The guys they won't get back, Noah Answorth, the premiership defender, out for the year with his Achilles. Kitty Coleman's barely played again for the second year with a quad complaint, out for another 6 or 7. Kyle Lohman meant to be back next week. Link McCarthy won't be back. Connor McKenna's at least 2 away. Lockie Neal's coming back from a quad. They feel like that's a 4-week injury that he's got 5 weeks to prepare for, according to John Ralph last night on Fox Footy. So that's a delicate one. And then Jack Payne is obviously out for the year. So all of a sudden that's a longer list than what it has been in recent final series for Brisbane. Just on the Dockers, they will get some personnel back. Hayden Young joined us on ABC Sport last night in the pre-game. This is what he had to say about his injury status.
I'm super confident that I can have an impact. I'm not as confident in probably my body, which is fair enough. So that's the challenge going forward. I think I proved to myself that I can come in and impact on a game of football, and my football will take care of itself. I'm just doing everything I possibly can to get my body right so I can go out there and stay out there. And that's going to be the challenge going forward, and I'm super excited. The boys have done a great job to get to this position, and I'm hoping I can get back and do my thing.
It seems wild given the list demographics, but the nature of his contract, the commentary that's around him. Is Justin Longmuir coaching for his job next week when they play the Western
I
Bulldogs?
hope not. I absolutely hope not. He has done a terrific job. He just... Look, the game style itself, I've got a question about it. There's no... and I'm just looking at... That's my opinion. I see change in there from time to time, and they look sensational. I don't think they are in that top 8, top 9 sides. To me, they are lack the greatest depth in the midfield of any of the sides. So once their A graders tire up a little bit and have to go off, they're not replaced by any substance at this stage. They to me are the most vulnerable side, and I think they will finish 9th. The other side, I think today's game being played in a few minutes, if Gold Coast knock over GWS get a lot of the football. They've gone back into this thing about overuse. Don't go forward enough. They've lost string now, and here I'm saying about they've lost string. A string is very important from the way they're set up. They are also very vulnerable, and I think they're the only 2 sides that are vulnerable inside the 9.
Just back to your career, I mean, it's hard to think you win 3 more games year on year, go from 12 to 15,
and not get a tick.
Suggest that it's not not a tick, a good year. So that's where I lean. with all the top 9 teams. Now, there's going to be a story for the one that misses out, clearly, and Mick, you've been over there in the WA bubble, and the heat will probably come. I think they'll either go one way with it or the other. Probably sells more papers to turn up the heat on him. And
Can I say something?
How's this team not playing finals? But I tend to agree with you.
Who gets it? If he's out, who they go to?
Yeah. Well, there's that too. So
I just think it's ridiculous.
I think that's.
I think it's really poor show if he doesn't survive.
It feels like they achieved ahead of their time to make that run in 2022, where they made the last 6. They were such a young team, and every year, I would argue, their list actually hasn't got better every off-season until this year. This is the first time they've got better over the off-season since they made that run. They are second last in terms of average age, and they're second last in terms of average experience, and they're not excuses. They're just reasons this competition.
That's the way it is.
Trending older. Yeah. Generally, the oldest team wins the flag. Certainly, the last couple of years. And now we're seeing these numbers where Fremantle are bottom 2. They're down there, and the teams around them, by the way, Richmond, Essendon, West Coast. We know what the position they're in. And in terms of the average matches category, Essendon, Richmond, West Coast. It's the same 3 teams, and Fremantle's a massive outlier.
I'm surprised they haven't made a move now to thaw all that rubbish. He is fundamental to them. The way he'll grow with this side, he'll grow as a coach. There's certain time. If he looks back over the year and looks at when they played their best footy, it is speed on the ball. Their speed on the ball is questionable, but their midfield, it might look good with the players who got in there, but they don't go deep enough. So therefore, the coach is really exposed there.
So that person, Hayden Young, he is arguably based on that point, their most important player. In terms of his point of difference through the middle of the ground, he came back, he hit the scoreboard. Yeah. We know he can go behind the ball as well. I mean, they can't get much more out of Sarong and Brayshaw, can they? And Jackson's had a terrific year.
And name the next midfielder.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? So when they get off, and they were a bit off last night and have been the last couple of weeks, Sarong got them over the line against Port Adelaide.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't have the young to come in and have have the opposition coach. So he has to play next week, doesn't he? He didn't fill me with confidence then about his body, did he? Just listening to him talk about it, and I can understand as someone who struggled with groin injuries and all that, you can get how it starts to take its toll mentally. But if they can, even get him to 80%, Mick, it's worth a roll of the dice next week. He has to play, even if he's a sub, and we've seen him play that role pretty well this year.
Well, he can play behind the ball, Bully. Look, he puts heat on the ball. He puts speed on the ball, so he doesn't have to be there. I'm not sure about the 80%, Bully. You're going into a game that you've got to win. You lose a player early. No, my thing is, and it's like finals football, you cannot take players, and this is a final for them. Regardless, you can't paint it any other way. This week, this game will be an unbelievable opportunity for one side to get in, and probably one side will fall out. So, no, you've got to go in there fit.
Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball taking your calls on 1300 558 222. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Peter from Camberwell is the next of our callers. Hello, Peter.
G'day, Corbin. Just wanted to give my feedback on the selection of a Snoop Dogg as the AFL pre-show entertainment. I think it's an excellent choice. I think the AFL's been on a hot roll, notwithstanding that Katy Perry was a bit flat last year. But I just think I'm really looking forward to the aromatic pyrotechnics.
Okay. Well, I'd imagine there'd be a fair bit of that too. A bit of...
Would you say... I heard Clint Wilden say last night maybe hell rock the joint, so
that's good.
We'll see how he goes. Snoop Dogg in.
That's good. Everywhere.
Well done. There's a plus.
Nice call.
Plus for us, yeah.
I'm not sure I agree on the Katy. I'm a Katy Perry man.
I thought it was... I
thought she lit the joint up.
It's not my style, but I thought it got a pass. Appreciate that, Peter. Simon from Morwell is the next of our callers. Hello, Simon.
Yeah, hi, Corbin. I'm old enough to remember Mick Moldhouse actually playing football, and I'm a bit of a rap for the idea that the pre-game entertainment should be the reserves grand final. Be that as it may, we have to accept they're going to have some sort of American-style pseudo-entertainment, non-football entertainment before the game, presumably to appeal to people who don't actually follow football. But the idea that they're bringing some foreign rap artist in is just offensive. I mean, rap is rubbish anyway, but that's by the by. That's my personal taste. There are plenty of rubbish rappers in Australia they could have. But why don't we have an Australian? It's basically straightforward stuff.
I'm surprised you're not into the rap.
I'm not. I think it's garbage.
Well, just a quick one before we move on. Who would you have, do you reckon? Now, don't go for a rapper that you don't know. Who would you put out there?
I couldn't care less. I'm not that big on music, to be honest. I'm into football. And as I said, I'd have the reserves grand final. I used to love turning up and watching the under-19s flog their way through at 9:30 in the morning.
It might be Southport playing Frankston.
Couldn't care less. It's football.
Okay.
It's. I appreciate your call, Simon. I think a lot of people would agree with that sentiment. I mean, football people are there for the football, aren't
Yeah,
they?
of course
It's an opportunity to bring in a huge international act. Try and grow the game a little bit, spotlight it around the world. You know, Snoop Dogg's got millions of followers. He puts up an event, and people are thinking, what's this guy at? He's at some major football event on a big round oval, and there's 100,000 people there, and maybe it turns a few heads for some of his million followers. And if nothing else, it's a great way to get everybody in the mood of a big time event. Margaret from Tasmania, the next of our callers. Hello, Margaret.
Hello. I just have one comment to make. Why does the AFL not have an Australian artist performing at the AFL Grand Final? We have plenty.
Who would you have there, Mark?
Well, name a few. Kate Sobrano, Delta Goodrum.
Yeah, that's fair.
The list goes on and on.
Yeah. I think
Australia. It's Australia's national game.
I would be surprised. It's a good call. I would be surprised, as I said earlier, if there wasn't some homegrown talent in and around the main act.
There often is, isn't there? Usually it's announced the headline first, and then there'll be other people in and around it.
Little Snoop Dogg, Kate Sobrano duet.
Absolutely, and there's usually a high-profile Australian artist sings the national anthem every year, so hopefully there will be some kind of co-star, Margaret, that'll tick the Australian music box. Michael is also in Tasmania, the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Michael. 1300 558 222. Michael.
Yes. Hello.
We've got you.
Hello.
Yep. We've got you, Michael. Fire away.
Sorry. I'm a stressed St Kilda supporter. I'd just like some expert advice on the legalities of the Nasiah's contract. So it's my understanding AFL players are contracted till November, which means that in the trade period in October, he is still a contracted St Kilda player. So they have to get a deal done for him to leave. And if he doesn't get a deal done, then he can go to the draft or stay at the club. Now, remember a few years ago, Ryan O'Keefe wanted to get to Carlton and didn't, and then stayed and won a Norm Smith medal with Sydney, I think, if my memory serves me correctly.
Correct.
But is that the correct procedure, that he is a contracted player, so he can't just walk out to another club?
No, sorry, he's not. He's uncontracted. He's not a free agent, is the key. And Ryan O'Keefe didn't have free agency back then, and I was in a very similar position.
Yep.
You're spot on. The contract expires on October the 31st.
Yep.
So there was a period there between not getting traded, so trade week finishes mid-October, contract expires, where you're basically just a free agent. You're uncontracted. You're unemployed. That's right. Until the national draft, which is usually the end of November.
So you went in the national draft.
Yep. So I had to wait till the national draft,
which was about a month later almost.
But during that period, to this caller's point, there might be there's also a potential to have a decision to say, okay, it didn't go through, I've reconsidered it, and I'm going to stay. That's also an option as well. So that was the Ryan O'Keefe option.
Well, you think it'd be well sorted out by before that, but yours wasn't.
No,
yours definitely wasn't.
We played in the grand final, so we went all the way through to the week before trade week.
Yeah.
So it all happened pretty quick after that.
And then you guys at Collingwood just bullied everyone not to pick Bawley in the draft, and that's
No, it was quite the opposite actually, because we didn't think we'd get you there.
What pick did you go at? Pick 20 or something?
22 or something, 25.
Right.
No, so 30. Sorry. 30.
So basically, to help answer your question, Michael, out of contract, which means he's the next thing he can do is enter the draft.
Not a free agent. That's
not a free agent. So, and then the team at the bottom of the list, which at the moment is the West Coast Eagles, has the chance to pick him up at that particular stage. Or he can re-sign the deal that's on the table with St Kilda, or he can ask them for a trade. And at which point, it's up to the Saints to find a deal that satisfies them.
Big way.
And if he wants to go to Port Adelaide, that's going to be hard because Port don't have their first round pick. So Port need to get creative with some kind of a draft.
Do Adelaide have it?
Yes.
The alternative is Adelaide.
But Adelaide's pick will
be a high pick at the moment.
Of course it is.
So you would think, what's going to satisfy St Kilda if they're trying to find a trade for Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera?
Well, there'll be other things to come. So they need to start player back now. If they can get De Koning, that'll soften the blow a little bit. There's a bit of talk about Zach Butters potentially, given he's at Port Adelaide and he is a free agent, although no, he's contracted.
He's a pre-agent,
which
which
means
means
1 year to go.
he's a free agent at the end of next season. So if you're Port Adelaide, instead of waiting and getting the compensation, which will essentially be a first-round selection after your first-round pick. So if Port make the 8 next year, that might be pick 11, pick 12, pick 13 for Butters. So they could actually get maximum value for him if they traded him now. So they could say, hey, we'll trade Butters. We want Nasai Wanganeen-Milera, and we'll trade Butters to the club of his choosing. So Butters could say, I don't want to go to St Kilda, I want to go to the Bulldogs, I want to go to Geelong, wherever it turns out to be. And then that club will have to stump up an appropriate haul, which will then go to St Kilda. Yep. So it'll be a three-way trade. So the Butters will go to the club of his choice, that club will give draft capital to the Saints, and the Saints will give Nasai Wanganeen-Milera to Port Adelaide if it pans out that way.
That happens too often these days. It happens too often. In something that I've said before to you, Corby, is about the competition is so two-tiered, and the bottom sides are losing too many of their good players. Have a look at North Melbourne when they lost
Horn Francis.
2 years, and he wasn't engaged at all in the second year. He might as well have not been there. And that's players look at going home. Well, that's like going home. Yeah, it's rubbish. They look at where they are on the ladder to go, when am I going to be playing finals next?
Yep.
Make no mistake about it. Jack Darling didn't go to North Melbourne thinking he's going to play finals football. He was going to get his super. Bailey Smith went to Geelong. Get away from Melbourne. Geelong are always going to be in the window for playing finals. And I'm going to play in the middle. So he goes there. So it's the contrast there is going to be all... Wanganeen-Milera will be looking at it and going, can Port make the finals? Surely.
You think?
Well, he's going to have to.
Well, if you were as a percentage of his decision,
yeah,
it feels like this has started off as family reasons. So foremost,
the non-Victorian teams are a bit of an outlier because there's only 2 in the city. So if you want to go home, there's only the choice of 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Whereas the clubs that you're talking about that are really impacted are the teams like St Kilda, North Melbourne. The teams that are down the foot of the table that is hard to kind of bounce back up. Difficult.
Well, West Coast are like that with Reed. Make no mistake about it. If they were in the top 4. Reed wouldn't even be an issue.
Yep, and they've had plenty of success over the years, haven't they? Getting guys back to WA.
But they're a basket case at the moment. So that's why the competition at the moment is what I'm hot on there. It's a 2-tiered competition.
I can't remember one like this where not too many people know what he's doing. There hasn't been too many leaks. It feels like everybody's guessing a little bit. It would be unusual that he drags it out this late in the season.
And doesn't sign.
And then doesn't. And then stays.
And then stays, that's right.
Here's what he had to say last night speaking on Channel 7, by the way, Nasai Wanganeen-Milera.
Yeah, obviously it's a decision. Everyone knows about it. And, obviously spoken to manager and family as well. And, they're included in my decision. And I'm just focused on finishing the season off and giving my all to this club and giving my all playing week in, week out, really.
We've had a great run all year, by the way, with senior coaches on this program. We've had 16 of the 18 in the competition. We've got the 17th on next Saturday. The 18th is Ross Lyon, who we were meant to have on last week. Ross was crook, the Saints told us, so wasn't able to do that. We said, look, can we do it this Saturday? As a result, the Saints have just won 4 in a row. Things are up and about. Unfortunately, that request hasn't been fulfilled. So we are hoping to try and tick the box the whole way through and get all 18 senior coaches, and we appreciate the club's support on that. But we haven't been able to chat to Ross Lyon so far.
Just to tidy up, wasn't he electric again last night? I mean, he's standing out at the moment, isn't he? In a game last night where both teams are a bit down on real top end quality, Mick. And it's just been extraordinary. It's one thing that you would ask Ross. So he enters the season. No one's got him in their top 50 players, do they, in the competition? Whereas he's a straw poll now. He's in everyone's top 5, clearly, maybe top 3. So he's 22. Was there a penny drop moment? Was it a bit of a shift and a back you into the midfield a bit more so? But it's just more how he's moving and how he's taking them on.
What is that goal?
Unbelievable. I'm trying to think of a. Is he Andrew McLeod? Is he?
He's got a touch of Andrew McLeod. Absolutely touch of Andrew McLeod. There's no question about that. He's got a. I'm just trying to work. He's got a touch of Chris Judd around the ball.
Yeah,
around the ball.
Yep.
He's got that like right in front of us. Yeah. He took the ball and the play was half a metre, and he just looked at him and he just exploded. By the time he bounced that ball, which is hard to do when you keep running, he was 3 metres in front of him.
Yeah. And the defender was in front of him. He turned boundary side and somehow found a passage between the defender and the boundary line and then ran past him.
The centre bounce goal, that was Judd, was it? But he kicked it from inside the square.
Yeah,
and it cleared the fence.
It was 60 metres.
He is. He's just such a joy to watch.
Let's have a listen to that centre bounce goal as called by Ben Cameron last night on ABC Sport.
Here goes Wanganeen Miller out of the middle. A couple of bounces right to 50. Finish it off! Wanganeen Miller, the magician! Waves his wand at Docklands.
Can I just jump in there?
Yep.
Because when players, straight away the goal kicked up goes the finger. Have you ever seen a commentator do the same thing? Our commentator put the finger up and started to wave it around, I'm number one.
He celebrated more than Naz, I think, when that went through last night, Ben Cameron. Ross Lyon was at his best in his post-match press conference. He was unhappy about the surface beforehand. He even fired off a tweet. This is what Ross had to say last night at his post-match presser.
I think we all need to acknowledge, though, the difference of Marvel. You get to MCG, there's beautiful soft give in the ground. It's there, but, it's concrete out there. It's hard as a rock. The grass is like my scalp, really thin. And it becomes very, very tricky conditions, which is okay, but... I was hoping for a Gary Moorcroft mark, so... But I don't know what the policies and procedures are, though, but... I don't know. Did they stick to them? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Do they review themselves like we get reviewed? Probably not. They go home and head up to Embassy Garage up there and get some steamed dim sims and have a Coke Zero and have a chuckle.
So he was unhappy last night about the playing surface.
What's wrong with the ground? I cannot believe people... There was a player we interviewed and said he couldn't care.
So this is Mason Wood. This is what he had to say with us on ABC Sport last night.
Wet. And probably my old coach as well. I know he's been quite vocal about keeping the roof open at times. So I'm sure both coaches were a bit frustrated, but it's even for both teams. So you go out there and make the best of it.
But much wetter than usual here?
It was a bit damp, but God, what do you do? It's under the roof. It's not pouring rain. It's not up to your knees. So you just move on, and keep pushing forward.
Is this Ross in 2025? And I know he's sort of undergone this rebrand and tried to. I know the media's dubbed it sort of cuddly Ross and everything else since he's come back. Second iteration at the Saints, and coaches have to grow and evolve and everything else. And we've seen obviously Craig McRae's sort of led the way on this front, and the relation between the players and the coach very different than perhaps Ross's first go round at St Kilda, and obviously his days at Fremantle and the stories that go along with it. But is this the modern day Kevin Sheedy? Is this that the team's struggling on field, we're not as advanced as what we thought we were, we're changing the narrative, we're in rebuild mode as opposed to, hey, we think we're capable of more, which is what the president told us when they sacked Brett Ratton. And now the whole year it's been academies, it's been father-sons, it's been the ground's wet at Docklands, it's look at every single area rather than what's happening on the park. Is there an element of that in the message we're getting?
Of course there is, because if you looked at the side, what was the male when Ross first arrived? It was going to be 1, 2 or 3 years, whatever. It's been a number of years, and they're in the same position. And the side, I've got a real soft spot. I've said it before about the Saints. Bawley, I don't know whether you have or still haven't, but they are a club that is. It's sort of like that middle EPL club that's chasing the big bloke from Madrid or Bayern Munich, can't get him, and therefore goes for the next best bloke who's injured, but he's a name, and we'll throw him in. And you look at who they've got through free agency, and they've recruited, and you've gone, it hasn't improved their side. It's taken them sideways. Now they've put it out there who they're chasing, and it has absolutely affected the players that are currently there. So they look at that and go, I'm busting my guts for whatever, and this player's going to come in who's no better than me. Rowan Marshall is, in my mind, looking in there, similar to Steele, the heart and soul of the club. He's a big boy, he does the job forward, does the job in the ruck, gets around all these young... He must be fighting it and going, am I going to be first ruck? Because if I'm not first ruck with De Koning here, where do I play? Mm-hmm. And where does my value all of a sudden? And he's getting how much? And I'm getting this. There is discontent. You could see it, and that will. Only the Saints and a couple of other clubs can do that. For some reason, other top clubs just go, we're getting Bailey Smith. No one knows what he's on until it's announced, and the Geelong players seem to accept it, and all of a sudden he just fits in.
It's a whole club approach, and that's where Ross is clearly the front man, and I think because he is quite charismatic in the media that he gets asked a lot of these questions, and he's the guy we see. But whether it's the president, who we haven't heard a whole lot from, the chief executive, the list management, I'm sure as a whole club approach, it feels like sort of everybody's in charge, but nobody's in charge at the same time. That they must regret surely the way that this DeConey situation's been handled, and how public it's been, and I guess the knock-on effect that comes with it, even if he ultimately comes.
It started a long time ago, Corby.
Yeah.
It's not as if it's just happening.
It's been a storyline all year.
All year. And don't tell me it hasn't affected DeConey, because some players can handle it, some don't. I've coached a couple of players who have been in that sort of stuff, and you've lost them. They try hard, but their mind's not on it. They feel guilty. And you look at DeConey, he is nowhere near the player he was last year. And yet he's a year older, he's bigger, he's stronger, but he hasn't produced more.
Yep. Would love to chat to Ross at some stage here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. As we said, I know Ross sort of spoke during the week about are we asking Craig McRae the same questions and everything else? Well, we've had all the other senior coaches on. We would love to have Ross on this program as well. Catherine from Kew is the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Catherine.
Hello, fellas. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, thanks. I'm just calling up about the music selection for the AFL. I mean, aside from Snoop Dogg, I think the most controversial choice the AFL make every year is keeping Mike Brady on, singing Up There Kazali. I mean, I think the current generation of football supporters probably wouldn't even know who Kazali is, and I reckon it's time they retired it.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
It is controversial.
Respect the take. I don't agree with it necessarily. Regardless of, I think the point around the player that the song is an ode to. That's fair, but to me, it's just such a part of the day, isn't it? It's more. Sometimes you just sing songs even if you don't know what the words mean. I think sometimes, Mick, some of your favourite songs, you don't really know what the words mean. It doesn't matter. It's just about how the song makes you feel, and that's where I sit with that one.
I think so too. And again, you imagine trying to pick a type of entertainment to suit the broadest cross-section of people you could possibly get, which are footy fans, anyone from 7 years of age or whatever, 5 years of age, all the way through to
male, female.
People in their 90s, for example, they're thinking, what are we doing this rubbish for? And you're in so many different areas of life. It's a tough gig. Sharon from Ballarat is the next of our callers. Hello, Sharon.
Hi, how you going?
You warm up there?
It's not too bad, actually. Sun's out every now and again.
Beautiful.
But it's a bit chilly. I'm thinking about Snoop Dogg.
Yes.
He's done some amazing kids affirmation songs. I haven't heard anybody talking about that, but I reckon there's a real opportunity for the AFL to do something with the Auskickers and maybe some of the leading players from the different clubs in the lead up to the grand final day using that affirmation song stuff. If you haven't listened to it, it's really worth it. It talks about, being your best self. And I just reckon there's a real opportunity. The mental health issues that have happened in AFL as well, I think it could be a really fun thing for them to do. And it'd be amazing on grand final day to hear the crowd talking about really positive stuff. The other thing I want to say is I'm married to a St Kilda supporter. He's tragic. My kids all barrack for St Kilda, and I would love nothing more than to see them secure Nazaya and to do better 1 year, because it's really hard. I'm a Cats fan, and watching them every year, get their hopes up, and them being dashed at some point. So.
There's still a lot of people's second team, I reckon, Corb. They always were a little bit, and I think
you don't want that.
There'll be a lot of
you
people
want to be, you want to be a mongrel side. When Paul, you played for Collingwood, then you played for Richmond. Did you get? It was everyone barracks for their team and the side that playing Collingwood.
But I think it is a bit with the Wanganeen Miller scenario. Unless you're a Port fan and you think he's going there, or you think he's coming to your club, I think we all want him to stay, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm an Essendon supporter. I'd love Naz to stay. I mean, you don't want him. You'd rather him stay and play at the one club. And you look at St Kilda's history, and it started with all those wooden spoons. They won one flag, and then they ran around in the Collingwood jumpers after winning it by a point. And then other than that, you look at the great players. They had Tony Lockett, and he left. It's sort of you think. And then apart from that, it's the Robert Harvey won 2 Brownlows, for example. And you think if they get this next generational guy in Wanganeen Miller, and then he walks out as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Gee, it's sort of I know it's been a tough gig for St Kilda fans, and those obviously grand final heartbreak, which you two played a role in inflicting the last decade. Kim from Tasmania is the next of our callers. Good call from Sharon too just before that. Hello, Kim.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me, guys. First of all, I want to acknowledge Sharon's call. I thought that was really good and a good perspective. In regard to the Snoop Dogg decision, personally, I think it's a pretty poor one. I would have much preferred and maybe 10 times over had the Wiggles. At least they're Australian, and it might actually teach the AFL to handle the hot potatoes such as the TV rights, which they totally mucked up for Saturday night.
Yeah, well, the TV rights are interesting, aren't they? Mind you, Corby, you slipped into the Fox OK.
Yes, that's. I know it's a hot button issue for people. It is the same in the NRL. It has been for a number of years, and there's no footy obviously there on a Saturday. It's not the traditional day though, which is different. So in NRL or rugby league, the traditional day is the Sunday.
Yeah.
Whereas our traditional day has always been Saturday. We haven't had Saturday afternoon footy for a long time on free to wear. It's obviously gone to Saturday night in recent years, and now it's disappeared completely this year. It is worth pointing out, as we say every time the conversation comes up, it is the same amount of games just on different days. So Thursday night's been preferenced over Saturday night. Sunday afternoon footy has been preferenced over Saturday night. So as a result there, you're free to wear games, and then every game is broadcast on pay TV. The other thing is too, and I know it's easy for me to say, and you can take this with a grain of salt given I do some work over there at Fox, but think about the deal when I was a kid, for example. I think we look back on it a little bit with rose-coloured glasses, thinking, every game used to be on free-to-air. We used to be able to watch them all. That was never the case. You got one game. Yeah. You might have got some highlights or whatever from a bunch of the other matches that happened. I think when I was 8 years old at my sort of footy loving zenith, for example, if I had the option to watch this weekend, there's 18 games on across the men's and the women's league that you can watch, and you've got them all available to you. You can watch them in your entirety. You can watch them on catch up. There is the access that we have to it. Yes, you have to pay for it. Is better than it's ever been. We've never had a TV deal that is as good as the one we've got currently. Tony from Colac on 1300 558 222. Hello, Tony.
Yeah, hello, Corby. Yeah, I'd like to ask Michael and Luke about Hawthorn. Will they make the finals? And if they do, who will they likely play in the first week?
Well, I like them, Tony. I like them. We spoke a little bit about health being the biggest player in the next month or so. Aside from the Will Day and Josh Weddle, I like the way that they're coming together. Their defence, we know, has a huge say in winning finals and ultimately grand finals. They're looking really strong again behind the ball. And I think that the season of Barras and Battle, the two players they brought in, they're really starting to gel. And then Sicily's been the other one, hasn't he? Who we know has had such a poor start to the year. He's starting to look a lot more like his old self. I like them at the other end as well. So I think both ends, they're really well versed. They've got some good role players, like Dylan Moore and Connor McDonald and these sort of players, which you also need to complement your stars. It is just in the middle of the ground. Can they cover for Will Day? Mick, I know you're pretty strong or in your concerns that they'll struggle to do so. Can they get enough out of, they've brought Watson up onto the ball at times this year. Ginnivan's gone in the centre bounce. Can they get enough through the ground?
Those little cameos of work too, boy.
They have, and again, both ends of the ground, I think they're as well suited as anyone in the top nine.
Yeah, I'm with you. You asked who will they play? Well, on my little ladder, which means nothing, I've got them, and it's a shame in many respects, but I've got them playing the Dogs in the first final. So there's going to be a very good football side knocked out.
Same as last year.
Yeah. And one of them, I think both teams are in better shape than what they were last year. So one of them is just going to be, going to be a victim of the first week.
Yeah.
Some quick hands coming up in just a moment. One of our favourite times on the show every single week, though, is when we get time for Mix Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Yes, well, this is a good opportunity with a new football CEO in Greg Swan to take an issue with the AFL Players Association, who I've got the utmost respect for, by the way, so don't let them get too concerned about that. But my biggest concern is that the number of players, younger players this year, that have had soft tissue injuries fatigue injuries where they get fatigued and they do a knee or a shoulder, whatever the case may be. We're losing far too many because I don't think they've had the right preparation. The right preparation to me is a lot longer pre-season. The AFL Players Association have set guidelines. Clubs have to abide by them. Players aren't getting enough. The AFL have dragged the season forward, so therefore the gap between the end of the year and the start of the year is taken up by a lot of players having days off. I think that should be expanded for their sake. They might think, well, we need a few more days off. Expand it out, miles in the legs, get their body ready for the rigours of AFL football. And the proof is in the pudding. Sides that have got the older players are getting through more because in the past, those players have undertaken pre-seasons and they know what's required.
I heard Dean Cox say during the week, Mick, the Sydney Swans last game is August 23. The senior players are back November 24. So August, that's all of September, October and November. It's basically 3 months. And then there's a 3-week break over Christmas.
Yeah.
So come back November 24, train for a couple of weeks, another 3 weeks off. So you're essentially having almost, 3 months and 3 weeks off in a 5-month period.
And then you have little blocks of 3 and 4s during January through February.
I think as a senior player, they're not as much. It's those first to 4 year players, and they come back a little bit earlier, given that they come straight out of school. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I understand that.
Not much, but the evidence is there. All I would like to do is have the AFL with the football. Let's say Greg Swan and the medicos sit with the Players Association and go through the dynamics and go through the stats and say, why are these players breaking down? Is it because they are fatigued and they're not ready for the rigours? We've exposed these players. We're going to expose them on February the 14th if there's a state game. And there's going to be a few players in that that'll be 21, 22, 23 because they're the best players around. And the thing is, I look at and go, it's going to be that they're exposed, unfortunately, too early.
We're looking forward to that, though, aren't we? WA and Victoria, February 14.
Absolutely.
What a night that would be. There's a game going on at the moment, Bally.
Yeah, the Giants got the jump on the Suns, and they got a good record against the Suns. They got their measure in the Expansion Cup, but just steadied the last 10 minutes. I've had one eye on it as we've been chatting away here. And
they missed Buckley.
Jai Farrar is about to kick a goal for the Suns to put them back within a kick. So 3-3 to 2-1.
Okay.
6 minutes to go in the first quarter.
That's a nice little score update from Luke Ball here on ABC Sport. A couple of quick topics before we're out of here on AFL Saturday. It is Carlton and Port Adelaide, our broadcast game coming up. If you want to listen to that game in full, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for AFL Extra. All right, quick takes here. The Bombers, Blackiston, McMahon, Smart, Bryan, Pryor, Setterfield, Vicentini, Llewell, Laverty, Hobbs, Davey Jr., Menzies, Shield, Goldstein, Draper. They're all off contract. The Bombers need to make as many as 9 delistings before the national draft. You need to enter the national draft with 3 vacant spots. And of any of those names you just heard, who are a couple that you think they must keep? Who are a couple that the Bombers should be re-signing?
Well, I know this might sound strange, but Goldstein's got he's going nowhere, so you get him as cheap as you can because, one, he's a good player, a good bloke, and they just haven't got, if they lose Draper, they haven't got a ruck.
Well, Bryan, so Nick Bryan.
But he's coming off a knee.
Well, they both are. So, so one of Draper and Bryan, clearly, hopefully, if not both. But it sounds like
I'd keep McMahon.
He's been impressive, hasn't he?
I think that kid's got... Yep. He's only a baby. He's got so much potential in front of him.
What about Jackson Price? Played every game.
Got him. Got to have him.
Well, I think he's a nice, he's a nice
steady
backup player, isn't he? Steady player. Did you say May? Was Archer May on that?
No, he's the only one of the mid-season pickups that's got next year. The other 3 are unavailable. What about Ben Hobbs?
Touch and go.
Well, yeah, I'd have a look at if there's any sort of trade value there and I think that could be a win-win for player and club.
And Dylan Shield?
No. If he's out of contract, he won't find a third club. I don't think. He's lost his pace. His skill level has under pressure has dropped off a little bit. So, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I felt for John Menzies last night. So he had 3 misses in a quarter, including one where he missed from the top of the goal square, and he's one of those names on the list. And Ben Robbins, who was one of your former charges at the West Coast Eagles early in his career, and obviously went on to play almost 100 games of AFL footy at Brisbane and North Melbourne. He's now the club psych, and Tim Hodges reported on our coverage that they were down in the tunnel together during the game, trying to settle Jai and refocus. But this is the pressures of this time of year. You talk about teams that are out of the mix. There are guys running around that might not be coming back for pre-season next year. So high pressure even for clubs that are mathematically out of the finals mix. A couple of other quick takes. Kevin Sheedy wants Australian rules football to be an exhibition sport at the 2032 Olympics. What do you reckon, Mick?
No, I don't.
No?
No.
You don't want to say little exhibition, top 50 footballers playing against one another? Bally?
What's the harm?
But you're not
I'm not sold it.
Promulgating it.
Jumping out of a seat for it.
Gotcha.
What's the harm?
Who's the All-Australian ruckman?
Probably Gorn just in front of Grundy. How interesting is that, though?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, great season. Great, amazing effort.
Grundy's had a fantastic season.
Back to his best.
Look, I could easily see him go first and Gorn second, but Gorn probably.
And the last one here. What case can you make for the Magpies tonight?
No, I reckon they'll win tonight.
Heavy rain. Adelaide haven't beaten them for the last 10, I think it is. So
a lot under a goal, but I don't like the ones who have dropped out of the Adelaide side. I think they will significantly miss those players. Collingwood have added a couple of players who will help them. Collingwood aren't as bad as what they seem, and Adelaide I don't think are as good as what they seem. So that's I'll pick Collingwood.
Pies won 10 in a row against the Crows. They've also won 10 straight at Adelaide Oval. Those changes, by the way, for that blockbuster tonight. Laird, Burgess, Jones, Pedler. The 4 out for Adelaide. In comes Smith, Walker, Schoenberg and Murphy. Meanwhile, for the Collingwood Football Club, Mitchell omitted, Hoskin Elliott omitted, Howe injured. Will Parker, Ed Allen and Beau McCreary for a bit of pace comes back in.
I reckon it tells you a lot about Collingwood for next year if those two players are out.
Mick, have a great day in Hobart. You're off to the Upper Isle.
Yeah, same.
Happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the blockbuster.
We'll hear from you. Thanks to Craig Davis back in the studio. Thanks to you, Baller. You're sticking around.
Yep.
Footy's coming up next. It is Carlton and Port Adelaide here on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix live and ad-free with the ABC Listen app. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. ABC Sports coverage of the footy on the ABC Listen app. The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6.
He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg for 4. Finger goes up.
And it's on now on the ABC Listen.
Down the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He's called the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, Ahmed. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than
Goldberg. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than
He defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal.
The drop punt, it's good.
And you can hear that body roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness! That's a massive hit.
Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level.
Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listener.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
New Carlton Chief Executive Graham Wright has had his feet under the desk for one day. Officially started yesterday as the new CEO at the Carlton Football Club. Change is coming, but we know Michael Voss is staying. Meanwhile, at Port Adelaide, Ken Hinkley's on the way out. Josh Carr's on the way in. They've got 2 more games to play, both of these 2 clubs, the penultimate round of the AFL Premiership season, round 23. On deck, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain, your call team. The whole gang's here. There is no late change. Corey Durden is the sub for the Blues, and Christian Moraes, the youngest man involved in the game, the 18-year-old, is the sub for the visiting Power. Ben Cameron is here. Good afternoon, Ben.
Good afternoon, Corbin. Looking forward to Carlton and Port Adelaide. And you were strong for a period of time as to whether the Blues were playing in a mode to potentially avoid the blowout. Last week they were a little more adventurous. It came after the endorsement of Michael Voss. So will we see that again today as they take on Port Adelaide?
It's a fascinating watch this late in the season as to what we're actually looking for, who's playing for what late in the season. 2 of the best in the game to help us through it. Our premiership pair, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth, is Adam Ramanauskas. Hello, Ram.
Good afternoon. I was here last night, actually. I was at the Docklands watching.
I was actually looking for you in the warm-up. I thought you might have been out there in the charity game.
You know where I was. I was behind glass.
The glass.
Yeah, it's behind glass. Come on. That's my wife had relatives over from Holland.
Wow.
So they wanted to come along to the football, so it was quite nice.
And you thought, you know what, I've got a good game for you. I've got St Kilda Essendon.
Well, and I had to sit there and explain the game for sort of 2.5, 3 quarters, which was... Quite tricky with Essendon and St Kilda at the moment, but we got there in the end, so it was a close game. It was a good game.
Yes, it was, and it was an entertaining tussle. 6 lead changes, 5 in the second half. How should Essendon supporters feel about it?
Annoyed, disappointed. They had opportunities to win the game, and they lost the game of football. So I'm a big believer in winning football is the best football, and that creates the mentality that you need in a football club. So I think they should be annoyed.
I loved Brad Scott's line afterwards where he said, look, there's a lot to like, sure, but it's hard to sit here and be satisfied when there was a game of footy there to be won, and ultimately we didn't win it. So we're disappointed. Luke Ball's here, Collingwood Premiership star, of course, former St Kilda captain. Hello, Bally.
McCorby, Rama, he's got them playing with effort, though, hasn't he? They'd have to walk away feeling... content at least with that. I agree with you. You know, those sort of games, if you're in that position, go and win them, which they weren't able to do. But you know, all things considered, I think, and you know, Corb, you're a mad bomber, of course. You'd have to walk away saying that they're playing with a pretty consistent level of effort, which keeps them in contests for longer periods of time, and is giving them opportunities to win games of footy.
Travis Boak's a native Victorian, but he's obviously been in South Australia probably for more of his life now than he was in Victoria. He plays his last game in his state of origin here today under the roof at Docklands. So this is his second last game, obviously retiring at season's end. So game number 386 for him. Zach Butters is out here, much talked about. Obviously a player movement window around the corner. He's what we call in the industry, Rama, a pre-agent.
Pre-agent.
So we've replaced the word free with pre, which means he's a free agent at the end of the next season. So he's out here this afternoon. Port Adelaide are a fascinating conversation. So Ken Hinkley, we know, is in his last dance. 4 of his heaviest losses he's ever had in his coaching tenure have been this season alone. They have lost 5 of their last 6, including 4 on the bounce. I guess without trying to put it too bluntly, is this a waste of time for Port Adelaide with Josh Carr taking over next year and Hinkley coaching out the remaining games of this home and away season?
Has the season been a wasted year.
Has it just been a waste of time, that this back end of the year in particular, where finals are out of reach, we know what it is. What are they gaining by rolling out Travis Boak this late in the year, rolling out Ken Hinkley this late in the year? Is it time to look ahead?
Too late now.
No, I don't think. I think there are some cases where you can. Yeah, I think Travis Boak's a pretty extenuating circumstance.
Yeah.
He's what he's meant to that club and what sort of player he's been in this competition, what sort of role model he's been. I genuinely think that he's changed. Maybe not just he himself, but his training methods and as revolutionised is too strong, but he's been an unbelievable role model for players across the competition. So, short answer, no, he deserves it. And I think Ken's record at the club and commitment to the club as well over a decade, I think you can make exceptions. I understand the question, but I think you can make exceptions.
So, I by and large, I agree. And we had Ken Hinkley on a few weeks ago, and I asked him the obvious question about, has the succession plan been a success? And naturally, he said as much. He goes, well, of course I'm going to say, look, I think it has been. We've been able to put everything in place. And maybe we won't really know that answer until hindsight, until Josh comes in and what it looks like. But it looks a little bit from the outside looking in that it feels like, look, they've said to him, hey, you've got one more year, but then we don't want you anymore, basically. We'll let your contract run out, and then that's it. And so Ken's basically said, well, this is the deal, and so I'm going to coach it out, and the board's not going to sack him, and so it feels like we're just running out the clock until time expires on Port Adelaide. This is a team, by the way, 4 of the last 5 years they finished top 4.
Yeah, and I think he genuinely entered the year confident, regardless of what was going to happen to him at the end of the year, confident that they could push for it again. And they've made those noises right up until probably the last couple of weeks or 4 weeks ago, what you're talking about. So, and I can't imagine Ken's applied himself any less to the role. I haven't heard anything like that, and know him a little bit. I can't imagine that's been the case. So I think sometimes we've got to be professional enough to separate the fact that that's going to happen at the end of this year. But for the time being, I'm going to give it my all as a player. Look at the Wanganeen Miller. So if he leaves, you couldn't suggest that he hasn't given his all to the club. The time that he's been here, and that's the same with Ken as the coach. So I think we can be a little bit more mature about it than that.
Here come the Baggers. They play Essendon next Thursday night in what will be their final game of the season. So they get a chance to play one last game at Docklands before the clock runs out on 2025. It's been an underwhelming campaign. I think it's fair to say this is a team that obviously made a semi-final run 2 years back. Last year they qualified in the top 8. They lost week 1 to the eventual premiers and obviously suffered a heavy defeat. And it feels like, Rama, this is a season that just never got any momentum after that loss on
opening night
against Richmond. And it feels like, I know it's a big call, but it feels like it never recovered from that point.
No, it didn't. And it just the noise just got louder and louder from that moment. There was some irate Blues fans straight away. That's the last thing I think you want as a big club in Melbourne, that you got the fans on your back already about performance and who's doing what, and then there's pressure on the coach. So they just never recovered. They could never get any momentum into the season, particularly that middle part of the season where you really need to bank those wins. So now it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of people are expecting enormous change at Carlton in the off-season. I think it'll be subtle.
Right. I was just about to ask you that. I mean, you're in the player management space. I mean, and surely you guys start to hear, this club's going to make big changes, this club's going to make, less so. So you think
I just think it'll be just subtle changes. Yep.
Do you mean to the playing list, or do you mean around?
Both.
Yeah,
both. I think the enormous change would have been a coach. Yes. That's a big change, and then then all the other bits and pieces around you're starting to change as well. But with the coach staying, that would suggest to me that there'll be some tweaks around the edges, and then the playing group. Well, they're hoping it won't change too much. Obviously, they'll go from there.
So you're removing decoding from that.
I think
that comment.
Yeah.
As in, you're almost presuming that he's out, and then everything else will just be subtle change. Yeah, I think that's probably right, because you don't back your man in and then do a full overhaul, do you? They've got to get Curnow. I mean, really, it has been. You're right, from that opening round and Charlie Curnow's season interrupted Mackay's season. Sam Walsh. I mean, I was surprised to see him back today. To be honest, Sam Walsh, but great to see him back out there. Paddy Cripps needs a rest, doesn't he? He really looks like that. I think so. To your point then, Ramo, you're looking at players like Zach Williams, like Adam Sard. These players, and Newman's the other one, of course, that they've missed this year in terms of his kicking ability. So I tend to agree with you, notwithstanding the fact that the Koning would be a big name walking out the door. Then it's probably those other players who command fair paychecks, let's be honest, that they have to make calls on. Interesting looking down today, emergencies, M. McGovern and M. Pitnet.
Yeah.
I thought Pitnet had been pretty good, so they're giving young Hudson O'Keefe a run in the ruck, but that sort of crept up on me a little bit. I thought Pitnet had been settled into that role with the presumption that probably De Koning was leaving, and then McGovern's probably another one that would likely be somewhere else next year.
Yeah, there was a story in the Herald Sun about the fact that he won't hit his contract trigger as a result of not playing as well, but Michael Voss saying that he's still very much a required player for next year.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he won't get a contract.
Yeah.
That's just, there was the terms of that contract just may be different now if he doesn't hit it. I think that where the change will come for Carlton over the summer is through a game plan. Like, clearly their game plan is outdated now in terms of the contest clearance stuff, where the ball now is in constant motion in AFL football. So I think that's where I see that they can get the most improvement next year.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, they need to. You look at the best teams; they need to get some real run and burst and kicking skill off half back. We think Newman will get back and hope he gets back to his best form, but can't solely rely on that. So they need to bolster those stocks around the outside, as you said, and small forwards obviously. One thing that they've been really trying to, grappling with and trying to find a solution for. None of the Motlop, Fogarty, Moyes shown a little bit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But none of them. Frankie Evans after last week was magnificent that last quarter, but no one's really jumped up and made that spot their own and owned that spot. And again, the best teams in the comp are well served in those areas.
You flip it over to Port Adelaide. You mentioned them earlier, Corbs, around their season and what it is. Well, they're sort of. Travis Boak's obviously a big name that's going to leave, so that there's a lot of experience. But then it's a transition. They've been trying to transition that for a few years now. Rosie being captain, will they keep Zach Butters, etc. But they've got players coming in the draft. They've got some really Doug Cochran is a very good player for next year.
Yep.
So he'll be a top 5 pick next year. Then the following year after that, they've got Louis Salopek, who was a standout at the under-16 championships. They've also got Tavita Roden.
I heard he's Essendon NGA.
Well, that's right. He's got
hands off Port Adelaide.
He's got a choice to make. And there's another kid, I think, that's in their academy called Zemi's Pilot.
Okay.
So one of the great names. One of the great names
Zemi?
Who can play. He's a taller forward.
Zemi Pilot.
Move over Manny Liddy.
Yeah.
That's a great name.
So they've got some real talent coming into their program over the next couple of years.
He's obviously got to play at Essendon.
Well done.
Zemi Pilot, very good. It was like Zippy Fish last night. I think she went one short of breaking the record for most disposals on debut. She had a night out, one of the draftees last year to the Sydney Swans in their win over Richmond. Ray Chamberlain's with us. We love Saturday afternoon.
Ray.
Razor Ray. And in the immortal words of LL Cool J, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. He was out there roaming around the other night in the AFLW season opener, back out on the field. Ray, welcome back to umpiring and welcome back to ABC Sport.
Guys, it's great to be here. I did a little bit of a post-match review of the video. It was like watching the Rolling Stones in concert in 2025. It's not how... It wasn't how I remember how I used to do it, but I gave it my best. Wasn't quite hitting all the notes, but anyway, that's okay. It was great to be back, to be honest. And, I was listening to you guys talking about Port Adelaide, Ken Hinkley, wasted time, etc. Every single person who's going to take the field out there today, at one point in their life, would have given anything for one game.
Yeah.
And, you don't sit around counting your games. You want to make your games count. And that goes for every player out on the ground and every official today. So, there's only 2 home and away games left, and then they head off to Bali or whatever. So I reckon they'll be ripping in and giving everything they've got.
Just speaking about numbers, Ray, I was watching that AFLW game and I noticed number 18 on your back. Now, earlier on in the season, we went through the pomp and ceremony of a jumper handover from you to a young umpire. Have you ripped it off his back and put it back on yours?
Yeah, mate. I don't understand the confusion, Ben.
How does young Jack feel about that he's lost his number?
To be quite frank, I didn't consult.
Wow.
Well,
I'm only joking. Look, it's the AFLW, which is a totally different competition, obviously, to the AFL men's competition, and I'm really enjoying being a part of it. And, the players are unreal. They're really welcoming, which I appreciate it. And it's super cool to be able to be involved with some of our young people who are learning the craft and aspiring to be out on the venue like this today in the future.
So just to get to the bottom of the story, did or did you not ring Jack and ask to wear his number 18?
No phone call, mate. Just got the number 18 done, mate.
Wow.
Ray, was there a decision you paid on Thursday night, where you weren't just the out-of-zone umpire, you were the twice removed out-of-zone umpire.
We just pay what we see, Ben.
That's
If you see it and you're across it, then you don't need right away. There's
one team, and I will say this: there were actually 3 occasions on the night where, thankfully, I had colleagues who tidied up my mess too. So, we're all rowing in the same direction.
I did think, just quickly, I noticed Ray on the TV broadcast that I watched from home. He was zipping around, still got that high speed. Ray, he was moving around beautifully. So
peacocking as well. The chest was out. Yeah, beautiful.
So you're doing a full season, Ray? We'll see you again next week?
Yeah, my intention is to umpire a game every week, and hopefully I can get through that. And that's all just sort of, body permitting. And I'm looking forward to trying to, do the best that I can do, actually. And, I talk about this before. The umpire's role, regardless of what level and what competition, is to serve the players and to serve the game. And so that's the sole intention, and hopefully I can do a really good job of that.
How'd you pull up, mate?
Yeah, no good.
Was there any? So I did miss it. Was there any bouncing on? Was that?
No. No bouncing in the W, which is a blessing. And I feel, you know what? To be honest, I'm not as bad as I feared.
Yep.
But the change of direction stuff certainly tapped me on the shoulder the next day.
No, good on you for doing it, Ray. In all seriousness, as much as we joke about with you, and we love to have a bit of fun with you on Saturday afternoons, you are a very visible figure in the game, and so it's awesome to be able to have you back out there running the show with the umpires and being a big part of the AFLW competition, which starts this weekend. The games today, by the way, it is an incredible slate. If you haven't caught up with the Saturday fixture for what it looks like with the AFLW on. The games today, there are games starting 12:35, already underway, 1:20, 3:25, 4:15, 5:35, and then 2 games at 7:35.
Smorgasbord.
Footy everywhere today across the AFL men's and women's competition. So 7 matches. We'll try and keep you up to date with all of it. And right here on ABC Sport. Final thoughts, Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball. The Giants, by the way, are on top against the Suns. They lead by 12 points. Up there, 10 points rather, up there in the Gold Coast or in Queensland.
Well, remember, there's 2 teams here that are, and we heard Michael Voss say it last week, that are really still trying to win and finish off the year well and launch into next year. Michael Voss on the last year of a deal, so he's spoken about that, wanting next year to start now. And Port Adelaide, well, there's some auditioning here for the new coach in 2026. So I expect a really spirited, high-spirited, physical contest, some guns through the middle of the ground. There's going to be some good matchups and hopefully reasonably high scoring under the roof as well.
2 good mates, Voss versus Kenny for the last time. Carlton and Port Adelaide on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Sweeten to Koning, Sweet taps it down, Cripps with the opening clearance, tumbling ball, Rosie B lines it, Williams beats him to it. Wobbles a punt inside 50 for the Blues. Mackay can't take the mark, Akers arrives, tackled by Aaliyah, gets a handball out, Boak to Rosie, Port off half-back, Farrell kicks towards the wing, Butters, brave, cluttered into. Cowan goes at ground level, Rosie butters up and fights after the footy. Now Williams extracts it for the Blues. Off to Cowan to Akers. Bumped as he kicked out of bounds on the full. And Jones to get it in the back pocket for Port Adelaide. Scores level through the opening 37 seconds.
It's Cooper Lord in his new role. Going straight to Zach Butters. Connor Rosie starting on the ball as well for Port.
Kept Noah Anderson to 9 disposals in the 61 minutes they were matched up last week. There's Jones back in the team today for Port Adelaide, finds Rioli. Their only premiership player out there tries to dab it short. It's broken up by Hollins. Centre half forward for the Blues. Mackay got a handball out to Walsh. Trying to take on Richards. Jams it on the boot. High up and under. Hands to it and a juggled mark. Ripped down by Hudson O'Keefe, who marks up left half forward for the Blues. He'll kick from 30 out.
Well, it was the kick from Rioli, wasn't it? And you could just see, he just telegraphed it a bit. So signalling their intentions early, Port, to bring the ball back in off the line through the corridor. Just didn't quite execute the kick, showed a little bit too much of it to the Carlton player. And in the end, Walsh was good enough to clean up the crumbs. Good mark too from the youngster.
First career goal against the Suns. He's now got a couple. He kicks the first of the day here. Hudson O'Keefe with the opener in his 4th game. And Carlton are 1 straight 6. Port Adelaide yet to score. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Fast start, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? He was starting in the ruck and sneaking forward and hitting the scoreboard. Actually, so DeConning started in the ruck, so he's starting forward, and you expect him to do probably a 60-40 type role. Sam Walsh getting his hands on the footy in his return game. Looked a little bit rusty. He's fumbled the first attempt, but had enough time to butter up and threw the ball on the boot.
It's always interesting, isn't it? Like, as a player, he's missed 10 weeks of football, Sam Walsh, and he would have done countless hours and hours of touch. But the moment
first one comes to you,
yeah, and it just fumbles or bobbles out of your hands.
Thoughts of premiership pair Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball. Bounce back in the middle. Sweet. Slapping it down. Rosie tracking after it. Beaten to it though by Walsh. Gives it off to Ollie Hollins. Forward handball to Cripps. The Blues attacking again. Kicks to half forward. Fogarty marks. 53 out from goal. Wants to set it up towards the pocket. Looking for O'Keefe again. Liddy going back. Marks. Back pocket here for Port. Leg sleeve on. That sepsis injury and price 3 for $40 off Timu. A single leg sleeve as he kicks up towards the wing. Bouncing ball gathered there by Carroll for the Blues. Handball to Haynes, sends them back inside 50. Looking for a marker. Mackay launching at it, hands to it, doesn't mark. Lord roves it. He'll snap towards full forward. Coming out Moyer very nearly. Lands like a cat. Met by Jones, tackled to ground. Holding the ball. And Port Adelaide hold up again. Carlton lead, the only score of the game, a goal.
Very left-sided, isn't he? I mean, tacked the footy beautifully. It was a good contest. Shape to go back onto his left side and ran straight into a brick wall. Lockie Jones back into the team.
So, the art of turning out of traffic rather than into traffic. You know, I know he wanted his left foot, but that's, you know, he's got to find that in his bag of tricks.
Oh, Jones kicks wide to Richards, dabs it short for Burn Jones, too short, has to hurriedly give it back to Richards. Kicks in front of the benches, finds Boak. Marks of Port Adelaide. They're all in white today, by the way, with the teal and black V and white shorts on. Carlton home game, so in the old dark navy blue with the white monogram. Kick down to half forward to a contest. Ball spills front and centre. Butters trying to extract it. Lord's right there with him. Walsh tackles him too. And the ball comes out Port Adelaide's way. Sweet wins it. Half forward for Port. Hand pass away towards McEntee. Kicks back to the corridor. Liddy hands to it. Not quite. Couldn't trap it. Paddles it out in front. Saad there for the Blues. Back pocket. Liddy slides in along with Saad and the ball spills out of bounds. Forward pocket, boundary throw in for Port Adelaide. Carlton by 6 points, 4.5 travelled, no late change coming in.
Subs, Corey Durden and Christian Moraes throwing forward pocket here for Port. Taking the locket end in this opening term. Short throw into Koning, runs in, takes it out of the ruck, off to Akers. Left foot clear and kick, bouncing ball, Farrell tracks it. Watches it out, throwing on the wing. City side of Docklands, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
A massive crowd, is it?
No.
So?
Score check, by the way, in the other game, sorry. GWS 6-7 lead Gold Coast 4-2, so almost 13 minutes left in the second term. That margin, by the way, is 17 points the Giants' way.
Sweet brings it down to the front. Burrowing in his wines, he's got nowhere to go. They pile on and we'll do it again.
Swear. Look at Carlton set up. The ball's on the half-back flank for Carlton. I just want O'Keefe inside 50 here. I don't see the purpose of him being close with Moore and Mackay. Just allows his player to come into that contest if need be.
Ball comes to Lord. He's dispossessed in the tackle from Butters, who just stripped him of it. Kicks into the forward pocket. Georgiades the target. And offhand spills out of bounds. He's got Louis Young for company. How about that from Zach Butters? Not just a tackle, but grab the ball. I thought that's what I'm looking for.
I reckon some players shrink a little bit when they get the hard tag, walk over to the side. I'm not sure Zach Butters is one of those. I think he licks his lips. I think he loves it. I think he's probably so used to it over his junior career, and even now he relishes it.
Such a competitor, Butters. We love watching him play from the boundary throw in. Haynes gets a kick away for Carlton up towards half-back. Little 1-2 there. Evans gives it to Lord, gets it back. Then a hand pass away to Walsh down the wing. Handball to Mackay, to Haynes. And all by hand, the Blues have worked it up into the front half. But there's some intervention. Whistle on the play. It's a Carlton free. I think the man disposing of that was dumped after getting rid of it in Evans. So downfield free Carlton's way. Hollins to take it. Looks inside the forward 50. Big leg in the back. Yes. Christian Moyer on his way back down to earth takes the hanger. It was a superb spring to start. He launched up, touched the footy, and as he comes back down, completes the juggled mark.
Just had a free run and jump, didn't he? You could see from here, Rammer had the sit.
Yeah.
And not sure his opponent, maybe Burn Jones down there, is standing the mark, but player as athletic and as talented as young Moyer is, you can't let him have an easy run and jump at the ball like that.
So O'Keefe kicks the first, Christian Moyer for the second. That's good too. And the young Blues are getting Carlton moving. 2 straight. Port Adelaide yet to score. 7 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. And Carlton with the hot start under the roof. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I think Ashton Moir has been the bonus, I think, for Carlton late in this season. You're looking for positives within a season for Carlton. Well, he's certainly one. He's certainly one of those. So he looks a natural forward. He looks like that natural sort of half forward where he can get the ball on the ground, get in the air on that occasion. He's able to get up on the shoulders and take a really strong contested mark. Nice kick of the football as a left footer. So that's the bonus. It's like, well, we didn't know he was going to be that type of player at senior level. So it's like, okay, yeah, we can put a tick next to his name for next season.
Back in the middle to Koning, taps it down, gathers in the middle, drives it towards full forward. Mackay hands to it, doesn't mark. Darcy Byrne-Jones comes back, gives it to Zirk Thatcher. Under the pump, Meads back there, tries to rush it through, and he does. The Port pressure is up. Well, the Blues pressure is up, I should say. The pressure is being turned up on Port.
Yeah.
2-1-13 plays no score through the opening 8.5 minutes.
Right, it is the clearance and contest game at the moment, Ramo. You mentioned it before. It is their one wood, and they are just all over Port at the moment.
The Blues by 13, and they turn it over on halfway here from the exiting kick-out. Hand pass goes wide to Flynn Young. It's the kick looking for Mackay, just a little too wide, and off hands out of bounds. So you look down the bottom end of the Carlton list, those big heavy numbers a few of these lads are lugging around. So they've got a 35, 36, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45. A few new faces in the Carlton team. Back end of the season, 8 have been put away for the year already with injury. For the boundary throwing, Sweet palms it down, half forward for the Blues. Jumping on top of it, Hewitt trying to get it out. Hand pass over to Lord, who's tackled, and Liddy holds him up.
I had 47 in my first pre-season at Essendon.
47.
And then jumper presentation night, she's decided to give me number 9.
You take it. As Butters, hand pass picked off by Motlop, and then Butters never gave up on it. Smothers the kick, spills to Mackay, hands it out to Frankie Evans, who tumbles it through for a goal. Carlton have the first 3. And the Blues are setting a brisk early pace under the roof at Docklands. 10 minutes in, Carlton 3-1. Port Adelaide yet to score. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I was a groan in admiration for Zach Butters' diving smother attempt. Ramaby, you can just see it all across the field that the Carlton are on their toes, aren't they? Porter on their heels, Carlton in front first to move. A brilliant effort from Butters to smother the Motlop kick. But then it was Mackay, who's got a great match-up today with Aliir in front first to move, picking up the ball. Handball to Frankie Evans, who got the break on his opponent as well. And I mentioned his last quarter last week, Frankie Evans. That's a player who definitely wants to be on the list next year, and he's picked up where he left off.
Who had number 9 before you, Ramo?
Shea Cockatoo Collins.
Oh, the good news is he didn't come back and ask for it back afterwards.
It was a little railway clip, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That's fair. That's a fair clip, Ray. And I think it's warranted. You got to, sometimes you just got to let things go in your life.
Bounce back in the middle, opening 3 goals of the game going the way of the Blues. Here's De Koning again. Paddles it down to himself, kicks inside. Mackay hugely tumbles end over end. It comes down to Williams. He rushes a kick on goal, sprays it offline, and he did the full 360. Yeah, Harry Mackay launching at the footy, going back Jones. He almost tunnelled him inadvertently.
Yeah.
And it was a full flip. As he landed on his backside there, Harry Mackay. 3-1-19 plays, no score, 11 played.
That's 9 inside 50s to 2 now to start this game for Carlton.
Yep. Big sweetie. He needs to just grit his teeth here and compete against De Koning in the centre bounce.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Ball spills down to Mead, though. Gets the kick out of there for Port Adelaide. Up to the wing. Lord traps it below his knees. Handball missed Georgiades. Carlton back onto it. Hollands, hand pass away towards Wilson, who chips it laterally. Finds Fogarty. Hand pass back to Hollands. Swings the kick across the ground and knocked out here by Cowan. He's got his own leg sleeve, the tattoo sleeve, as he kicks here, looking to try and find Ashton Moir. Can't complete the mark. Spills through towards Akers, collects 55 metres out. Still with Carlton hands, but under pressure. The 1-2 with Evans. Akers again, gives it to Moir. Great hand pass through to Hewitt. Back to Akers, kicks to full forward. Broken up on the way through. Williams is going to be paid the mark. Looks like it was knocked away from him originally. That's what Port Adelaide thought. And yet the juggled mark will be paid to Zach Williams. And he's got it 15 out straight in front.
Well, previous Carlton will be happy to concede a boundary throw in there. But they kept the ball alive, kept it going forward, just with little handballs. Akers involved a couple of times in that passage of play there. Smart kick. They've been criticised at times for selfishness, Carlton, but he squared that ball up Akers and Williams takes the mark.
Is this a sign for the summer ahead? The all-new Blues, as Zach Williams pops through their fourth. In just over a dozen minutes, Carlton have kicked the first 4 goals. They are playing some lights-out footy. 4-1-25 Port Adelaide, zip, scoreless. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It is all Carlton, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It's diabolical, Rama, the board at the moment. There's red everywhere, the clearances. Plus 13 contest already. We spoke about the Carlton. They're energised, aren't they? They're on their toes. They're first to move. Port just flat-footed. The pressure rating would be through the floor at the moment, Port. They really need to dial this up or it'll be game over before we know it. And you're right, really good slick hands there. Akers involved to it and a nice centering kick. I mean, that should have been spoiled. Young Berry pleading his case, and maybe he did get a hand on it, but just not aggressive enough. 20 metres out from your own goal, and Williams good enough to mark and convert.
Restart in the middle. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair, as it's chipped on by Hewitt here for the Blues. Walsh marks, attacking edge of the square. Opening 4 goals of the game. Port Adelaide haven't looked like it. Walsh kicks into the pocket. Aaliyah goes up, swats it down. Haynes in the pocket. Hooks it back to a dangerous spot. Up they go. No mark down at ground level. Berry worried out of it. Whitlock gathers it. Off to Zerk Thatcher. Set upon. And the Blues are bringing it at the moment. Ray Chamberlain.
You talk about that exchange of handball along the boundary line inside 50, and Blake Akers shoulders up, could have had a little chinana towards the goals, but no, kicks it inboard and does the team act. There are certain signs within a group, and I think this Carlton side, despite their season being a frustrating one, they are a connected group.
Ray, why are we stopping the game here for a seeming leg injury for Aaliyah?
So generally speaking, if a player is injured and it's significant, they'll wait till the player has exited a kick and a half away so that there's no dump kick that lands on his head.
Mackay taking it out of the ruck. He dribbles a kick on goal and Mead rushes it through.
Oh, no.
And it's paid deliberate.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
He's picked as he collects the ball. He walks over the behind line.
What was his momentum? Oh gosh,
that's a close one for me, Bally.
Need Ray's opinion on that one.
Yeah, this one here. So there are 4 reasons why you can pay a deliberate rush behind, and in that instance, there the umpire has determined that he is not under immediate pressure, which is considered 3 metres.
And the snap is finished off. Flynn Young in the left forward pocket ends up with the footy and jams it through. 5-1-31 plays no score through the opening 15 minutes. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that was happening too. Bad to worse. Aaliyah has limped off. He looks really sore. The boots come straight off, so probably an ankle roll there of some sort. They're really only experienced defender down there playing on Harry Mackay, so absolutely. When it rains, it pours for Port.
Well, they're in trouble here, Port. Yep. So 56 disposals to only 23.
Oh, it's just
so, we're 15 minutes, nearly 16 minutes into this first quarter. 23 disposals, 2 inside 50, centre clearance 5-0, contested possession 24-9. So, all those key indicators that you really want to be at least even or ahead in the first quarter, Port Adelaide are miles behind in this game.
31 points, the first 31 of the game, all Carlton's way. Drew back in the middle, hand pass picked off by Walsh. He pushes off one, fends off another. The old Sam Walsh out of the middle, got it away to Williams. He walks past 2 Port Adelaide players. Long kick into the forward pocket. Mackay back with the flight, punched away by the power. Picked up here by Mead. He's set upon straight away, and the ump calls for it. A ball up. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, I watched Aaliyah as he made his way down the tunnel, and he hobbled to the bottom, but at the bottom he was able to put weight on it. It's an ankle injury. He put it on the foot of Harry Mackay in a marking contest. They'll strap that up. I think he'll be okay.
Gee, there's a lot to like early from a Carlton point of view. I know it's the season's lost. We're late in the year and everything else, and Port Adelaide are probably looking for the off-season away from home, but some good signs as Mackay grabs it out of the ruck and kicks the goal. In the same motion, the Tom Hawkins manoeuvre. And the Blues are in for the early kill. 6-1 to scoreless. It's the Blues by 37 points after 17 minutes. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, as bad as Port have been, Raman, where's this been from the Blues? And we know that it's been trending up, hasn't it, over the last couple of weeks, and they've got some talent back, and there's a bit of a feeling once they've put their flag in the ground and said, no, Vossi's our man, then okay, we can clear away all the noise and start 2026 now, and that's how they play, isn't it? They are absolutely on fire. Sam Walsh out of the middle again. It was electric, wasn't he really? But just the missed tackles, the lack of pressure from Port Adelaide is absolutely being compounded by Carlton's terrific, clean and decisive play. And this is getting really ugly for Port.
Graham Wright effect. Day 2 in the job, and look at Carlton now in the middle. Hudson O'Keefe fighting after the footy off to Hewitt. Steps around his man. He'll kick out wide towards half forward. Mackay on the lead, takes the mark. Not paid.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one umpire said play on, one paid the mark.
Well, that's 7-0 out of the centre square.
Incredible.
For Carlton.
The inside 50 is about to become 13-2. So Mackay, right half forward. Sets it up towards the hot spot. They'll launch at it. O'Keefe's got it. He marks 15 out directly in front with sticky fingers.
Oh, look, I just love the kick by Harry Mackay there. So, Burnley talks about long behinds often in our calls on Saturday. Harry knew he couldn't get the distance. Rather than kicking it to the pocket, where we see so many clubs kick to the pocket to get a restart out of bounds, Harry kicks it to the hot spot, 15 metres out from goal, gives his key target a chance to mark the ball.
He's already got one goal. Eyeing a second. He misses. Tugs it hard left. Only 20 metres out directly in front. That's a bad miss. 6-2-38 plays, no score. 19 travelled opening term.
Now they can really expose the lack of Alir out there at the moment. Young Whitlock's gone back. It was Lockie Jones manning Harry Mackay at that centre bound. So, real opportunity here for the Blues to expose Port in the air.
Oh, Mead on the kick out took some ground and then went very short with it. Eventually laid back to him by Lorenz, and then the kick comes down the line here from the man in sin. Finds Sweet, who marks it left half forward, kicks inside 50. Whitlock takes the mark, outstretched, and Whitlock's got it left half forward for the power.
Took some marking, didn't it?
Oh, good ball went two ways.
It did. Ball movement.
Yeah.
Ball movement from Port. And it was big Geordie Sweet.
So they had the in-swinger and out-swinger going.
Really clean set of hands.
So this is only their third entry. It's come completely against the run of play. Possession count, they just can't get their hands on the footy. 64-29. Plus 35. Carlton's way early. It's been all the Blues, as Ramos said, a dominance out of the middle. Whitlock on the tight angle here at left half forward for his first goal in AFL footy. Doesn't get close. Kicks it to the opposite pocket. Offhand spills to Wines. Hands it to Boak. Boak snaps goalward. Boak's got it there. Once more with feeling for Travis Boak. And in game number 386, he's second from the end. He pops one through, and it's Port Adelaide's first of the day. One straight six. Carlton is 6-2-38. 32 points the Blues need. Blues lead. And just as the Power needed one, as he so often does, Travis Boak provides a lift for the Power. 21 goal opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great goal.
Right spot.
Yeah.
Well, you look where Travis Boak is. Rather than getting too close to the contest, he's about sort of 7 or 8 metres off, so they can feed the handball back there, Port Adelaide. The handball fed back. Oh, geez, my English going well today. Was by Ollie Wines. So terrific play, terrific way to hold your depth as a player there by Travis Boak.
Sweet taps it down, it bounces back to him. Drew goes in, feeds it out towards Butters, who's clipped high, free kick. Eventually it will come back to Zach Butters in the middle. He plays on, veers out to the right, floats it inside 50 here for Port. Punched away by Young, then flicked on by Sard. Back to Wiedering, tumbles a kick back up towards the wing. Francis Evans gathers it, away to Lord. Blues through the middle, kicks to no one in particular. And that's picked off by Farrell. Port ball again, as he kicks out wide. Bouncing ball here for Drew. It doesn't sit for him initially. It eventually does. He kicks inside 50, looking for a leading target. Onto it quickly. Carroll for the Blues. Free kick. Holding free kick, and it will go to Port.
Oh, gee. I don't think there was a hold. I think it was just like a
interference.
Like an arm bar, sort of a buffer there by Wiedering. I think he's a bit unlucky there.
And Lord will get the free kick. 30-degree angle to the left. Hurts the ball from about 40 metres out.
One of two Lords out there today, Benny. Just the one.
Yes.
Sin.
Started early.
In comes Ollie Lord on his drop punt. And misses to the near side, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, in those hit-up leads in the marking contest, one of the clues or the cues that the umpire sort of thing is, why didn't he put his arms up to try and mark that ball directly in front of his eyes? And potentially it was because his arm was chopped early, couldn't get it up.
Haynes marks against the boundary line on the exiting kick-out for Carlton, so 31 points their lead. Blues kicked the first 6. And from that point on, Port Adelaide have kicked the last in the game. Back to cross to Louis Young, all the way back to Wiedering, and now short to Cowan as Carlton try to switch out the dock side. Dabs it further afield to Hewitt, marks at half back. Almost at half time on the glitter strip on the Gold Coast, and the Giants by 16 points over the Suns. They've won 14 of the last 15 games against their fellow expansion team. As they switch again, Louis Young tries to get it moving forward. Kicks a flower back down the wing. Haynes cleans it up. Hand pass to Flynn Young. Sends Carlton to left half forward. Too much on the kick for O'Keefe, and intercepted by Zirk Thatcher, who picks it off at half-back, goes short to Butters. Back flank for the Power.
He chips it short for Wines. Carlton by 31 points. Kicked the opening 6 goals of the game. Port with the last. Wines into the middle of the ground. Letty marks in stride, bursts away, kicks towards full forward. Georgiades is there, he's got it. 20 out, slight angle to the left. Well worked by Port.
It's a slow and long haul back, isn't it, Remember? But just starting to get their hands on the footy a bit more. Win a couple of crucial contests, and you're looking to your leaders. I mean, Boat kicks the goal, doesn't he? And Wines has had his hands on it a bit. Butters that time. Late in the quarter as the ground opens up a bit. Georgiades, I mean, what a year he's had.
His dad Joe was actually coached by Mick Malthouse when he kicked a bag on debut for the Dogs. Now his son in action on a 20-game goal streak. He can make that 21, he's kicked it. Carlton's lead cut back to 25, 6-2-38 plays 2-1-13. 24 and a half minutes into the first. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Joe or John? I think it was John,
John,
yeah.
Did you say John or Joe?
No, I think you said Joe. You're right, you're on the money there, Runner.
I do know a Joe Georgiades.
Right.
He worked for the WA Footy Commission.
Oh, there you go.
I meant John.
Yeah. It's on your mind.
So, we got a lot of people on our mind today. Christian Moyer, by the way, was a former second 11 wicketkeeper from WA.
Yes.
It is not Ashton Moyer who's out there playing tonight.
We're not afraid to admit our mistakes
Correct.
here. It's like, but that was terrific play by Port Adelaide. Coming back through the centre corridor here at the Docklands is clearly the quickest way home. And it's the fastest mode of ball movement as well. So it's the first real time that we've seen Port Adelaide really attack that centre corridor and get the result.
The Carlton by 25. They kick 6 of the first 8 goals. The last 2, though, for Port. Walsh out of the middle, looks for Mackay. Hand on it, and he's getting a free. Aaliyah draped all over him. And Big H, he's going to get it right half forward, 40 out.
Well, if it was a free kick to Ollie Lord down the other end, that has to be a free kick to Harry Mackay up the other end. So, you know, Aaliyah similar to what Wiedering was doing. I don't necessarily agree with the free kick. You're allowed to make body contact with your direct opponent.
Here comes Harry Mackay, moves in on that channel at right half forward, kicks a drop punt, puts it straight through. He's got a couple, and Carlton have set in the opening term against Port Adelaide. 26 minutes in, 7-2-44. The Blues lead the Power, 2-1-13. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Rammer's point's really well made, and you know, contest for the football, sole objective for the football, incidental contact, no dramas. But when you trail a bloke in and you're just trying to interfere with his arms, or when they hit up and they've got that arm around the waist so he can't launch at the ball and he's pinned to the ground, umpires will pay free kick on it every day. Well, I get your vibe though, Rammer. There doesn't look like there's a lot in it, but they don't pay them, they'll get cooked.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to Aaliyah, I mean, the ball's just coming out of the centre bounce way too easily, and unpressured. Sam Walsh, who's looking terrific in his first game back, he's looked sharp, kicking the ball well. Out of the front of the clearance, 7 possessions. Mackay's had 7 himself.
Well, and he's had 3 centre clearances.
Yeah, 8-1 centre clearance. Yeah. There's enough leadership in there for Port. They've got to do something about it here.
First multiple goal kicker of the game. De Koning hooking it down. Rosie can't handle it. Neither can Lord, but taken high for a kick.
Oh, lucky not to give away 50 there, Zach Butters.
Yeah.
And Cooper Lord. Was he lucky there, Ray?
I would have thought so, but the umpires, the second whistle's the thing that'll be the delineator.
Cooper Lord on his right boot, sets it up inside 50, Cripps underneath it, can only get one hand to it. Williams gets rid of it to Akers. He snaps back towards full forward, bouncing ball for Moyer. Bounces off him, gathered there by Rosie. Away to Alia and a clear and kick out to the City wing.
Georgiades collects on the hop, hand pass out to Berry against the boundary line. On his left peg, kicks down the wing. It's a dart as well. Orioli dropped it, made it look a little untidy, then paddles it back inboard. Rosie, the skipper, extracts a hand pass off his knees to Richards. Handball over to Mead, looks inside the forward 50. This is good build-up, and Whitlock takes the sprawling mark. Centre half forward for the Power.
Oh, they've accessed the corridor again, haven't they? A couple of times now, Port, and it got there in the end. There was a few sloppy handballs, but it was just numbers, good running to support, and they're just attacking to an open forward line at the moment, which is a little bit of a concern for Carlton. They've been electric themselves with the ball in hand, but that's a couple of times in a row now where Port have been able to get the ball through the corridor and access a very open forward line. And he's looked impressive, young Whitlock. He's a big kid, isn't he? 200 centimetres, big strong legs.
His twin bat, of course, on North Melbourne's list. And this here is Jack Whitlock. He moves in, right-footed drop punt is there. And he's got an AFL goal in his 3rd game, the first of his career. And Port Adelaide had their 3rd, and so the goals are flowing under the roof at Docklands. It is 7-2 to 3-1. 10-goal opening term. We're only 29 minutes in. Rama and Bawley on ABC Sport.
That's amazing. 10-goal quarter. I'm happy to see this continue for the game with the attacking flair. It's not often you see Jacob Wiedering so far away from his opponent there. So simply they just continue to use the fat side of the ground there, Port Adelaide. And all Carl's defenders were skinny. And when I say skinny, that means they were very much in line with the ball. And Port Adelaide just continued to take that ball off the line to eventually get it to Jack Whitlock.
All of a sudden, they've kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. After Carlton kicked the first 6, Port working their way back into it. Sweet and De Koning both touch it. Coming through Cripps. Couple of fumbles. Gets it the 3rd time. Off to Hewitt. Tackled by Butters. Dispossessed in the tackle, holding the ball.
That's better. Too many slip tackles in this first 20 minutes for Port.
Butters gives it off to Rosie running by. He kicks inside 50. His kick is good for Berry. Brings down the mark, 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
And I think, Paulie, when a team gets the jump, as Carlton have, you simply just got to start hunting. You got to hunt the player. You got to start to apply that pressure. There, perfect by Zach Butters, the leader of the football club. They win first possession again, Carlton in a centre square, but then you just see Butters on the hunt. He wants to hit a body.
The boy from Benalla, pick 15 last year, skips past the arc of 50. His left foot shot is across the face and marked on the line, is it? Right on the line, we'll check this. Whitlock's claiming it. And the goal umpire looks a little bereft.
I think he snuck this one in. The boundary umpire had the best view. He was right there. We'll see what the soft call is.
Soft calls are behind.
Okay. All right. Well, there was a conference with the boundary umpire who was a metre away.
Look at this angle. We can see the player makes contact with the ball after it crosses the back of the line. Decisional score.
Just a bit unlucky. Sticky jukes, hasn't he? Whitlock.
Poor defending by Carlton on the goal line. Just spoiled that through.
Wasn't far off, but the goal umpire right on this occasion. The field umpires today, Alex Wetton, Peter Bales, Andrew Adair and Harrison Birch in charge of this match. Carlton by 24.
Bit of support for the umps too. I think I just heard in my effects mic someone cheering the boys when they got that decision right on the from the arc. So a bit of support for them out there. Long kick to half back. Evans, hand pass away towards Cripps. Floats a hand pass forward, picked off by Boat. The 1-2 with Butters. Port back with it through the middle. He gives it to Richards by hand. Now to Zach Thatcher. Handball back to Alia. Centre half back. Short kick in the middle of the ground. Mark taken out there by Farrell. His long, natural left foot out towards Sin. Got it on the wing, heads down to half forward. Sweet judges it well and takes the mark on his chest as Cowan went darting over the top. And Sweet's got it 49 metres out left half forward.
Yeah, he's had a good 10 minutes, hasn't he, Sweet? It looked like the coning was going to give him a good old...
Lockie Cowan went to jump there for that ball, but just didn't get off the ground.
He hurt himself. He looks a bit ginger, doesn't he? He's okay. Yeah, been a good turnaround in the last 10 minutes from Sweet.
Sweet decides just to lay it up. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Flying forward on the way through. No mark. Georgiades. Ball hits the deck. Still a dangerous spot for the Blues. Carroll paddles it out to Williams. Hurried kick to half back, and DeConing just moves Sweet aside and says, I'll have it, as he hucks the yellow Sharon to his chest at half back.
He wants to chip it short. Away to Cowan, who kicks up towards the wing. Looking for O'Keefe. Coming across Farrell. Swirls it down. Ball tumbles out.
Good strength by O'Keefe there. Aliir very strong in marking contest. He certainly looks a player of the future, Hudson O'Keefe, for the Blues.
SMS number, by the way, 0437 774 774. Rob in Greensboro. Carlton with the fast start has been the refrain all year. Has not turned out well for us too often. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. There's a good one for you, Rammer, at quarter time coming up as well.
And lead by 24 points here as it's back over the boundary line. We'll do it again.
Sia from Tasmania. What an impressive performance from Carlton. Amazing what can happen when there's no expectation and nothing at stake. Go the Blues.
Boundary umpire brings it back in. Sweet and DeConing on the wing. Sweet backhands it down to the front. Onto it though, Lord gives it off to Cripps. Kicks the Blues to half forward. Low down. O'Keefe can't mark. Zerk Thatcher mops up for Port, off to Jones, to Butters. Back to Jones, out of bounds. Had the tricky little handball. Looked like he was going to handball it infield, Butters, but just ballooned it back to Jones, who was out of bounds, and a throw-in.
Big country music fan, Zach Butters.
Big Morgan Wallen guy.
Yeah, often shares songs. I noticed a few of the media sort of all over the Zach Butters player movement space, sort of trying to read out the lyrics, trying to tell us something about where he's going and what he's doing. Gee, it's a fun space, isn't it, Rammer, the player movement window?
Rammer loves it.
I know, it's all year round, despite the fact we've only got one window.
Awesome.
As DeConing kicks into the pocket, and a turnover, Aliir takes the intercept mark at half-back. Rammer's phone will be on Do Not Disturb from now through to about the end of the year, as Aliir misses a target from 15 away. Cripps wins it back. Hand pass back in a dispute. Paddled away by Boat to Rosie. Hurried kick down the wing. No mark for Louis Young. And that'll do us to quarter time. It's a 7-goal opening turn from the Blues. They made a thunderous start. They kicked 6 goals before you could blink. And at the 17-minute mark, the score was 38-zip. And from that point on, Port Adelaide have worked their way back into the game, but still trail by 4 goals at the end of the first stanza. So 7-2-44 Carlton, Port Adelaide 3-2-20. Now the goal kickers, Harry Mackay's got a couple, and then singles for Williams, O'Keefe, Moyer, Evans and Flynn Young. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, 1 each for Boak, Georgiades and Whitlock kicked his first goal in the big time. Off the SMS, can we get Rammer's rebuttal to Ross Lyon on the Docklands Roof Open fiasco last night from Mick in Moe?
What was the fiasco?
Was
with the Legends game, did it rain or something?
He wasn't too happy, Ross. He was most displeased about the fact that the roof was open and the surface was wet. Put a tweet out. Also spoke about it in his post-game presser.
I want to make this really clear.
Yep.
Okay. If there is rain forecast or rain outside, close the roof. 100%. No dramas. If it is a beautiful sunny day outside and there's no chance of rain, leave the roof open. That's my point.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
Sun shining, roof open?
Yes, please. If it's raining or forecast of rain,
this is Melbourne. There's a 4 seasons in one day.
I mean, he can't be any clearer, man.
So, I'm more...
Sun open. Yeah. Rain close.
Well, how about we just have the roof closed all the time and then we won't have any dramas?
Well, why have a retractable roof then?
All the grass is grown artificially now.
Yeah, they put the lamps on it. So why have a roof then?
Amazing. It was a bit of a mishap, and Ross has certainly made it a bit of a yarn. We'll play that grab coming up in a few moments as well. Carlton by 24 points here at quarter time. They lead over Port Adelaide. Meanwhile, half-time at Carrara and a 22-point lead for GWS over the Suns. Thoughts of Rammer and Bawley coming up next. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The new neighbour.
I'm Isabel.
Who's not what she seems.
Somebody here knows something. You'd be amazed the things you learn about a place if you pay attention.
The Family Next Door. Sunday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Broken up by Hollands. Centre half forward for the Blues. Mackay got a handball out to Walsh. Trying to take on Richards. Jams it on the boot. High up and under. Hands to it. And a jumbled mark. Ripped down by Hudson O'Keefe. First career goal against the Suns. He's now got a couple. He kicks the first of the day here. Butters kicked off by Motlop, and then Butters never gave up on it. Smothers the kick. Spills to Mackay. Hands it out to Frankie Evans, who tumbles it through for a goal. Carlton have the first three. Mackay grabs it out of the ruck and kicks the goal. In the same motion, the Tom Hawkins manoeuvre. And the Blues are in for the early kill. Whitlock on the tight angle here at left half forward for his first goal in AFL footy. Doesn't get close. Kicks it to the opposite pocket. Offhand spills to Wines. Hands it to Bogue. Bogue snaps goalward. Bogue's got it there. Once more with feeling for Travis Bogue. Rosie the skipper extracts a hand pass on his knees to Richards. Handball over to Mead. Looks inside the forward 50. This is good build up, and Whitlock takes the sprawling mark. Jack Whitlock. He moves in. Right-footed drop punt is there. And he's got an AFL goal in his third game.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening term. A good start for the Blues. 7 goals to 3. They lead by 24 at the first break. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, we'll start with the Blues, Ramo, and they were just electric. And you know, take the opposition, the quality of the opposition out of it. The way they started this game, and caller very correctly texted in and said it's been a bit of a pattern of theirs, you know, even from early on in the season, the Blues jumping out of the blocks and not being able to sustain it for whatever reason. But if you come along and watch that first 20 minutes, you'd be thinking you're watching a side who's arrowing in on a top 4 finish in a finals campaign, such as their dominance. And it started out of the middle. It was diabolical, really, for Port Adelaide, especially given the quality that they've got in there. It was De Koning, you know, initially in the ruck, just all over Jordan Sweet, and then it was down to, you know, Walsh and Cripps, and the amount of times the ball went out of the front of the centre bounce unpressured. You know, good luck your defence, as they say, and they were able to look really slick and scored the first 6 goals of the game, until, you know, Port's leaders really were the ones that had to put a stop to it about the 20-minute mark of that quarter. Travis Spoke kicking a goal out of nowhere, and then from there they were just able to get their hands on a little bit more ball and stem the flow a bit. And what it did show was that when they were able to transition the footy, they were able to access corridor, they were attacking to a pretty open forward line, and they actually looked like scoring Port in that last 5 to 10 minutes. But gee, that first 20 minutes, that was you know, as good as Carlton have played this year, and as poor a resistance and an opposition as we've seen from Port. And that'll disappoint Ken.
Well, the reality is Carlton's ball movement looked aggressive that quarter because of the centre clearance domination. 9 to 2, and as Bally mentioned, a lot of that was out the front as well. So Sam Walsh had 3 of those centre clearances, Cripps 2, Cooper Lord 2, and then Tom De Koning had 2 himself. So it was real dominance in there. And I thought Port Adelaide just pegged it back. At about the 20-minute mark of that quarter, they started to find a little bit more disposal. They found a bit of aggression with their ball movement through the corridor. So you look at a 7-goal 2 quarter, it could have been a lot worse for Port Adelaide if it wasn't for those last couple of goals of the quarter.
Second quarter underway. Sweet jumps early. Tom De Koning takes it out of the ruck, rushes a kick inside 50. Bouncing ball, they're after it. Port get there first through Mead. Handball away towards Jones. He can run beyond the defensive 50. Kicks long, almost up towards half forward. Georgiades coming out, punched away from him. And it tumbles out of play, thrown on the city wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Thoughts at quarter time there of premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Ben Cameron, Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Ray Chamberlain between the benches. Boundary umpire flings it back in. Sweet palms it down to Liddy, tackled quickly. Ray Chamberlain.
Coming out of quarter time, Josh Sin made his way down into the change rooms for Port, just having a look at a leg injury. I'll update you as we get news on that.
And the boundary from the ball up comes Carlton's way. Spills to Walsh. Hurried kick down to half forward. One bounce in front of Mackay and trickles out of bounds. So another throw in between wing and half forward for the Blues. Carlton to the Lockett end, the northern end of the stadium in this second term. Still no names, by the way. The signs have gone. I think they're just hoping that we outgrow a generation and people forget that it was ever named the Lockett and the Coventry end, but we haven't got them put back up there yet. From the stoppage, Liddy gives it to Butters, kicks into the corridor for Port, and here's Richards, who marks, kicks back in the Butters direction, floats through to Boak, who marks in front of Port's number 9, turns, kicks inside 50, and Ollie Lord leaps up and takes it. 20 out straight in front.
And that's what we said, Ram. They're looking really dangerous, aren't they? They've got big, tall targets ahead of the ball. And it's Lord this time. They've all been on the end of one. Georgiades, young Whitlock. Looks like he's got sticky jukes today as well. And just, I mean, their ability to... That wasn't even through a chain of handball, was it? They just kicked their way through the corridor, and Carlton just a little bit off in terms of their team defence. And an easy shot at goal coming up.
So to keep the ball rolling for Port Adelaide, Ollie Lord skips in, drop punt is good. A fist pump, and Port have kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game. And Ollie Lord kicks the opener in this second term, which is 2 and a bit minutes old. Carlton's lead trimmed to 18 points. It was 38 at one stage before Port had scored. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Carlton 7-2, Port Adelaide 4-2.
It's interesting, Paulie. You say individual defence, a team defence there. I say it's individual defence. I think that the team defence gives the individual an out. Whereas, hey, you just simply got to be closer to your opponent there. So through the middle of the ground initially, and then Ollie Lord just outsteps Jacob Wiedering there in that marking contest. So Wiedering, he's been such a good defender for so many years now for the Blues. But I also think Ollie Lord is going to be a real player for the future for Port Adelaide if they give him more and more opportunity to do it.
Just about to start the second half in the other game. GWS leading by 22 points. And it's out of the middle through Hewitt, the Blues. Picked up by Walsh, half forward. Driving kick to full forward. Wants a mark. O'Keefe or Mackay. Take your pick. Comes down at ground level. O'Keefe off to Motlop. Snaps on goal. Hooks it a little too much from the right forward pocket. Across the face for a minor score. Carlton's lead 19 points. 3.5 into the second.
Ollie Lord, by the way, been goalless 7 of his last 9 games. So, of course, remember that breakout qualifying final he had against Port, and has had few against Port, plays for Port, against Brisbane, and hasn't had it all his own way since then. But as you said, Roman looks a real prospect as the exiting kick out from Boak, trying to link up with Aaliyah, knocked away and out of play by O'Keefe.
When you look at it, they've got Georgiades, who's had a terrific year. Jack Whitlock, who's playing today, Ollie Lord. That looks like
some
pretty good,
size, isn't it?
Pretty good forward line.
Yep. 2, 6'5", 6'6", and then the mobile Georgiades. Yeah. And of course the coach just goes out today, so
and Marshall to come
work
back
with. Yep.
Marshall obviously unavailable all this year. The boundary throw in, Cripps out, lost it, spills back out of bounds. So throw in here, half forward for the Blues, 70 out from their goal at the Lockett end.
They've got to get some help from Aaliyah, don't they? For Aaliyah rather. It's where they look a bit light on. Well, have for some time really.
He's Radicalia, that's it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, he's and he was having a pretty good season as well, but out with injury.
So he's one of the 10 they put away for the year so far, Port Adelaide. So only 2 games left in a year from the boundary throw, and Hewitt's got it, and Butters jumps on top of him straight away. Got him high, said the umpire. Free kick for George Hewitt. I think certainly after about round 16, 17 would be the leader in Carlton's best and fairest. And he put together enough form in the last third of the year to close out there. Kicks to the hot spot here at centre half forward. A little shallow entry though. Ball spills out Carlton's way and through the hands of Walsh, and then Wilson ends up out of bounds. So a throw in half forward again for the Blues.
Good from Port, isn't it, Rowan? This is the way you've just got to work yourself back into the game with this Carlton team. We know they haven't shown an ability to be able to sustain it throughout the year. So just chip away, start halving and then winning some contests, and it can turn pretty quick.
Sweet brings it down to the front. Butters onto it. 1-2 with Aaliyah. Running across the goal mouth. He kicks to the back flank. Should sit up here for Port. Oh, bad bounce there for Berry. Puts him under pressure. Now the Blues arrive. Getting involved, Ollie Hollins. Berry wrenches him off it. And picked up by Mead. Port ball off to Jones. Waits his kick too high. And the mark taken by Young. Now the Blues back the other way. On the dockside wing. Haynes receives the handball. Kicks up to half forward. Off the hands of the pack. Jones gets it. Tackled quickly. Ball up. Half forward here for the Blues. Attacking the Lockett end in this second term. They lead by 19.
And Butters a game high 11 disposals. 100% efficiency. 3 clearances. Despite the added attention from the ball up.
Just look at his work rate around the contest. I've been watching Cooper Lord. He's trying his absolute heart out with the tag with Butters, but so active around the contest, Butters.
We've got a secondary ball up, same spot. Still 70 out, half forward for the Blues. Hewitt surge kick forward. Leaping in the air. Akers competes. Ball hits the deck. Flynn Young grabs it. McEntee's got him. Ball comes out. Carlton keep it moving. Akers kicks to the forward pocket. Down there is Haynes trying to backhand it and knock it away towards Mackay. Still got a hand pass out to the skipper. Cripps goes back by hand to Nick Haynes from the pocket. Hooks it across the body. Misses. A long way up the field. Nick Haynes, and behind. It's his first score of the year. Played 22 games. And that makes the margin 27 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Blues on top.
Only kicked 13 goals in a career spanning 233 games as of today. Farrell takes the kick in short for Boak. Carlton by 20. A few cheers for Travis Boak. Overshoots the kick looking for Wines. Allows in Evans for the Blues. Loops the handball to Cripps. Breaks one tackle. Handball away to Lord. One down. Cooper Lord caught.
William Drew
just pinged him, streaming from the middle of the ground. And now Port Adelaide through Willem Drew. Swing it out wide to Jordan Sweet.
Sweet looks in the middle of the ground, leaping over the top. Carroll couldn't quite trap it. Richards clever. Toe pokes it away to Wines. He gives it to Whitlock. Kicks inside 50 and Georgiades low down takes the mark. Centre half forward, 35 out.
Corridor again, Ram. Yeah. Corridor again. First of all, it was a terrific run-down tackle from Willem Drew, and then they just spread the ground, didn't they? They were able to get the outlet kick. And it was the big fella Sweet, wasn't it, that rolled on. A little bit of an element of risk with that inside kick into the corridor, but they presented. It's predictable, isn't it? So Richards gets to the fore of the ball. Wines involved, and a smart kick there from the youngster Whitlock, just to lower his eyes, find his fellow key forward on the lead.
Geez, guys, had a good year. It was goalless in round one, and as Ben mentioned earlier, has now kicked a goal in every game since. Multiples in 15 games. Georgiades goes back, misses. Nothing sure after that build-up. 54 for the year. Margin 19 points. The baggers wait. 9 minutes gone. Second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Saad brings it in quickly to Cowan, who moves it up to the Koning, just backward of the wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Blues kicked the first 6 goals of the game. Port have kicked 4 of the last 5. The Koning contest kick up towards Krebs. Out the back. Fogarty's onto it. Dribbles a kick inside 50. Bouncing ball. Might work out for Motlop. Rosie makes it his. Port ball again. Rushes a kick. Knocked down quickly by Walsh. Walsh is onto it. Spins into a tackle. Ball up. 55 metres out from the attacking goal here for Port. For the Blues. Carlton by 19.
As Ben said, 19-point lead. 9 gone, second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Drew through traffic. Hand pass over his shoulder for Port. Picked off. Williams through congestion. Kicks to full forward. Mackay competes. Knocked away by Zerk Thatcher. Into the path of Motlop. Was he clipped high? No whistle. Now penalised. Holding the ball as Burn Jones locks him up. Right call, Bally?
Yep. No, that was fine.
It was, yeah. He sort of just lowered, didn't he? And maybe you could argue that Burn Jones came in a little bit carelessly, but no, I'm happy with that. Holding the ball.
Burn Jones, long contest, kick to the wing. Wiedering holds out young Whitlock and takes the mark. Whitlock was worried about him, and rightfully so, as Wiedering goes long back to full forward. Zerk Thatcher leaps at it, punches it away but can't kill it. Jones close to the boundary, kept it alive. Flynn Young snatches it from him, tumbles a kick goalward. Picked up by Lear, he's tackled out of play. Says spin it in. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. If you want to listen to the other game, the Giants and the Suns, there was a call available through the ABC Listen App. You can toggle between the matches. Either our game here or that match. Every single game, all 9 matches all weekend long here on ABC Sport.
Thrown forward pocket here for the Blues. Mackay and Sweet. Sweet palms the back boundary side. Drew flicks a handball out towards Rosie. He's worried out of it there by Akers. Back boundary side and carried out by Lorenz. Do it again, another throw-in, left forward pocket for Carlton. 19 points to the good. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Ray Chamberlain. Umpire hurls it back in. Short throw in. Sweet again, back boundary side. Onto it quickly. The Blues through Walsh. Off to Akers. Handball swatted down. And now Port come away with it. Not before it was out of bounds.
Off the SMS, Dave in Geelong says, guys, if you don't like the weather in Melbourne, just wait a minute. Such is the saying. And from Darren in Ipswich. Sorry, can't agree with Rammer on the roof. It hands Melbourne clubs an advantage having the only AFL stadium that can control the elements. Regards every fan outside Melbourne, including me. Go the Lions.
Umpire brings it back in. Mackay taking it out of the ruck. Gets it away to Hewitt. Deep in the left forward pocket. Floats a kick to full forward. Cripps will launch at it. In front of him, Sin punches it away. Back out of bounds. And we'll have about a fourth boundary throw in the space of 90 seconds in the left forward pocket for the Blues.
It's just locked here. This left forward pocket. Port defending really well.
For the boundary throwing. Cripps grabs it out of the ruck, hands it down to Hewitt. Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Flynn Young left it behind. Jones for the power game to Farrell. He's caught. Had the blinkers on and was mowed down. And what a follow-up as he's run down by Paddy Cripps. And the Carlton captain with a chase down tackle and now gets a shot at goal.
You called it, Rammer. We've just been holding up the damn wall in the last 5 minutes. Ball's been locked in Carlton's forward 50. Potentially just a matter of time. Paddy Cripps, who actually took the ruck contest, didn't he?
Yeah.
Got the hit out and followed up. Great persistence to stay with the ball. Earns himself a shot at goal.
He's kicked only a dozen goals for the year, Bally.
Yeah.
So 12
6 last year.
12-16 he's got at the moment. I'll get that for you.
It's Brownlow year. Not a massive goal kicker.
Cripps on his way in. Drop punt is out to the right. And it's going to stay there. It is a minor score. Last year, Patrick Cripps kicked 17 goals, 6.
Oh, okay.
So less scoring shots, but more accurate. Yeah.
Rosie to take the kick in. Carlton by 20 points. And midway through this second term, Rosie handballs out of the goal square, takes a bounce, kicks long. In the Sweet direction, O'Keefe there with him. Sweet forced to spoil. Farrell roves, feeds a handball forward towards Richards. Right there with him, Cowan. And they both see it out for a throw-in.
Who's winning the three-way? Richards, Lukosius, Atkins, Noble, Houston deal. Is it after the end of the first year?
Gold Coast, yeah.
Yep.
Umpire brings it back in right beneath us. Sweet punches it away. Onto it, Zach Williams for Carlton. Steps around his man, swings a handball infield to Cowan. Cowan looks out wide to the wing, looking for Young. This is Flynn Young. He marks in the basket catch. Very wide on the City wing. Back onto his left, kicks inside 50. Can't find Mackay. Got a fingertip on it. Sin pinches it. Now he tries to get it back from Wines. Stolen by Ollie Hollins. Has to handball it away. Here's Cooper Lord. Centering kick, good for Cripps. Blues win it back at half forward. And it will end with a shot on goal for Paddy Cripps.
Great vision by Cooper Lord. It's in my dead pocket over there, so he knew he couldn't have a shot. Absolutely knew he had to centre the ball.
He's read the scouting report.
Yeah, he has. He has, certainly has. But Cripps there in a really, really dangerous position. No opponent anywhere near him. Should convert here directly in front.
Missed one just moments ago. A slightly more difficult shot. Little stutter. Boot the ball from 30 out directly in front. Sneaks it through. Carlton steady. Back to 26 points, 8-5-53. Plays 4-3-27, quarter hour mark, second term. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, it was just a forward pressure again, wasn't it? And sloppy Ollie Wines, who needs to get going a little bit here for Port Adelaide with the turnover handball. Ollie Hollins swinging on it. Harry Mackay, just looking at that, he had an opportunity to take that mark. It was a beautiful kick inside 50. The forward pressure, so last couple of scoring opportunities to Cripps directly from forward 50 turnovers through forward pressure.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Bit of activity down here on the Port Adelaide bench. Josh Sin has been under a lot of duress. The physio's been out to him a few times. He's got his calf heavily strapped and he's sort of waddled his way to the interchange bench. Not looking too good.
Sorry, Ray.
No, they're going to make the change.
Wow. Okay, it's not good news at all. The left footer, Josh Sin, hurt on the Port bench. Out of the middle, Hewitt gives it to Cripps, kicks down to half forward, offhand spills to Williams. 60 out, Carlton going inside again. Mackay got his mitts around it, Harry. And he's on pursuit of his third here, and we're only halfway through the second term.
Just too much space given there by Aaliyah. Aaliyah loves to drop off. Harry Mackay recognises that. He's leading it, the kicker, today. So, really smart play by Harry.
Mentioned it earlier, Raymond, doesn't it? Just defenders, when to drop off and when you can play off your opponent a bit on a fast play like that. The ball's coming with speed inside 50. There has to be arm across, awareness.
He's a confidence player. He's kicking drop punts and he's kicking them straight. He's got 3, Harry, and counting. Carlton to 9-5-59. Port Adelaide 4-3-27. The Blues by 32. 16 and a half gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, he's too good a player, really, isn't he? To be. I mean, he was caught napping there a little bit, but that's the one where, okay, ball's coming in, West at speed. Just have a look at it here. I just wonder whether he got a little bit of a block, a bit of help here from Fogarty, or whether he just was caught napping. No, he just went the wrong way. He did. He was they were both tracking the ball. There was a lovely kick inside to Mackay, but just caught ball watching, and you lose awareness and touch and feel.
There
gave up corridor, didn't he?
Yeah, he just gave up corridor too easy. You got to be pushing your direct opponent to boundary, and that's where the traffic was. Also, where Ali needed to be pushing him.
No, it's calf, actually. Josh Sims getting the big ice strapped onto the calf, so it's disappointing end of the season, you'd think, for him.
O'Keefe wins the tap down for the Blues. Stewart, a high kick to half forward. Free kick going the way of Frankie Evans. He'll chip it to the pocket, looking for a leading Moyer. Free kick picked out. Mackay.
Now here's the opposite. You over-index there if you're a Lear, and you get pigged for holding.
I know there's the Elia side of it, but Harry's playing with confidence. He looks like a guy who's playing with a lot of freedom today.
This is where the talk of trading Harry Mackay, it's just craziness.
45-degree angle. Boot to ball from 20 out. He's going to kick around the corner here. Drop punt, snaps. Doesn't matter for Harry. He's got 4. Carlton lead by 38. An equal game high, 10-5-65. Plays 4-3-27, 18 and a half into the second. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, he's putting a very, very good opponent to the sword here, Harry. I think in good form too, Ali. I think he got 10 coaches' votes last week. And I was a little bit... He gave him an out in that first quarter, Ali, with the way the ball was coming in. But this quarter, he's just been too good. Beaten him one-on-one twice. And now, as you said, Ram, the panic set in for Ali. He's giving away a bit of size and fairness. This is where, not having Radaglia out there would clearly get the match up. But like all, good drop-off defenders, when they're forced to defend on a good key forward, at times panic sets in and they grab and give away free kicks.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Blues by 38. Hewitt gives it to Hollins, tearing off the back of the square. Hand pass out to Haynes, tries to give it back to Hewitt. Broken up, spills out Port Adelaide's way. The subs involved. Moraes is into the action, got a hand pass away to Boak. He turns it over, a little clanger there. Carlton get it off half back, up into the middle of the ground, into their path of Fogarty. He kicks long inside 50. Mackay cops an unkind bounce. Motlopes keeps it alive, sockers it goalward across the face. And it'll trickle out in the forward pocket with a bit of help from Farrell. And boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Blues.
Still hold up here, Port. Just in danger of undoing all their good work to get the game back on their terms here, Rama.
Throw in, left forward pocket here for the Blues. Carlton lead by 38 points. Mackay and Sweet go for a waltz. Tapping it down, Mackay away towards Williams, who's dispossessed in the tackle. Ball jars free. Butter zips away with it. Dabs a short kick. It goes 7 metres. Surely not the 15. No, called to play on. Wines eventually gets a handball away. Live footy. That's inside 50 now for the Blues. Wines applies the tackle and a ball up. And the Blues fans, they applaud the pressure. Carlton by 38 points. Ball up inside 50. Sweet slapping it down, coming through Evans. They play some tunnel ball. Lord extracts it out to Drew, and then Byrne-Jones with a high kick into the middle for Port. Underneath it, a couple of Blues. They get in each other's way. Berry shovels out a handball going forward.
Hollins was chasing and he got picked off on the way through. Big bump from McEntee. Carlton win the footy, though, off the back flank. Now a hand pass from Akers to Louis Young, and now out wide for Wiedering. Short kick to Carroll. Now it's defensive side of the wing. Blues have kicked the last 3 in the game. They also kicked the first 6, led by 38 points before Port had scored, and then Port Adelaide kicked 4 of the next 5. got themselves back within 3 goals, and the Blues have just steadied up with the last 3. Long kick down to half forward. Mackay got it out. Up to their Lord. That's Cooper Lord. Hand pass out wide towards Hollands. Short kick to half forward to Akers, who's moved all the way to half forward. Dabs it inside 50, and here's Williams. Marks right forward pocket, but it is the dead pocket. As he'll have a look here from about 30 out.
Oh, look, I've been really impressed with Carlton's ball movement today. You know, there's an urgency about it to take the ball forward. Inside 50s now for the game, 32-11. So really doing some damage in that side of the game. You look at clearances, it's total domination. There's 28-8. But they should be a lot more ahead, Carlton, here.
He's had a 20-goal season. Career best year so far, Zach Williams, to add to that list. Oh, he's dobbed it from out there. From the Bermuda Triangle at Docklands. Zach Williams has 2 for the day, 21 for the year. And the Blues are having a party. 44 points clear. It is all coming up, Carlton. 23 gone in the second term. 11-5-71. Port Adelaide anchored on 4-3-27. Saturday footy, ABC Sports.
Well, it's some really ordinary reading if you're a Port Adelaide player. Clearance 28-8, centre clearance 14-2. Contested football 75-38 in Carlton's favour. Then I mentioned the inside 50s, 32-11. So it's an absolute hammering on the stat sheet. And the margin is probably 44 points. Like with those numbers, it could comfortably be more at the moment for the Blues. This is a really, really ordinary showing by Port Adelaide.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas, youngest living Essendon premiership player. Sweet winning the tap. Onto it, Walsh though for the Blues, and they go for it again. Loops the handball to Lord. Handballs it back to Walsh, knocked down by Boak. Walsh still gets it. Off to Lord. His kick ricochets away. Alia's there. Alia gathers, clears for Port out to the wing. Leading up Ollie Lord, he marks on his chest. Gives it off to the run of Moraes. Into the game. Short kick for Wines. Wines will veer around. And look out wide. Liddy. Bouncing ball right in front of him. Gathers the footy. Looks into the pocket for McEntee. There is Wiedering punching it away. And a throwing coming right on the arc of 50 in the boundary line.
Yeah.
Carlton by 44 points.
Mitch Georgiades is saying, Ollie Wines, I've kicked 54 for the year. I've had a one-on-one, plenty of space inside 50. Give me a chance. Just thought he slowed. He had to wheel and go there, Wines. It was a fast play. In the end, he goes sideways to Liddy, and they end up having to attack too skinny.
From the boundary throwing, comes down to Cripps, tackled by his opposite number, Butters, and they're at it on ground level. Butters just all over him. Certainly tackles with intent, doesn't he, Zach Butters? And a bit of push and shove as they get back with their feet. Up it goes. Sweet palms it down. Boak left it behind. Goes back in a second time. Riding over the top is Cooper Lord. And Boak extracts a handball. There's a very late whistle for in the back. And it's going Boak's way. So Boak against the boundary line. 70 out. Kicks to the forward pocket. Standing in front of the pack, Ollie Wines. Just picks it off and his name written all over it. He thought the traffic was coming behind him and never really rode much contact at all.
Well, he was the one that didn't have an opponent. So there was a group of probably eight players, Port Adelaide and Carlton players, but Ollie Wines came to the front of that contest. I think Cooper Lord may have followed him down, but simply didn't have an opponent when he jumped for that ball in the contest.
So can their Brownlow medalists pull them back into the game? We're right behind the kick. Ollie Wines, it fades to the left. It's a behind, 25.5 gone second term, 11-5 to 4-4. 43-point lead for Carlton. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, up on the Gold Coast, gee, it's blown out their ball.
Yeah, it's a 39-point lead to the Giants. 6 minutes to go into the third quarter. They are all over them.
Blues bring it back in. Carroll short to Cowan, who moves it on to Ollie Hollands, who goes to Walsh, short back to Cowan. Out centre half back. Walsh, slick hands. Away to Wilson. He'll kick laterally. Out towards the wing. Picked up by Ollie Hollands. Looks to half forward. Finds Evans. Wide out. Evans pokes it over the top. Lord's run on. This is Cooper Lord. On the bounce. Pulls his kick. Can he find Cripps? He can. He marks after bundling Rosie out of the way. 20 out, slight angle to the right.
I don't know what you're appealing for, Connor. Just
hold your ground.
Run at the footy.
Yeah, hold your ground. Don't play for a free kick.
That's right. You just go and win the footy. And a couple of times this quarter it's been Lord centering ball to Cripps for an easy shot at goal. Good ball movement again. Far too easy. Transition from back to front half there for the Blues. Disappointing. Just when you thought Port had steadied the game, they've had a pretty ordinary 10 minutes here.
Trying his second. The Blues skipper and dual Brownlow medalist has a couple of goals today. And Carlton lead by 49. 12-5, 77 plays, 4-4, 28. Shackles have been released.
Yeah, and you're spot on, Benny. It just feels like they're playing with a lot more dash, a lot more dare. Unselfish going inside forward 50, the way they're kicking the ball. You mentioned Cooper Lord at 2 occasions now finding Cripps in the centre corridor where previous he might have had a ping at the goal. An ordinary effort by Connor Rosie there as captain. You've got to hold your ground and at least try and get a fist in there and contest that marking contest.
So 4 for Big H, 2 for Williams, 2 for Cripps.
17 inside 50s to 4 for the quarter. 6 zip centre bounce again.
They are getting punished out of the middle. Port Adelaide and right on cue. DeConing down to Hewitt. Walks it out the centre square. Kicks to full forward. O'Keefe almost took a chest mark at the back. Spills the way of Flynn Young. Still in Carlton's hands. Hand pass picked off. Butters zipping back into defence. Gives it to Burne-Jones. Kicks out wide for Berry. Left footer. So he rolls onto his left side. Looks back into the corridor. Sweet takes the mark. Port Adelaide trying to get some overlap run going. Richards receives a handball. Gives one himself to Drew. Back to Berry. Keeps on moving. Hand pass inside 50. Hurried kick forward from Moraes. Chopped off. Sard at fullback. Hand pass out to Louis Young. Trying to settle it down. Floats a kick to half-back and Carlton work it out. As Akers marks on the back flank for the Blues.
He pokes it short. Spots up Wilson. Blues just beyond the back flank. Carlton by 49 points.
Big boots on Wilson.
Kicks around the dockside wing. Coming up, Zerk Thatcher marks.
A couple of old coaches would say, you better get a few kicks with those on.
Yeah, they're sort of a Larry.
That's the modern day, though, isn't it? The man bun and the boots. I like it. Good combo.
Orange, a little bit of yellow as well.
You didn't own a pair of those, Bally?
Never offered any.
Burne-Jones kicks around the wing and the Blues have the numbers. They win it back off hands. Akers away to Wiedering. To Sard, the big woof. As he kicks up to the wing, up goes O'Keefe, brings it down.
Impressive, isn't he?
Hot ball for Carlton. H-OK?
Settle down.
Bally looked a little confused.
You did have me on.
Hewitt chips it short. Rama doesn't like it. Akers pokes it over the top. Marked by Cooper Lord. Just beyond half forward, goes inside 50 and Motlop pops up out of a sprinkler. No one near him. He marks 45 out. Slight angle to the left.
That's the captain's reaction too. Just sort of throws the hands out as if, what was happening there?
Yeah,
he was guarding space out the rest of it.
Yeah, that's right. It's Connor Rosie, the captain. That's Zach Butters' opponent, Cooper Lord. Zach Butters is trying his backside off, as he always does, but Cooper Lord has had a really good quarter. He's 8 possessions.
If you're sitting behind the ball as a captain, you've got to be directing. You're the coach out there. You can see the whole game. Don't put your hands up and go, what's going on here?
On Motlop elects to Sheridan, spots up to Koning. The set-up kick, and the Blues are running hot.
And I say that because when the team is this far behind in a contest, they're looking for the leadership of the captain, not the captain to throw his hands up in the air and say, what are we doing?
Yeah. And
you got to direct.
It wasn't as if his defensive effort was
world
class.
99th game for the Blues today. Next week could be his 100th and last, but he's got a goal here. Tom De Koning rams it through, and they celebrate with him a 55-point lead. 6 in a row, 13-5-83, plays 4-4-28, 5 seconds away from halftime.
6 goal to 1 quarter. Again, it's just all falling apart. Just when you thought Port put together a good first 10 minutes, just been able to stabilise the game a little bit.
Well, so the first goal of that second quarter came to 2-minute mark. That was Port Adelaide.
Yep.
Then there was 13 minutes of sort of, there's a little bit of an arm wrestle. Then from the 15-minute mark, to the 30-minute mark, Carlton kicked the 6 goals. So it's terrific.
And with ease too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just an uncontested mark. Inside 50. Defenders falling asleep again. Easy goal.
Strong showing from Carlton this afternoon as Sweet leaps into De Koning and gets the centre break. It's a rare win out of the middle for Port. They have been bashed up around the footy and Carlton have dominated them out the middle and on the scoreboard. They bookend that first half with the first 6 goals and the last 6 goals, and as a result it is Carlton by 55 at the main break. 13-5-83 all over Port Adelaide 4-4-28. As the lads touched on, Carlton scored the first 38 points before the Power had scored, and then Port Adelaide kicked 4 of the next 5 goals to get back within 18 points. And Carlton put their foot on the gas again just to leave them way off in the review mirror. And 55 points is the margin at half-time. The goal kickers, Harry Mackay's got 4, 2 each for Williams and Cripps, and then singles for De Koning, O'Keefe, Moyer, Evans and Flynn Young. Meanwhile for Port Adelaide, 1 each for Boak. Whitlock, his first in AFL footy, Georgiades and Ollie Lord.
And we spoke about the fact that Ken Hinckley's 4 worst or heaviest defeats have come this year. This is on track to be the 5th.
Wow. Yeah,
well, it's certainly on track to, and it's really, I don't know if it's great play by Carlton or just Port Adelaide are just really, really ordinary. Like inside 50s that quarter, 19-5. Contested football, 41-22 that quarter. Clearance, 14-6. Centre bounce clearance, 7-1.
I mean, it's diabolical around the clearances. Yeah, again, for a team that's got plenty of talent in and around stoppage.
They look like a top 4 team.
Yeah, they do. But that's where, I mean, you look at the leaders, and again, we know Butters gives his all every week, but Wines, Boak, Rosie's in there, Drew's in there. They are just getting absolutely slaughtered from stoppage. And, you know, there's only so much an undermanned, an undersized defence can do when that's the case.
Well, look,
Port Adelaide players just waiting for Connor Rosie to finish his television commitments before running off the ground.
It's really interesting at the end of the season watching teams that really are not playing for a finals berth, and just what effort is there now. You know, you got a coach that's given his absolute all for 12 years, I think Ken is, isn't he? 12 years, 11 years, whatever, something like that.
Yeah.
And you know, to have a showing like that in the first half with 2 games to go, it's sort of saying, you know, we don't really care. That's the way I look at that. Now, Ballie's spot on. There's still plenty of talent out in the field for Port Adelaide, but to give up a margin of 55 points at half time, and you know, you look at overall numbers for the half. Like inside 50s, 36-16. Clearance, 30-10. Contested football, 81-42.
They're massive numbers.
They're unseen numbers.
And 68 more disposals in a half of footy for Carlton. And the centre breaks, which you guys have emphasised, 16-3. They've just been absolutely battered out of the middle.
So that to me is going, well, we just want the season to end.
Yeah.
We want to get on with our off season. We want to go overseas on holiday.
Well, I said to you pre-game, is it a waste of time? And it feels like the way everyone's approaching it is almost as if we're completely checked out. We know change is coming. Let's just
But you've got players there that are out of contract playing for their career at the moment.
Yep.
I guarantee you a coach or a list manager or a GM of football, they remember performances at the end of the year.
Yep.
They go, okay, this bloke digs in.
Yeah.
He wants an AFL career.
This is a team that finished top 2 last year.
Yeah.
Had 2 home finals.
Well, but we didn't see this last week, did we? You know, they were really spirited against Fremantle at home, and for all intents and purposes, should have won that game. And it's just been a really, really poor showing from Port Adelaide. But on the flip side, this is a team, Carlton, who clearly are thinking about starting next year. You know, finishing off the year and springboarding into next year. And it's been great to see Sam Walsh back out there. He's looked good, hasn't he? He's covering the ground really well, looked really, really quick, and kicked the ball with penetration. Cripps has looked pretty good, snuck forward, kicked a couple of goals. They're getting some good input from the younger players like Cooper Lord, and Zach Williams is continuing on his really good year as well. So, super impressive performance from Carlton. and some soul-searching at half-time to do for Port Adelaide.
Losses this year, 98 points in the showdown 3 weeks ago. They lost by 91 points to Collingwood way back in round 1, 90 points in Ballarat in a game we did against the Bulldogs, and then 88 points to Geelong in round 21 a couple of weeks ago. So that they've had 4 really heavy defeats, and hopefully for Port Adelaide's sake, this turns the other way for them in the second half.
Big result on the Gold Coast.
Massive one brewing there. 45 points is the lead for GWS at three-quarter time over the Gold Coast. So GWS 45 up. They have won 14 of the last 15 against the Suns.
Got their measure. No, I just had a sneaking suspicion.
You picked the Giants?
I did. I just reckon they've got the Suns measure. And just looking at the live ladder, they leapfrogged the Suns after this performance. Presuming they go on to win it, they go to 60 points. So all of a sudden they can sneak into the top 4. The Giants.
So how many wins are the Suns on?
They've got 56 with, again, so
they'll get the Essendon game, which will take them to 60.
So they have to beat Port Adelaide in Port next week, which will be the big emotional send-off game, not a gimme either. So can turn it on a dime this season.
It doesn't do sort of Fremantle the Dogs any favours. No. That is absolutely shaping as the game, doesn't it?
It is.
Winner makes it, loser misses. If the results the other results go the way of the favourites, and we know that's not a certainty at this time of the year. More of your thoughts on the SMS throughout. Darren and the ACT enjoying the call as always. TDK is playing like the Saints are having second thoughts. Joe the Crow from Canberra, the roof on any stadium, especially in Canberra, would be a great advantage to the crowd. We would be able to watch a game in positive temperature. Go the Crows. Thanks, Joe. Nice to hear from you. And one for Ray from Rob. I'll hold that over and bring that to you on the other side of the latest from the ABC newsroom. So half-time here, Carlton by 55 points. We'll keep you updated with everything that's happening Saturday afternoon footy in round 23. But let's kick it over to the newsroom ahead of the start of the second half.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The first meeting between American and Russian leaders since 2021 has wrapped up in Alaska with no deal to end the war in Ukraine. The BBC's Sarah Smith has more.
Trying to read between the lines of what both of them had to say, it sounded to me as though Vladimir Putin was saying that he was pleased to have had the opportunity to make his case to the American delegation and directly, face-to-face, in person with Donald Trump about the reasons why he says he felt it necessary to invade Ukraine. It sounded to me as though he had reiterated that case to Donald Trump today and stopped well short of agreeing to stop the fighting. One can only assume that is the major point that Donald Trump was referring to, that they were unable to reach agreement on it.
More than 280 people have been killed by flooding in India and Pakistan. Many others are missing amid torrential rain in the Kashmir region. Leaders of both countries have offered their condolences to the victims' families. Rescue operations are ongoing with more heavy rain forecast for the region. Southeast Queensland has been rattled by a magnitude 5.6 earthquake. Joshua McIntosh reports.
Geoscience Australia recorded the tremor at Kilkivan, west of Noosa, at a depth of 10 kilometres just before 10 o'clock this morning. The quake was felt in central Queensland and across the border in New South Wales. While the tremor was the same magnitude as a quake that caused major damage in Newcastle in 1989, Queensland police say there have been no reports of serious damage or injury after today's event.
Riot police in the Serbian capital Belgrade have again clashed with protesters demanding early elections. Police used tear gas against the protesters who threw fireworks and attempted to block roads. These demonstrators in the city of Novi Sad accused the police of brutality.
They
beat up our children. The police are brutal. Shame on this country. Shame on the Interior Minister and the President. Shame on the police and on every policeman. If I was a policeman, I would quit my job.
I think this fight won't be over soon. There are months ahead of us in the fight, and I hope it'll end at some point and that elections will be held.
UN-sponsored negotiations for a global treaty to end plastic pollution have failed. They were due to end 2 days ago, but countries continue to negotiate in the hope of breaking a deadlock. A split remains between a group of about 100 countries calling for curbs on plastic production and oil states pushing for a focus on recycling. Scientists are concerned about the potentially toxic effects of plastics, with microplastic particles detected in soils, rivers, the air, and human organs. The Greens are advocating for the South Australian government to extract some of the giant Australian cuttlefish eggs from the Spencer Gulf, which are possibly at risk from the state's toxic algal bloom. Each winter, tens of thousands of cuttlefish spawn at Point Lowly near Whyalla. The state government says the algal bloom has not reached the cuttlefish coast and there's no evidence to suggest it's currently affecting cuttlefish. But Greens MLC Robert Sims says some cuttlefish eggs should be moved as a precaution.
And then there's an opportunity, of course, to reintroduce those into the future. That's so that we don't lose generations of our cuttlefish. It's such a valuable part of our marine life and also vital for tourism.
A wintry blast across Australia's southeast is forecast to continue over the weekend and into next week, delivering more rain and even hail and snow to elevated regions. A cold front swept into the southern coastline yesterday, with a second expected to hit tomorrow. Southeastern states can expect an extended spell of temperatures as much as 5 degrees below average. Senior meteorologist Angus Hines says snow is forecast for parts of New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania and even South Australians could see some light snowfall in the Mount Lofty and southern Flinders Ranges.
The snow could fall to fairly low levels, especially across Tasmania, down around 400 metres. And because of that low snow level, we have issued road weather alerts and bushwalkers alerts, because anyone walking up in those mountains or even driving across those higher roads and alpine passes does need to be aware there could be a few snow flurries around.
In Cricket Australia says former Australian Test captain Bob Simpson has died at the age of 89. Simpson played 62 tests between 1957 and 1978, scoring 4,869 runs, including 10 hundreds, and claimed 71 wickets. One of the greatest slip fielders of all time, Simpson initially retired from the game in 1968 before returning as Test captain at the age of 41. ABC News. Get more news at any time. Download the ABC Listen app.
On the ABC Listen app, stream a wide range of free audiobooks, like from Leanne Moriarty, James Patterson, Tim Winton, and Kate Morton. No catch, just press play. Find free audiobooks on the ABC Listen app.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for six. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes up.
And it's on now on the ABC Listen.
Down the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Hewitt gives it to Cripps, kicks down to half forward offense, goes to Williams, 60 out, Carlton going inside again, Mackay. But it's mitts around at Harry, and he's on pursuit of his third here. We're only halfway through the second term. He's a confidence player, he's kicking drop punts and he's kicking them straight. He's got 3, Harry, and counting.
Free kick going the way of Frankie Evans. He'll chip it to the pocket, looking for a leading Moyer. Free kick picked out, Mackay. He's going to kick around the corner here. Drop punt snaps, doesn't matter for Harry, he's got 4. Evans pokes it over the top. Lord's run on, this is Cooper Lord. On the bounce, pulls his kick. Can he find Cripps? He can. He marks after bundling Rosie out of the way. The Blues skipper and dual Brownlow medalist has a couple of goals today. Cooper Lord. Just beyond half forward, goes inside 50 and Motlop pops up out of a sprinkler. No one near him, he marks 45 out on Motlop. Elects to Sharon, spots up to Koning. 29th game for the Blues today. Next week could be his 100th and last, but he's got a goal here.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at Docklands. It is a 55-point lead for Carlton over Port Adelaide. So the bag is 13-5-83. Port Adelaide 4-4-28. They bookend that half with 6-goal runs. They kicked the first 6 of the game. They've kicked the last 6 to make it a 55-point buffer at half-time. It's one of only 2 games that are on at the moment. GWS are leading the Gold Coast Suns in what is colloquially known as the Expansion Derby, 15-9-99 over Gold Coast 8-7-55. So that's a 44-point margin in favour of GWS there, which is an interesting result in the competition. Obviously, with there's only 4 games left including that one where the top 9 play each other before the final series. We've obviously got a juicy game to come tonight, which you'll hear nationwide here on ABC Sport, Adelaide and Collingwood.
I also don't mind the Geelong-Sydney game. I think Sydney are...
Sneaky good?
Yeah.
It's interesting if you look at top 9 teams against bottom 9 teams. Yep. So we've got these 2 leagues.
You love this.
Yeah, top league, second league. Since round 14, top 9 against the bottom 9 are 40 wins and 2 losses. Yep. And the 2 losses are both
Swans. Yeah, Sydney, Freo, Sydney, Brisbane.
So, there you go, Ram.
Well, I think they're a sort of
I think that's
socially a 10th team, aren't they?
It's a danger game.
Oh, yeah.
Geelong.
Grundy out hurts.
Yeah.
Grundy's been so good. So good last week. That really hurts. But, no, I agree. Yeah, they can get them around the ball. And
this might be one off the SMS, right? So in the second half, what I want is we don't want big, long, drawn-out text messages, but as succinctly as you can, the bottom 9 this year, so now League 2, who of the bottom 9 teams can you make the best case for to go charging up the table next year and playing finals? So which of the bottom 9 teams is most likely to play finals next year and why? Give us a good reason on the SMS 0437 774 774. So which of the bottom 9 teams are most likely to play finals next year? So give us A side, tell us why. 0437 774 774. Is it too simple to say the Swans? Just to say, oh, look, the Swans will bounce back. They'll be a top 8 team next year?
I think it is, because I still think the Swans need a forward. Mm-hmm. You know, you look at Amati, been injured, inconsistent. Logan McDonald, inconsistent.
He's one that's been linked there.
Yeah. Bear with me. Have you already listened to what I was going to say?
I can read your mind.
And the other one is Hayden McLean. So they do need, like, they've relied so heavily on Heaney to play forward and midfield this year. So, yeah, they'll no doubt go after Jamara. They'll absolutely no doubt go after him. I imagine there'll be other key forwards they'll be going after as well.
Like one that's kicked 4 goals in the first half here?
Possibly.
That's the question.
Harry Mackay. Obviously, Carlton have 2, whether they...
could be his partner in crime.
Charlie, of course, after those reports a few weeks ago. He did the right thing and came out post-game basically said, no, I'm saying to Carlton, don't worry about it, but... It's obviously, that's all you got to say this time of the year. The trade period's not open, so...
Very rarely does the big fish leave, don't they? You'd be surprised to see
contract.
Mackay, especially in contract. You're supposed to. But I think, Ugle-Hagen, certainly worth a go with the talents there, clearly. But just signing him, wouldn't guarantee anything. But I think there's enough there to suggest that they'll be...
Every team wants for something.
Yeah.
That's
true.
That's how the competition is. There's no perfect team, but the bottom 9 that you're talking about, they want for a little bit more than the top 9 teams at the very moment. So it's really how many of those targets they can attract first, get into the team, and have an impact. But it's also, what they're going to draft over the next couple of years before Tasmania comes in.
So heading into the weekend, there was a 2-game gap between 9th and 10th, and then there was another 3 games between 10th and 11th, the way the table sits. So let us know, 0437 774 774, which of the bottom 9 teams is most likely to make the jump next year,
I think
why?
I think Carlton are the other one. Yeah, I think Carlton are the other clear one. Yeah.
If they get a consistent small forward...
Mm-hmm.
that really can impact games on a regular basis, because their small forwards don't impact regularly.
They need some runoff half-back as well, don't they?
Yeah, and they need probably a bit more speed in the midfield.
Yeah, and a bit more help for Jacob Wiedering too, I think.
I also think that if they do change their game to be more of a ball movement team, the speed factor goes away, because the ball moves quicker than any player out on the ground. So, yeah.
It's like the old movie Goal. Do you remember that movie?
Is that the one where the guy played for Newcastle?
Yeah, the coach he likes to dribble, and the coach gets him out and says, run towards there as fast as you can, and kicks the ball. He says, look, the ball beat you there.
Yeah, that's right.
He said, pass it goes faster than you.
I remember the movie. I don't remember one thing from it other than that. We've got one for Ray off the SMS. I'll put to him in just a moment. Andy from Wodonga, Port players are pathetic. Front runners always have been. Thinking about their trip
strong
in the off-season. So that is strong from Andy. Paul from Torquay. G'day, gents. It seems the players have stopped playing for Kenny. Or has Kenny given up? Recent footage shows him to be fairly apathetic.
It's an interesting question, or interesting point that he makes there. So, He can. So he's not coaching on the bench today either, which he usually does. I haven't noticed him down there. I'm not sure.
No,
I don't think Ray has noticed him down there.
It's fake Ken down there.
Yeah, it's fake Ken.
Fake Ken's down there. Chap Wingard told us he's actually a Magpies legend from the SANFL.
Right.
So played a lot of footy for the Magpies in the Sandful.
But they do look similar, but different guys, obviously. I did a game earlier in the year where Ken Hinckley at one stage was sort of turning to the camera and put the false teeth in, the lolly teeth.
He's been back up in the box for the last little period. Yeah, having a bit of fun. But
a couple of nominations for bottom 9 teams to make the jump. Tim says the D's because Goody's gone. Gee, that's hard. James from Mont Albert off the SMS. Melbourne, plenty of talent, and all they need is to be terrified of their coach. Nathan Buckley is the man.
Yeah, well, they're finishing off the year in that vein as well. Aren't they? They almost toppled the Dogs last week, and I think they'll the Hawks would want to be on their game today to beat them. So I think that's a reasonable. I think they're the 3, aren't they? Probably.
Okay. I was intrigued to see that Paul Roos, their former coach, suggested they could win the flag next year.
Wow. That's a big statement.
Also had a little clip for you, all of you in the media. Where is he? I heard on our ABC podcast. Anyway.
Second half underway. Blues by 55 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The Coning the tap down. Boak pinches it. Clears for Port. Mark taken there by Cowan on the back flank.
You and Roosie still best mates, Benny?
We work together and get on well. Why is that?
Oh, you're very close. Just mention his name often.
It was interesting takeoff. I thought that he believes there's enough talent on the list to win the flag next year.
Particularly given his connection to Solomon Goodwin. They handed over the reins, and I don't know if that... Am I reading too much into it?
Long kick down the wing from the Blues, out the back. Zerk Thatcher, handball away to Boak, to Sweet, to Liddy, running down the wing. Off to Butters, can't quite grasp it. Bounces off Walsh, gathers it. Off to Boak, up towards half forward here, Port. Fumble from Drew, allows in the Blues. Finn Young, away to Hewitt, his handball knocked down. Drew takes it back for Port. Out to Boak, handball looking for Butters. Half forward and the Blues get back. Cowan away towards Young, who gets rid of it. Away to his namesake in Flynn Young. He kicks up towards the wing.
Looking for Fogarty, didn't quite mark, but did well to follow up. Hands it out to Walsh, who goes cruising through the middle. Kicks inside 50 and Moyer leaps up and marks centre half forward for the Blues.
Sam Walsh been really impressed with his return, and he's kicked it well. It's been the one thing that was probably letting him down a little bit as he was struggling with his body at the start of this year. He's looked really sharp on top of the ground, and he's delivered the ball inside 50 really nicely today.
He's let the hair grow out as well, got the feathers flying. Sammy Walsh. Here's Ashton Moyer. Left-footed drop pump, misses everything. Hit the behind post.
He's a left footer, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
I've got no doubt he took a set shot right-footed in that first quarter when you called him Christian Moyer.
He's still trying to make a name for himself at AFL level.
as Ashton.
One of 6 lefties in the lineup today for Carlton. Port Adelaide have 4.
Puts back to Ruse, as he said, you don't have to be accurate, you blokes. Really do.
Now's not the time, Bawley.
Sorry, mate.
Burn Jones with a long clearing kick up to Alea, who kicks around the wing. Whitlock marks for Port, gives it off to Georgiades. Forward handball away to Liddy. Steps his man. Half forward, centering kick. Looking for a marker. Up they go. Lord drops it. Down at ground level. Moraes coughs it up. Pinched by Wiedering. Bounces a clearing kick, but onto it first. Sweet. Still inside 50. Hooks it back onto the chest of Boak. 40 out directly in front.
Of course, the clubs and the coaches, Paulie, are just a bastion of honesty all the time and just feed us the truth.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's got some tricks. Big bit the basketball calling the pumpkin orange, I think.
Yeah. I was just going to say, he's got some tricks, big Jordan Sweet, hasn't he?
Well, he needs to.
I mean, he's had his colours lower today, but when he wants to. Yeah, he's a big guy.
Not keen to talk about that topic, Bawley, is he?
What's that?
Here comes Boak. Boot the ball from 45, hangs it out to the right, not coming back.
You don't protest too much, you do. Just. I'm not doubting you.
Carlton lead by.
I don't work at a club either, Ben, so you can go your hardest.
More of these bottom 9 teams likely to make the jump next year. 2 nominations for St Kilda. One simply says St Kilda because it's time, and the other one says St Kilda, one word, Naz. Hopeful that he'll stay. As Cowan grabs the footy, heavily tackled into the ground by Willem Drew, and a free kick for Port Adelaide. holding the ball, so Drew to take it. Cowan's okay. Handball away to Rosie. Kicks inside 50. Turnover. Pops it straight to Matt Carroll. Takes the intercept mark. David in Albert Park, Essendon, because I said so. There you go, there's a nomination for the Bombers. Trevor thinks Essendon will make the finals in 2025 due to so many debutants getting the game this year. But my wife, Faye, thinks Carlton will make the finals next year because she thinks they're a better team. As Carlton work it through the middle of the ground here, Hewitt kicks out wide to Akers, collects high half forward. Hand pass away to Hollands, goes back by hand to Akers. Sweeping hand pass along the boundary line to Lord. That's Cooper Lord. Comes back inside to Walsh. His kick smothered. Burn-Jones does well. Wins it back for the Power. Hand pass away to Richards. Goes darting away in front of the benches. Centering kick to the outer corridor and sweep marks.
Sweeps it over the top. Away to McEntee. Looks to the pocket. Kicks in the Georgiades direction. He's got it. Backpedaling towards the boundary line. Marks it a couple of metres in. About 20 metres out.
Gets there in the end, Rammer. I'm screaming it. It was a terrific play, wasn't it, from Joe Richards? Such a smart, crafty player, just to duck back in or cut back in inside and open up the ground a bit. Screaming at these forwards to lead back at the kicker that time. The kick was good enough to clear the Carlton defender, and Georgiades gets a toughish shot at goal.
Son of John, looking for his second, hits the woodwork.
Nephew of Joe, maybe?
No. Joe Georgiades.
No relation.
No relation, I think. Working at the Subiaco Football Club at the moment, though, which Mitch Georgiades was drafted out of. Carlton lead by 53 points, 5 minutes into the third.
Saab just dabs it short to Cowan. Last line of defence. Blues all over Port. They lead by 53 points. Long kick in front of the boundary line. Mackay leaps for it. No marks. Spills down to Moraes. Hand pass away to Wines. He dishes off the handball to Sweep. Sweeping hand pass inside to Drew. Spin move. Gives it back by hand to Butters. And he kicks across the ground to Aaliyah. Port Adelaide still with it. Aaliyah off his strolls. Kicks to Liddy. Out at high half forward. He marks 70 out from goal. Just about every Carlton player inside Port's forward 50. And he gets a leading option. It's Wines who hits up and takes it 48 metres out right half forward. Kind of passage through all the blue bodies.
Just got to be closer there, George Hewitt. They shouldn't allow, there's so many numbers back in Port Adelaide's forward 50. You can't allow those little hit-ups. That's the one where the team defence versus the individual defence, and Hewitt's individual defending wasn't good enough.
Down in that channel at right half forward, in a 45-degree angle, Ollie Wines kicks from just inside the 50. The kick misses out to the right and behind. Pete off the SMS. High team Saints have to be the big mover from the bottom nine. Keep Wanganeen Miller again. Tom DeConing. Max King fit and firing. And keep the younger players on the up and up. Impressive determination in the last 4 games from Pete.
Saw Max King at Auskick today. Little one's Auskick. It was a guest appearance. Him and Elijah Sardis.
Moving well.
Moving very well, Corb. He said he's had recent surgery. He had the tubey grip on the knee and not moving well at all. So obviously got plenty of time to get himself right for next year. But Saints fans will be hoping and waiting, won't they?
Yeah.
Haven't seen any of it this year at all.
Blues complete the switch. Here's Carroll through the logo, kicking up to half forward. Over the head of Aaliyah, it bounces out the back. Motlop in the pocket, right there with him, Mead. Mead surrounded by a couple of Blues, and then picked up by Williams. No room to work. Ball up, right forward pocket. It's the attacking right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 52.
Sweet, he palms it down. Here's Williams at half forward. Hand pass away to Akers. Kicks to full forward. Slides past this intended target. Haynes down there. Liddy threw his arms back trying to draw free. Not forthcoming. In the other direction, the Blues just knock it away to Flynn Young. Went to ground. Now the ball bobbles to the wing. So all of a sudden we're up in midfield. Hand pass missed the intended target. Saab trying to link up with his teammate there in Wilson. Port win it back. Long kick inside 50 and getting back to take the intercept mark to Coney.
How's the athleticism there? He started 2 metres behind young Whitlock, who, early days in his career, but Tom DeConing, geez, look good today.
Goes to Akers, who moves it short to Hollands, coming in late. Butters almost looked after Ollie Hollands in the end, who bites off the kick into the middle of the ground. Fogarty kicks laterally across the halfway line. Out to Sard, pokes it further out wide. Running on Cowan, looks into the pocket. Lateral lead for Evans. And he slides into mark on his chest, 40 out.
That's what we haven't seen enough from Carlton this year. prepared to take the ball off the line continually until they can find the gap inside forward 50. It just makes Port Adelaide's defenders all have to shift across the ground. You can usually then find a leading lane. Carlton this year particularly have just kicked down the line. They've just taken the easy option continually, and that's where the frustration, I think, has kicked in from so many.
In the coaches' votes last week, Francis Evans, 4 goals. His drop punt here is narrow, very narrow. Misses the lot. Out of bounds on the full. The Blues by 52. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We played 9 minutes and change in the second half.
Meanwhile, the other game, it's really just a matter of the margin here. GWS look like they got the game in their keeping. 31 points up on Gold Coast with 8 minutes to go. Final quarter action there. Long ball up to the wing. Spills out Carlton's way as Cowan got a handball out towards DeConey. Feeds one further wide to Haynes. Pulls the kick to the outer corridor. Williams marks. Hand pass to Cripps. The skipper at centre half forward. Passes to Motlop, who marks. Right forward pocket. Comes back to the corridor. Got it to Walsh. And a thumbs up from Sammy Walsh back to Jesse Motlop. He'll shoot from 30 out straight in front.
Well, I don't think Jesse wanted the responsibility, to be honest with you. He just hasn't kicked well all year for goal. So he didn't even look at the goals. He took that mark and he saw Sam Walsh coming through the centre corridor inside forward 50. And, yeah, it was usually a small forward going, no, I can't get it to you. But he was passing straight away.
First game since round 13. Sammy Walsh back from his foot complaint. He loves a goal, but he won't get one here. Misses out to the right, and we are still waiting for our first goal in this third quarter, which is almost 11 minutes old. Carlton by 53.
Rosie to take the kick in. Just ambles to the right back pocket. Kicks long up to the wing. Pack forms off the hands of the pack. Back into the middle of the ground. Clean bowls Cripps. Berry comes in. He's tackled strongly by Cripps, and too strongly, too high. Free kick to Berry. He'll give it off to Farrell. Running by that left leg. Just chips it inside 50, and Whitlock slides out and marks. He's got 3 of his Carlton defenders there and ends up with it 45 out. Slight angle to the left.
Farrell is who Carlton need.
Yeah.
If you're going after somebody and you're talking about half-back flanker that can kick, Farrell's, I reckon he's a deadly kick. Just doesn't get enough of it.
Nick Newman play that role. Similar sort of player, isn't he? I mean, Farrell's an elite kick in the competition. Newman at his best. Far off that.
In comes Whitlock. He's already got one today. Looking for his second. Yes. Just sneaks it inside the left-hand goalpost. And cuts the Carlton lead back to 47 points. 13-6-84. Plays 5-7-37. 12 played third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's been one positive, hasn't it, today? And a tough day for Port forwards. You look at Willie Rioli there. He's only had the one possession. Will he maybe get him into a set of bounce? Just see if he can get the hands on the footy, just to get him involved in the game in some way. But yeah, young Whitlock, I've liked what I've seen. He moves well, obviously 200 centimetres, so big, strong kid, and looks to kick it pretty well as well. That was a lovely strike.
Modern key forward, they're all
200, aren't they?
Yeah, pushing 200.
The skinny kid though, he's obviously working pretty hard in the gym, big strong legs. So have a nice future.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Cooper Lord just made his way down into the rooms in the hands of the doctor. Not really sure what's happening, but Corey Durden is beginning to warm up.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Port already used their sub in the first half. A calf injury for Josh Sin. So Christian Moraes into the game. He's the latest of a long list of guys with a disputed pronunciation on his surname as to how it's actually spelt and pronounced, and how the club have told us to pronounce it and everything else. More on that fun in just a moment as Walsh is spun around 360 degrees. Free kick for Butters. And Butters has got it alongside the centre circles. Kicks a high ball inside the forward 50. Wiedering down there, takes the intercept mark. I think the club has instructed some in the media to say it is Moraes, Christian Moraes. I've actually heard a recording from his dad that calls him Moraes. So he gives it the big build-up in the Moraes, which I sort of...
Kind of like Moraes Erasmus.
Yes, so that's what his dad says, and It's a bit like in Coming to America where they say, if Mum are calling Clay, I'm calling Clay. His dad calls him Marius. I'm going to call him Marius.
Yeah, I feel like he should know.
So we'll start with that.
I think it's more Maria Rasmus too.
Yes, well, let's not confuse the point of the story. There's Cowan on the back flank. Long kick out in front of the benches. Williams trying to tap it out in front. Picked up by Butters. Shoots a hand pass inside to Wines for Port Adelaide. To Rosie. Handball knocked down. Carlton win it back. Cripps. Handball away to Williams. Gives it to Moyer. Lifts a hand pass over to Fogarty. Oh, Fogarty centering kick. Missed intended target. Picked up here by Frankie Evans. Turns. Shoots goalward and misses. She will treat it to a whole lot of goals in the first half. And behinds have been the theme in this second half, which is 15 minutes old. And Carlton's lead is 8 goals, 48 points, 13-7 to 5-7. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just been kicked into neutral a little bit in this game. Farrell kicks a dart straight to Ollie Wines. Right up the corridor. Wines pokes it short. Richards marks right on the defensive arc for Port. Richards twirling the footy in his hands. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kicks laterally to Jones. He will move it on again, and now Port away down the wing through Zerk Thatcher. He chips it short, turns it over, and Louis Young comes up with it and gets the Blues quickly back the other way. Off to Wilson. Wilson dribbles his kick, bouncing ball. Flynn Young can't trap it. It's knocked around in the muck. Wilson goes back and gets it. Off to Walsh, Blues half forward. Haynes dump kick inside 50. Mackay coming at the footy, marks it. Skittles a few on the way through.
The mark.
Big H makes it his.
Yeah, terrific mark by Harry Mackay. Has that dump kick inside forward 50. Aaliyah's right there. Connor Rosie comes in to try to support. Mackay's just got that big frame at the front of the contest and able to jump and take the mark.
Speaking of pronunciations, we do have Mackay here. Carlton AFLW team, obviously captained by Abby McKay, daughter of Andrew, as Mackay comes in and slots it. He's got a handful. Carlton lead by 50 plus again, 54 points to margin. 14-7 plays 5-7, 16 played third term. Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball.
Well, I like that by Billy Wilson. He made the error with the kick. It was just a scrubby kick, but he went back and got it. It was really quick hands out of that contest that allowed Carlton to get that ball inside forward 50. So only his third game of football, the young man. So it's another good sign. Both their draft picks from a couple of years ago. Moyer, the forward, looks pretty good, and obviously Wilson's just making his way in the game. So you want those little signs if you're a Carlton supporter.
First time he's kicked 5 in a game since round 17 last year against the Giants. So since July 6, here we are, August 16. So 5 and counting for Harry Mackay. Still only 17 minutes into this third term. Time to add that yet as Butters first possession back in the middle. Hand pass away to Wines. He kicks out a high bomb to centre half forward. Rioli leaps up and comes down with it. Here's Willie Rioli, the only premiership player on the ground. As Rioli just dabs it further inside 50. Georgiades leaps forward, punched away at the back. Down into Carlton's path and into Motlock. Tans. Hand pass to Hewitt on the counter-attack. Gives it to Walsh through midfield. Links up with Carroll. Handball back to Hewitt. Kicks inside 50. Mackay's out deep. Williams trying to track the footy. Trying to turn Rosie inside out. Rosie does really well. Protects the drop. Sends a hand pass forward. It trickles out of bounds. The ump says, spin it in. Did handball it forward and just bounced at right angles. Went out of play. So throwing 60 metres out from the Carlton goal.
He's going back behind the footy, Connor Rosie. He's a defender, on Zach Williams.
Carlton lead by 54. Throw in at half forward for them. Motlock swoops on it. Off to Walsh. Feigns the handball. Gets around a couple. Gets to 50. Gets around Rosie. Off to O'Keefe. Overcooks it. Aaliyah drops the mark. Might work out for Moyer. Gathers. Jab step. Handball to Fogarty. Bring it back. Free kick going to Mead.
Yeah.
He was collared.
Yep, that's fair. That was fair. I'm thinking, what's happened here?
Yep. Tackle without it, basically, in the goal square.
Good spot by the umpire.
And Mead at fullback, Carlton by 54 points.
Long contest, kick to half-back. Wiedering allowed to run and jump at it. Takes the mark. The All-Australian from last year, Jacob Wiedering. It's a crowded forward 50. Wiedering trying to find a path through. Just lays it up for Harry Mackay. Over his head, it's marked at the back and it'll be paid. And Frankie Evans has got it in the corridor, 20 metres out.
That's a really frustrating one.
Ollie Ward went flying over the top trying to spoil. Had a fresh air shot.
Yeah, he did.
Was bowled out of the way in front. Waiting at the back was little Frankie Evans. A goal each to start this third term. It's been a bit of a slow start through 19 minutes. Now Carlton the opportunity to add to their half-time lead. As Evans skips in, thumps through the goal. His second. And as it is as wide as it's been. It's a 60-point lead for Carlton. 15-7 to 5-7. It's all the Blues under the roof at Docklands. Meanwhile, nearing full-time at Carrara. And the margin is 30 points in favour of the Giants, so they will be winning there 16-9 over the Gold Coast, 11-9. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, he's taking his claim, isn't he, Remo? Yep. Mickey Evans for that
his opportunity.
Number one small forward role. I think he's the best finisher. He's the best kick of that group. Of course, talking about Fogarty and Motlop and Durden, who's a sub today. So, yep, that's all you can do. Put your best foot forward and finish off the year well. See if there can be a little bit of, I call it recency bias in the review at the end of the year for Frankie. He was electric last week in that last quarter.
Yeah.
I'll get to all of Ken Hinckley's 4 worst losses as Port Adelaide coach in a moment. We're back in the middle, secondary ball up. So 98 points in the showdown a couple of weeks ago. 91 points against Collingwood at the MCG in round 1 earlier this year. As the Blues take it out of the middle. Hewitt tumbles it towards half forward. Mackay gets a hand to it, follows up at ground level. Handball misses Akers, allows in Port. Lorenz twisting, turning. Handball for Butters, retreats with a kick. Just gets it to Rosie. And to be brave and marks a 90-point defeat against the Western Bulldogs in Ballarat as Rosie kicks into the middle for Wines. Just forward to the bullseye. Turns and goes long, inside 50. Up they go. Louis Young brings it down. Wilson does a 720. Stripped of it in the tackle. Rioli slaps it out. Evans arrives to help out for the Blues. And Saad gets it to Wilson.
Wilson off the back flank. Kicks out in front of Hudson O'Keefe, who takes the mark right on the boundary line, City side. Blues on the counter-attack here as players flood forward. She'll kick to Hollins. And the Cattery, Ben.
Yeah, so the Cattery just a couple of weeks ago, 88 points. So this is 60 at the moment. Will it get into that ballpark?
Hollins kicks inside the forward 50. Cut out on the way through, but couldn't kill it. Mead falls through to Mackay. Gives it to Moyer. Shoots goalward but misses. And behind for Ashton Moyer. Makes the lead 61 for the Blues. Time on third term. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, the paperwork in, so Corey Durden will come into the game. Cooper Lord out.
Kick in away to Berry. Back flank here for Port. Trailing by 61. Berry chips a kick. Favours Wiedering, who punches it away into Row G.
Got a question for you, Ray. I don't know if you remember the incident. Rob in Greensborough, we get lots of these. But can Ray explain why Boak was allowed to go so far infield back on his free? I thought he had to kick over the mark, but he was at least 5 metres off it when he kicked it to Wines.
No, it's one of the more challenging ones for the umpires when they're inboard. If the player, when he's retreating, arcs back in off his line of kick, they should call play on. So good pick up out at Greensborough.
He's onto it, Rob. Oh, man, it's Hewitt. It's a handball moving forward, slapped on by Walsh. Williams picks it up. High floater inside 50, shallow entry for the Blues. Going back, Rosie drops the mark. Akers bursts through, knocks it to Rosie. Port in their back pocket. Drew a handball away to Boak, overruns it. Evans comes through, tackled by DBJ. And it's Byrne-Jones taking him to ground, and the ball up right half forward here for the Blues. They lead by 61. 2.5 minutes away from three-quarter time. Up it goes to Koning, slaps it down. Hewitt rushes a kick. Spills to Drew. Bounces off the back flank here for Port to Georgiades.
Oh, Willie's on.
He marks in the middle. Plays on Georgiades.
Oh.
Fogarty comes in, buffets him off the footy, and then kicks inside 50. Akers has got it.
Oh. Yeah, poor Willie, who's out in 40 metres of space by himself.
It was free Willie. He was out towards goal, inside 50.
Been that sort of day. Interesting one there. That's one of those rule line balls as to whether umpire called play on. Simultaneously, the Carlton player into the protected space was able to affect the kickers. Georgiades wheeled round to kick it towards Rioli. It's been that sort of day.
Blake Acres spent time out of the side this year. His drop punt here starts left, fades back, not enough. Carlton lead by 62. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, we just got a little bit more information in relation to Cooper Lord. Unfortunately, he suffered a concussion, so not a great one for Cooper.
Season over.
Short turnaround for both these teams. Thursday night for the Blues against the Bombers to start the final round, and for Port Adelaide they play the Gold Coast. And it's a Friday night fixture, part of a doubleheader, as Port Adelaide have zipped the ball down the wing. Berry, long kick into the forward pocket and back with the flight. Willie Rioli takes the mark, left forward pocket for the power.
Well, he didn't move too far. The disappointment of missing out on the one previous, and Willie didn't move too far from that as the ball went through from behind and was able to duck out the back again. Good ball movement there from Port Adelaide.
Rioli able to arc around onto his preferred right peg. Got it a little skinny. Misses near side. Behind for Willie. It's been the theme of the quarter. So 1-4 plays 2-4 in the term. Almost 25 minutes old. 61 points. Carlton's lead. Getting lots more suggestions off the SMS too about the bottom 9 teams to make the jump. Mentioned Pete. Another nomination for the Saints, which we'll get to in just a moment.
Ollie Hollins with the kick in, looking for De Koning. Mackay goes up, has a lot of it, paid the mark.
It's going to be man in front, I reckon.
Zerk Thatcher. Free kick in amongst all of that. Zerk Thatcher for Port. Gabs it towards the corridor. Still 60 out from goal for Lockie Jones. Jones will set it up towards the hot spot. His kick picked off nearly by Haynes. Lewis Young roves the pack, somehow gets a kick away. Finds Cowan back pocket, off to Carroll. Blues clear through the Carroll kick. Beyond the defensive arc, Mackay and Zerk Thatcher. And Mackay this time brings down the mark, and it's paid. Carlton by 61 points with the footy on the back flank.
He kicked 14 goals in 10 games, Harry Mackay this year. He's got 5 today.
It's a new player, isn't it? I mean, this is Harry at his imposing best today, right from the get-go.
His offhands of Jones, a long contest kick down the wing. Port Adelaide work it out again. Hand pass through to Farrell. There's that long raking left boot. Ramona full forward, but Wiedering jumps in front of his direct opponent. Ollie Lord takes the mark. And a bit of a grinded out quarter comes to a close. 2-4 to 1-4. It's Carlton who extend their overall lead in the game. The Baggers by 61, 15-9-99 over Port Adelaide 5-8-38. Meanwhile, full-time up at Carrara, and a comfortable victory for the GWS Giants. They led all day and they close out. So huge win there by 35 points. So well done to the G-Men. 17-9-1-11. They beat the Gold Coast Suns 11-10-76. Couple more off the SMS. Saints A-graders, Miller, Wilkie, Sinclair, Marshall, King, Higgins. Youngsters, Wilson, Filippo, Owens, Garcia, Taru, Sharman, Hasty, Hall, Boxall, Collard, Heath and Dodson. Plus TDK, Reid and Aaliyah. So on the up and up, the Saints, a nomination. Jason says, what about North Melbourne? With 6 years of top draft picks, they have to be ripe for things starting to click. I'm not a Kangaroo supporter.
Sorry, Corbin, to say, I didn't realise my mic was on, but Rammer and I are just trying to work out here that Port Adelaide, the stats tell us that in that quarter, Port Adelaide had 13 tackles to Carlton, none.
0.
Not a single tackle.
Now, we don't know if that's why I said couldn't be, because surely the stats aren't right on that, but it shows on the champion data system in front of us that it was 13 tackles to zip in that quarter.
I thought you guys were just stunned that Jason thought North would make the 8 next year. But not to bet. They are bizarre numbers. Carlton by 61. More from Rammer and Bawley coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little commie fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Perry comes in, he's tackled strongly by Krebs, and too strongly, too high. Great kick to Berry. He'll give it off to Farrell, running by that left leg. Just chips it inside 50, and Whitlock slides out and marks. In comes Whitlock. He's already got one today, looking for his second. Yes! just sneaks it inside the left-hand goalpost. Flynn Young can't trap it. It's knocked around in the muck. Wilson goes back and gets it. Off to Walsh. Blues half forward. Haynes dump kick inside 50. Mackay coming at the footy. Marks it. Skittles a few on the way through. Mackay comes in and slots it. He's got a handful.
Rounded forward 50. Wittering trying to find a path through. Just lays it up for Harry Mackay. Over his head. It's marked at the back and it'll be paid. And Frankie Evans has got it in the corridor 20 metres out. Evans skips in. Dumps through the goal. His second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Margin 61 at three-quarter time, but Adam Ramanauskas has run down to the champion data boffins. He wanted to check this stat, 13-0. The tackle count in favour of Port Adelaide in that term. Carlton lead the game by over 10 goals. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, ABC Sport, Saturday afternoon footy. Just repeating 35 points full-time GWS over Gold Coast. What did you find out from the champion data crew, Ram?
I made my way over there. They've spoiled the party. So I went over there.
Yep.
And I said, did Carlton log 0 tackles for that quarter? And they said yes.
Yep.
Then we've walked back into the box and you see them all standing up. And they found one tackle.
Oh.
So they've laid one tackle, the Blues,
Who was it?
quarter.
Who was it? Lockie Fogarty.
Oh,
Lockie.
There
He's got
you
the
go.
one tackle in the
There
term.
you go. So even that, like one tackle, that's not good enough by the Blues. So they still win the quarter 2 goals 4 to 1 goal 4. But that's not AFL standard football to log one tackle for the quarter. Now I'm sure people might want to go back through the third quarter and say, "Oh, that was a tackle." But by the official stats, it only says one. So I think that's where Michael Voss can be disappointed. Yep, the margin's 61 points. So it's a huge margin, but you still got to play the game the right way. And laying one tackle is not playing the game simply the right way for the Blues, because you want to be up in Port Adelaide's face. You want to be winning the ball back when they have it. You know, how quickly can you win the ball back? That's the key to AFL football. If the opposition is allowed to control tempo for long periods of time, they're generally going to score. So these are lessons, obviously, moving into next year of how Carlton will want to play.
Next stop on Saturday footy, by the way, is the MCG for Hawthorn and Melbourne. No late change there, Bally. Luke Bruce, the sump for the Hawks, and Jake Melksham for the D's.
Yeah, big game, that one. Looking forward to that one. Yeah, little sort of test for the Hawks, I think. They're in good enough form to get that job done, but the Demons, a bit like the Blues, aren't they? They're really looking to spring slingshot rather into next year. We know it'll be under a new coach, so there's players auditioning for a contract next year. There's younger players looking to finish off the year, and there's enough quality in that senior group to really test the Hawks out. So in wintry conditions, we think, we're under the roof here, we think that when we get back out, it'll be nice and cold and maybe even a touch damp.
So top of 12, currently 11, and there is rain forecast in the next hour.
There you go, it'll be the old feels like 7 or 8 too at the MCG. So good test for the Hawks, but what can we get out of this last quarter, Remember, that can get us excited? There wasn't a heap in that third quarter, if we're being honest. If you're Port Adelaide, well, can they win the quarter? Take a little bit of pride out of today. It's been a pretty dirty day, so for about 15 minutes in that second quarter. And the Blues, well, keep the momentum going.
And avoid making it one of Ken's 5 worst losses in his time at Port Adelaide. Sweet taps it down. Hewitt wrestling with Butters for the footy at ground level. Butters goes again. Do have Butters, Berry, Sweet all involved in this game today. Sweet taking it out of the ruck here.
Was hurt last night. Yeah.
Hooks across the body inside 50. Zerk Thatcher, or Lord rather, trying to take the mark. Spoils it down. Wilson onto the footy for the Blues. Picking it up, Hewitt. Gets rid of it away to Durden, who moves it onto Haynes. Kicks the Blues up towards the wing. Mackay going at the footy. Wins it on the bounce.
Goes back by hand to Haynes. Good smother. Getting across in front and batting that down. And then what was Lorenz? Carlton kept it moving forward anyway. Up towards the wing. Picked off is Rosie. Heading laterally. Kicks across the ground to Moraes. And he takes the mark. Christian Moraes continues to shift it out in front of the bench as broadcast wing, and the Lear marks. 61-point lead for the Blues. Early doors final term. Earlier today, a win for the Giants by 35 points over the Suns at the Gold Coast. Comes wide to Willie, and Rioli pops it inside 50 for Richards. Those bright red boots on.
Yeah.
put on a tight angle here as well.
What's he kick this year? Joe Richards. I'm just going to try and find that.
He's got 13,
pretty handy, hasn't he?
13 goals.
13 goals,
15.
yeah.
It's not
14. Third for score assists at the club, so he's the type of sort of crafty small forward player, good decision maker, good distributor inside 50.
Right half forward in front of the race. It's a good kick off the boot. He's got it there. And Joe Richards joins the chat. Port Adelaide with their 6th goal. Removed to 6-8-44. They're playing catch-up big time. Carlton way out in front, 15-9-99. A 55-point lead for the Blues, 2 minutes into the final term.
Well, I think they'll be relatively happy with the trade of Joe Richards to get him to Port Adelaide. You know, that's his 14th goal now for the season. Almost 30 shots at goal. Bally mentioned the goal assist, so he looks like he looks like he's going to be a good player. I know he's a bit older. He was drafted as a mature age recruit, but there's still plenty of football left in Joe Richards for the future.
25. 26 this year. So, yeah, heaps of good footy left in him.
Also leads the club for tackles laid this year, coming into today, along with Willem Drew. So, certainly contributing in multiple ways.
O&M product.
Sure about that, Betty?
That was what Champion Data told us on the stats preview.
Hang on.
Controversial.
Maybe it's inside 50 tackles inside. Drew's laid 145. Richards has laid 71 coming into today.
Oh, the Champion Data numbers have let me down.
This is the rigour that we're looking for.
Rigour. I reckon probably inside 50.
They're not having a look here.
I think they are.
This has touched the post.
This would be a huge anticlimax.
Post or touched?
Just spent 60 seconds giving him a rap.
Well, it's close to the back edge of the post, Ramo.
Clip the padding, do you think?
You need the snicko.
Yeah. Tom de Koning's hand's nowhere near it. I think it might have deflected off the padding.
Just let it go.
Well,
just let it go.
What about the rigour?
Like, we're not talking about percentage for finals or anything. Just get on with it.
They've heard you as well.
Just give the young kid the goal.
Back underway.
Back in the middle, Tom de Koning taps it down. Hewitt bursts out of the front of the stoppage. Floats it inside 50. Up goes Aaliyah, brings it down to the front. Moyer slaps it out. Ball on the deck. Trying to get it out, Evans. And a ball up. 30 out from the attacking goal here for the Blues. Port have kicked the first goal in the last 3 quarters. And the Blues have, they piled on 6 unanswered. I think that's 7 unanswered in the second term after the first, and then 2 after the first in the third. Emerging with it, Port Adelaide. Butters goes back into the traffic, kicks back to Zirk Thatcher. And fullback kicks laterally for Jones. Overshoots him. Evans is there, tackles him. Manages to get it away, Jones. Lorenz, left foot kick, a good one for Drew. Port on their back flank, Carlton by 59.
Drew looks corridor, finds Wines, marks back edge of the centre square, just dabs it short to Moraes. Inside the middle of the ground, the sub, who came on in the first half for Josh Sim, who's hurt his calf. Moraes heads east-west with the kick, out towards Farrell, and he shifts it back into the corridor. Here's Jones, now some go forward for Port Adelaide. Long kick forward, Georgiades leaping from the back, swatted away by Louis Young and out of bounds. 45 metres out from the Port Adelaide goal. Just a little sweep and the other action happening around the grounds today. So GWS 35-point winners over Gold Coast. That's 15 of their last 16. The Giants have won against their expansion rival. Harry Rouston kicking 4 goals, a career high for the Giants. And there's no late change. Our next stop at the MCG, Hawthorn and Melbourne, Luke Bruce and Jake Melksham, 2 experienced men starting as the sub. As Cripps tackles Butters almost into his back, not called. And Wilson locked up, so we'll have a ball up here, half forward. Still for Port Adelaide. Borderline bally.
A bit in the back. Yep.
And comes down to Berry. He's set upon immediately, and we're going to have our 4th stoppage in the same spot on the ground.
So I've gone back to the Champion Data preview here. It says Joe Richards has laid 55 tackles in general play, ranked equal first at the club with Willem Drew.
So general play is different to stoppages?
Right, so sort of run-down tackle.
Yes, yeah. So that's how they differentiate between those. As Moraes gets a hurried kick inside the forward 50. Ball hits the deck. Drew trying to extract it. Taken out by Haynes, who gets a hurried kick forward, marked by Ollie Hollins, and away go the Blues.
I'd consider it all general players. Hewitt kicks up to half forward. Moyer marks at centre half forward. Steps back into the traffic. Goes on the left. Kicks towards goal. Bouncing ball. Zirk Thatcher's back there. Bounce favours him. Wins it for Port. Hooks a kick beyond the defensive arc. Bouncing ball. Tumbles out. Umpire. Good to spin it in. He didn't quite get up to top speed there.
They have been paid all year.
Carlton lead by 55 points, 6.5 into the fourth.
Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Absolutely humming at the moment. Corby Middlemas, Ben Cameron.
Well-oiled machine up here today.
Adam Ramanauskas and Ray Chamberlain from the boundary throw in. Hewitt hands it down to the sub in Durden. Kicks deep to full forward. Mackay's down there. Ball spills out the back. Umpire says keep rolling. Frankie Evans fighting on for the Blues. Got a hand pass out to Moyer. Still they say keep going. Close to the boundary line in that dead pocket. And out they go. So a boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Blues. 55-point lead for Carlton. 7 played final term. Interesting game that, by the way, Hawthorn-Melbourne. Banana peel game for the Hawks. They need to tick that box and make sure they're playing finals before their visit to Brisbane to take on the red-hot reigning champs next week.
Mackay and Sweet. Mackay winning the tap. Whistle on the play. Free kick to Sweet. Back pocket for Port. Carlton by 55 points. Sweet gives it off to Butters. And kicks laterally away to Farrell. Farrell in the right back pocket. Carlton by 55 points. Farrell pokes it back to Sweet. Overshoots him. Wilson zips onto it for the Blues. Gives it off to Durden. Durden forced onto his right. Kicks to full forward. Lear goes back. Marks at full back for Port. Nearly 8 played in this final term. His kick is a shocker. Hangs it in the air. The Blues break it up. Fogarty in the pocket. Off to O'Keefe. Centre and kick. Touched. Walsh flicks it on. Mackay gets on the right. Goals! 6 for Harry. Blues back out by an equal game high, 61 points. 8 minutes into the fourth, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball are premiership pair.
Well, thank goodness, Paulie, there was a goal, because that was a comedy of errors there. That really, that's sort of a bit of under-10s football there by both teams, really. Carlton, maybe applied good pressure, but they had opportunities to score. Port Adelaide had opportunities to clear and couldn't do it. And thank goodness that Harry Mackay was then able to kick the goal and take the ball back to the centre.
Well, it's a poor kick from Aliir. Aliir. He's had a pretty ordinary day, really. Let's be honest. He went over his ankle in that first quarter, so maybe he's nowhere near 100%. But shocking kick off one step, deep in your own defence to open the door for an intercept. And his opponent kicks the goal. So that's poor.
Third time in his career he's kicked 6 or more. He's got a career best of 7. Okay. The last opportunity, or the last time he kicked 6 and also kicked 7 in that same season, was his Coleman medal winning year back in 2021 as Walsh goes darting away out of the middle. Hand pass to Haynes, kicks inside 50. Evans leaps at it, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Burne-Jones has got it. He's wrapped up straight away. A ball up inside 50 for the Blues.
He's come off for a spell, but they should be looking for him. There's 8 up for grabs here. Could be best. He shaved off the beard. That's the other thing, Harry. He's gone back to old school baby face, so I like it.
Sweet bumps it down underneath. A bunch of players. In the end, O'Keefe extracts it but coughs it up. Mead, hand pass away to Boak. Kicks a spiral off a step out towards half-back. Carroll intercepts. Blues back with it. Hand pass away to Akers. He can dump it back inside 50. High bomb to full forward. Leaping across the front. Lockie Jones had 2 grabs at it. Couldn't finish. Spills to Motlop. He's tackled. Ball up. Top of the goal square for the Blues, and wanted a free kick for a high tackle, none forthcoming.
It is a big day for Harry without Charlie as well. Are they better without one another? Sweet, slapping it down, bouncing ball, Boak tackling quickly.
I'm not sure we get a real read on that against this
Charlie
today.
Charlie certainly hasn't this year.
Fair point as well. O'Keefe slaps it down and lands at the foot of the contest. No room to extract the football yet. Carlton by 61 points. We'll try again. Sweet takes it out of the ruck, flicks it out towards Boak. Motlop goes in, rolled by Boak in the tackle.
So interestingly, this is the 3rd time he's kicked 6 or more in a game. Curnow hasn't played in any of those games.
Prosecution rests.
Yeah, well. Harriet does.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues as Sweet palms it down. Boker high up and under. Walsh leaping at it, not to be. But he's getting a free. Had his arm dragged down. And Sammy Walsh will have a look here, right half forward. He'll kick from 40 out.
Been a big win today, hasn't it? return of Sam Walsh, another player who's been spoken about, hasn't he, around whether he's someone that they could look at.
Yeah, whether he can still play his best footy.
Yeah, well, he certainly looked top of the ground today. He's had 21st speed back, 26 possessions, kicked the ball well.
Can he cap off his day with a goal? Sammy Walsh, he misses wildly out to the left. He's missed 2 today. As you said, Paulie, good to see him back. And I know we sort of questioned it, didn't we, pre-game about why would you come back for the last 2 games? And yet, maybe just a reminder to himself that he's still got it in him.
Definitely. Yep.
Rosie with the kick in, turnover, mark taken by Haynes, 2 kicks from goal.
If you're fit, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Sure.
Off to Wilson, kicks into the pocket, 2 wide, out of bounds on the full.
It's a long summer.
It is.
Yeah.
A game you miss, you don't get back.
Zerk Thatcher with the free kick. Game high 62-point lead to the Blues. Former Don. Zerk Thatcher sets it up to a contest on the wing. And Georgiades juggles it down. And he'll move it on quickly for Port.
The kick's out in front of McEntee, trying to reel in the one-hander in those blue boots. Spins straight into Wiedering, somehow jams it on the boot, kicks inside the forward 50. Tumbling ball, little Sunday hop for Whitlock, set up for him. Hand pass inboard, Berry went one-handed, couldn't reel it in. Blues win it back in the defensive arc. Williams, clever, just tumbles the kick out to half-back for Cowan. Hand pass out to Wiedering, and he retreats back with the kick, finds Akers on the back flank.
It's such a basic skill, that handball. And to miss it there, well, it simply costs you a goal. Okay, I'll get the margin, but in a tight game, that's just a critical error.
Akers to Curnow, and then the long bomb down the wing. Leaping over the top, Ollie Lord spills out the back, Carlton's way. Fogarty jams it on the boot, makes another 30 metres down the line. Mead sees it out, says spin it in. Boundary throwing 70 out from the Carlton goal. So Blues by 62, a goal each in this final term. Carlton kicked the first 6 goals of the game. They kicked the last 6 goals as well before half-time. Led by 24 at quarter-time, 55 at the half, 61 at three-quarter time, and 62 at the moment. 13 gone final term.
In it comes on the wing. Mackay bringing it to the front. Spills to Lord in the end. Gives it to Boat. Kick smothered there by Cripps. He gets rid of it to Motlop. Knocks it down to himself. Handball infield. Fogarty moves it on. Flynn Young snaps on goal. And it's there! 2 for Flynn Young. And it's the Blue Baggers' day. They lead by a new game high 68 points. 17-10-1-12 plays 6-8-44. 14 minutes into the fourth.
That was a smother from Cripps, wasn't it? Which is a good sign, isn't it, when your leaders are playing the game out. He set the tone really early, Paddy Cripps, along with his midfield brigade when they dominated that first quarter. Kicked a couple of goals, pushed forward himself, and that time just that forward pressure effort, locked the ball inside 50. Nice chain of hands, and Young, he's shown a bit, hasn't he?
Yep.
Mid-season draft pick. Does he get a contract for next year, or is he still...
No, I think he will.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he will.
Still a chance of adding to those worst losses for Ken Hinkley.
What's the number, Ben, we need?
80.
Well, needs to get past 86. That's the 5th worst at the moment from 2019. The 4 worst, all from this year.
Carlton out of the middle again, trying to add to that. Walsh, a little jab step, and then hand pass back on the inside to Cripps. The 2 weapons combined. Kicks inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Back paddling Durden, crashes into his own teammate. Heavy landing into O'Keefe, but they both appear to be okay, and the ball trickles out of bounds. Carlton Thursday night against the Bombers at the MCG. Relatives coming along with that one?
That might be couch one for me, I think.
Okay, cold night at the G. Yeah. Complete the season for both those teams. And the Gold Coast play their first of their 2 round 24 matchups against Port Adelaide Friday night. And as you touched on earlier, Bally, they'll be ginned up for that, Port, with last game for Boak, last game for Hinkley. As Boak tries to clear the defensive arc, Haynes pumps it back inside. Spills to Drew. Handball away to Aaliyah. Trying to come out of defence. Gives a hand pass back to Lorenz. Jumps back onto the left peg. Kicks out of the defensive 50, lefty, and intercepted Matt Carroll. Nice diving effort. And the only teenager out there for the Blues got it in front of the benches.
Carroll takes his time getting back off the mark. Wants to switch, goes right back to the defensive point of the square, and Ollie Hollins. He'll kick across the defensive arc to Louis Young. And goes to Wilson in the middle of the ground, signed a 1-year contract extension earlier on in the week. Gives it back to Louis Young. through the bullseye goes. Slightly bereft. Back to Wilson. Wilson looks inside 50. Long kick towards full forward. O'Keefe hands to it. Doesn't mark. At the 4, Motlop wrapped up by Burne-Jones. Ball up. 15 out from the attacking goal. Carlton lead by 68.
Up it goes. Spills down towards Aaliyah. Hand pass out towards Farrell. Shoots a quick hand pass away to Lorenz, and again a high up and under, and out towards half-back. Cowan leaps up, takes the mark. There's a long kick of the footy, Lockie Cowan. And you can hear the moo crowd cries as well from the Carlton faithful in the house. Is he going to light up and try and kick the home run drop punt here? He decides to pass it into the forward pocket for the skipper. Cripps got hands to it, no mark, and Wines breaks it up. Halfway through this final term, Carlton by 68 points, just repeating full-time with the Gold Coast Giants by 35, and coming up next, Hawthorn and Melbourne. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Bruce and Melksham, the 2 subs.
Another ugly defeat for Ken Hinkley on his farewell tour. Boak roves it off the ruck's hands. Clearing kick up towards the logo. Georgiades in from the side. Whistle on the play. Carlton free kick to Wiedering. Wiedering retreats with the kick. Back to Young. He'll look out towards the city wing. His kick good. And there for Durden. Durden pokes it on. Haynes comes up and accepts. Carlton by 68 points. Haynes just twirls it around, looks for a palatable option. Now finds one on the lead there in Flynn Young, but can't get it to him. Mead wins it back for Port Adelaide. Handball to Georgiades. Rushes a kick for Letty right on the halfway line.
Gives a handball over the top to Moraes, gets it back. Letty retreats by hand. Finds Mead, who pulls the trigger back in the corridor, looking for Boak. Can't take the mark, hits the deck. Williams is away. On the counter-attack for the Blues. Kicks to the corridor. Durden marks, looks inside 50. The South Australian kicks to Mackay. One out in the cage, and he takes the mark. He beats Ollie Lord hands down. And Big H has got a chance to make it 7.
Here we go.
Yeah, too good.
Game on here.
Too good by Harry. Again, good by Carlton. Come back through the centre corridor.
Kick to advantage. Just the turnover again, Rem. You made the call before. Just their inability. I mean, Carlton's pressure was good, but their inability to execute handballs there, to put their teammates out into space, just created the pressure in a sense.
Big H with a big bag. He's got 7. An equal career high for Harry Mackay. 74 points is Carlton's lead. 18-10-118. They lead Port Adelaide 6-8-44. Metropolitan, I didn't know it. 19-goal final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
It is. It's, you know, the simple little skill errors that teams make, and you know it just costs you dearly where you turn the ball over through the middle of the ground or on the edges of the centre square, and Carlton then come back through the middle. It wasn't 1 or 2 players coming back through the middle of the ground. It was 4 or 5 players. Now, Harry Mackay there, he had the opponent there of Cooper Lord, who it shouldn't have been him because he's playing as a forward. He's able to take an easy mark.
Bounce back in the middle. Will they get past the 86 and add? Well, it's already another ugly defeat for Ken, but one of the worst 5 as the ball makes its way out to the wing and a ball up. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes on the city wing. The Koning and Sweet. The Koning palming it down for Hewitt. Off to Fogarty. Snaps around the corner. Liddy goes back. Marks there for Port Adelaide.
Liddy dabs it out wide, looking for Sweet. Can't take the mark. The Koning comes down on top of him, gives away the free. A big day for the Baggers. No doubt about that. Shaney Elwood off the SMS. Not too happy with Ken Hinkley. This is his text message, which reads, "I'm totally sick of watching Kenny laugh his way through a losing press conference as though it's all a big joke. I know he respects the players, but where is his respect for the supporters? Good riddance." So he's not too happy with Ken there as Port work it down the wing and knocked out of bounds. And Dom, I don't have any good reason, but the Tigers will bounce back into the finals next year. Except I think we're just having a break from winning premierships. We're sharing them around. We're a very generous club.
Be careful.
Amazing. That's short
1980 to 2017 was a long time for Tiger supporters.
Just very recent memories. The Richmond faithful scored in recent times with those 3 flags in 4 years. as Carlton win it here on the wing. Evans gives it to Mackay, who marks. He's a long way out with 7 goals. He kicks it deep to Durden, wrestling with Aaliyah, and Aaliyah got in front. Takes the intercept mark, back pocket for Port. So 22 gone final term, Carlton by 74. And the big watch here is, can Harry Mackay get a career best outright 8 goals? He's got 7 so far.
Aaliyah kicks to the back flank. The Blues bring it down. Akers out after it. Now Berry wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire wants it. So a ball up, half forward for the Blues. Carlton by 74 points. As Corbin said, Harry Mackay with an equal career high 7 goals. Sweet. Fingertips it down. Free kick picked out. We'll go to Port. They want to take the advantage. It comes back.
Anthony in Adelaide, by the way, said, what happens if 4 non-Victorian teams finish the home and away season in finals positions? Does that mean no MCG final in week 1? That's correct.
Yeah.
There's no contract to say anymore. There has to be a game at the MCG in any week of the finals. So we could technically have all 8 non-Victorian teams make the 8, and the 10 Victorian teams in the bottom part of the 8. There's no reason that couldn't happen. As Carlton win it here through the midfield. There's a hand pass out towards Hollands. Flynn Young gave it to him, and he's tackled. Ball up in the centre square. Still plenty of footy to come today. Banana peel game for the Hawks up against Melbourne. And then tonight, of course, just about as big as they get. Adelaide up against Collingwood, their bogey team in recent times. The new ladder leaders up against the team that's been there most of the season. Williams from the stoppage, high up and under to centre half forward. Spills off hands to Rosie. Handball out towards Liddy. Sweeping hand pass middle of the ground. Carroll left it behind. Moraes goes and gets it. He's tackled, lost it. Williams likewise. Hollands collects. Darting away. Kicks deep inside 50. Where's Harry? The kick goes towards Akers. Ball spills out the back. Motlop's got it. Trying to feed a hand pass through. Akers, Wayne Harms-esque. Whacks it away to Flynn Young. He gives it to Fogarty. Tackled, lost it. And knocked out of defence there by Jones. Kicks up to the wing for Port.
The Blues have all the numbers. Louis Young kicks back inside 50. Here comes Harry. Spoils it away from Aaliyah. Goes again at ground level. Might have been clipped high. Umpire says no. Flynn Young sprawls in. Hewitt picks it up. Half forward for the Blues. Off to Hollands. Back to Hewitt to Akers. Gets past a couple. Jams it on the boot. Gets the reverse swing, but...
Reverse torp.
Yeah, Farrell's on the last line and marks for Port. Kicks out to Sweet. Loops it over the top to the runner Butters. Through the middle go Port. Berry. Hospital handball to him. And he's crunched in the tackle. We'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground.
.24 gone final term, so 5 and a bit minutes to play. Mackay on 7 goals. The margin well beyond 12 goals. As Liddy goes darting away with it for Port. Kicks down to half forward. Knocked away by Wiedering into the path of Moraes. Dabs it inside 50. And up is McEntee, who takes the mark at left half forward for Port. Crowd posted, by the way, 25,020. Haven't seen too many Carlton crowds, some 30,000, even despite their troubles in recent decades.
Quite aged, McEntee. Most of the small to medium Port forwards. And he had the 3 kicks. Always nice to get on the scoreboard though as a forward.
McEntee has kicked a goal in his last 3 games. And he can't add one here. And time is running out on him and Port Adelaide.
Only 32 inside 50s for the day.
It's a very limited supply. 65 for the Blues, the entries. The margin 73 points Carlton's way. So 25 minutes gone final term. Harry Mackay has 7.
Saad pokes it very gently to the pocket for Louis Young.
We've got 4.5 minutes. There's got to be an operation. Get Harry 8, doesn't there? What's he doing up this high?
Yeah, Young kicks up towards Harry, who's outpointed by Jones for Port. 2 kicks from goal, stabs it short for Drew. Not the 15, so Drew snaps into the pocket. Georgiades hands to the footy. Richards roves, steps around 1, snaps on goal. It won't get there. Sport away, it stays in play. Arriving late, Moraes puts it through. Pokes it through from the goal square. And Carlton's lead is back to 67 points. 18-10, 118. Plays 7-9-51 with 4 to play in this 4th term.
Look, you got to fight the game out. Jacob Wiedering coming off the ground. He should get an applause from the Carlton fans. It's been pretty good again today, but any time again you get a little opportunity. You take it, Moraes there, just front and centre, to that contest gets a goal. It's hard to find a good Port Adelaide player today.
Yeah,
I'll say Butters has had 27 possessions, but I think he's been well beaten by the Carlton midfield. Centre clearance, centre bounce clearance is 19-6 in Carlton's favour.
Yeah.
3 minutes 52 to go. Mackay walks to full forward. He's got Lockie Jones on him. Margin 67. Mackay with 7 goals. Moraes comes tearing off the wing, and then a good desperate lunge at that from Hewitt. Forces the ball out. Clever from Flynn Young. Knocks it back to Hewitt. He coughs it up though. Farrell tumbles a kick down to half forward. Picked off here by Lorenz. He's a left footer, so wants to get back onto his left side. Wilson didn't quite scout that. A kick into the forward pocket. Big leap at it. Whitlock. No mark. Spills front and centre. Rosie goes darting through. Pushes off 2 would-be tacklers. Retreats all the way back to Lorenz. Jams it on the boot. The full forward. McEntee leaps again. Not to be. Falls to Liddy. Hand pass to Burne-Jones. He snaps. He goes. And Port Adelaide just trying to put a pretty face on this late. As they wipe a few off the margin, it's back to 61 points. 28 gone final term. 18-10, 118. Port Adelaide skip across to 8-9, 57. 61-point lead for the Blues in the waning moments. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Been a few nice moments from some of their youngsters. Moraes then out of the centre bounce. Lorenz involved a couple of times. Looks a nice kick of the footy with that left boot. Nice bit of play from Connor Rosie too there off the pack. And in the end, it was just numbers, wasn't it? And Burne-Jones sneaking forward. He's played half back most of the day, so that was just following his half forward opponent down and finding himself in the right spot. Nice snap. Bit of respectability on the scoreboard for Port, who really haven't looked like scoring in this second half.
We haven't been blessed with close games on Saturday, are we? No. The good thing is next week we've got North Melbourne Adelaide, so it's a good way to finish. See what we get there.
Fitting way to finish.
In the middle, Sweet picks it up off the deck, gets a forward handball away to Berry, off to Moraes, 40 out, pulls the trigger on goal and misses right. Carlton's lead 10 goals neat. Under 3 minutes to play here on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Harry's coming all the way up past centre wing. Stay back, Harry. Surely they can get it down there one more time.
I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down as well, Bully. I feel like that is the last major thing we're looking for here is can we get Harry to a career high?
What's he doing? 10 goals up and he's standing next to Tom DeConey on the wing.
And he's going to fly for this footy as the kick heads in his direction. Off the knuckles of Jones. Close to the boundary line. Farrell collects. Pushes past Fogarty. Looks inboard. Finds Boat. Marks, lays a hand pass off to Liddy, runs, carries, draws the defender, gives it to Moraes. Little hand pass away to Georgiades, back to Moraes. Oh, now they're attracting a bit of attention. Quick hands to Liddy, to McEntee, goes back to Drew, shoots hurriedly, goalward, offline, and it's marked on the behind line. Good effort, deep in defence by Nick Haynes. Whitlock will have to come back on the mark. So we're chasing the clock now, 2 minutes to go. Mackay on 7 goals, Carlton by 60 points.
And the Blues just stagnant in the back pocket. Carroll kicks up towards the wing. Up comes Mackay. Off the hands of him, it's down for Hewitt. Off to Fogarty. Tackled the ground by Manny Liddy.
Another big game from George Hewitt. Yeah, I feel like he would be winning their best and fairest. 34 possession, 11 clearances, 17 contested. He's just a beast, isn't he? What a year he's had.
Sweet slaps it down. Motlop robes it. Tackled quickly by Butters. Playing out time in this game. Can Harry get to 8? O'Keefe taps it down. Butters bursting through. Handball to Moraes. He flicks it onto McEntee in the pocket. Centering kick across the goal mouth. It's a great kick for Whitlock. He marks in the pocket, 25 out, tighter than a 45-degree angle.
Just found a little burst of energy, Port, haven't they, in the last 5 minutes? A little too late. But no, this has been a positive. Young Whitlock, he's certainly someone, another good off-season, pre-season in the gym. Looks a good athlete.
Doesn't waste a lot of time. Snaps on goal and puts through another for him. He's got 3 and maybe a small positive out of today for Port. It's back to 54 points. 18-10, 118. Plays 9-10, 64. 31 minutes into the final term.
Oh, you're digging for positives, Bally, here. And, yeah, Whitlock is one of those. Yeah, he's had the 8 possessions, 5 marks, 3 goals. So it's a sign. I think it's a sign for the future where they invest heavily in these young key position players. Port Adelaide, I mentioned Ollie Lord, Georgiades had a breakout season. They got Tom Marshall still sitting there. Lukosius is another one. So there is options. There is some sort of hope for Port Adelaide.
Spine, isn't there, for Josh Carr to work with, a young spine.
You never want to lose Zach Butters, but if it means you can get Nasai Wanganeen Miller in, would you do it?
I think so. Yeah, as much as and Zach Butters is one of my favourite players, he really is. But I think just the upside, the ceiling for Wanganeen Miller.
Rosie kicks inside the forward 50 as Akers picks it off there though for Carlton. Hand pass away to Haynes, kicks down the wing on the bounce in front of Moyer. It'll favour the power though, and Drew gives it to Aaliyah. Kick smothered. Hollands with a desperate one for centre. Aaliyah trying to knock it back to Drew. Out of zone umpire picks a free. High tackle. It's going
quick Ollie.
Moyer's way.
Moyer.
Here we go. 26 seconds left.
Quick Christian. What's he doing?
Harry Mackay's the deepest forward. He's got 7 goals. The margin is 54 points. Moyer, a long contest kick. Mackay's in the pack. Ball spills down towards Zerk Thatcher. And he gives a hand pass away to Drew. He'll give it off to Butters and now to Rosie as the power come darting away on the wing.
Moraes comes infield, gets rid of it to Boak, and the Blues make a mess of Port Adelaide beneath the roof on a Saturday afternoon in Melbourne. The Blues, they win by 54 points.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that against the famous old dark Blues.
So they led by 24 points at quarter time, having kicked the opening 6 goals of the game. They kicked the last 6 before half time, the Blues. The goal kickers, Harry Mackay, an equal career high 7. 2 to Cripps, 2 to Evans, 2 to Williams, 2 to Young, and then singles to Moyer as well as De Koning and also Hudson O'Keefe. And then for Port Adelaide, 3 to Whitlock, and singles to Georgiades, Boak, Moraes, Ollie Lord, Burne-Jones and Richards.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
New CEO with his feet under the desk, and the Blues hit the right note to start life under Graham Wright as chief executive. A 54-point win for Carlton. The game was done at half-time, wasn't it? First 6 goals of the game, last 6 before half-time, 55 points at half-time, 54 points in the finish, and the rest of it you can pretty much throw out. We've got about 5 and a bit minutes before we're out of here. The thoughts and the votes coming up from Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Earlier today, the Giants by 35 points over the Suns. What do we make of all that, Rammer and Bully?
Oh, well, it was a really good performance by Carlton. Set up early in that game, 7 goals in the first quarter, then another 5 in that second quarter. So 13 goals for a half of football, 13 goals to 4 it was at half time. So, do your work early, as Carlton have all season. And, they've lost a lot of the games after having big margin leads at half time. But today, it looked better. I just thought their ball movement looked better today. It wasn't relying upon stoppage, albeit there's a real dominance, 41 to 31 in clearances, and then 19 to 8 out of the centre bounds. So real dominance around contest, and also their contested football. Carlton won that easily as well. They were plus 35 in that area for the game. So you look, Mackay kicks his 7 goals. Cripps was really good today. Walsh was really good today. Hewitt was terrific today. So, strong performances all over the ground. But I look a little bit different. I thought O'Keefe did some nice things today. I thought Ashton Moyer did some nice things today. I thought Billy Wilson did some nice things today. Carroll's had a really solid year. Lockie Cowan's had another 20 possessions. Ollie Holland's had another 20 possessions. Cooper Lord, albeit Butters probably beat him today, he getting the experience to play on a player of Butters' calibre will hold him in good stead for the future. So, a good performance by Carl, probably one of their better performances for the season. But you sort of scratch your head and go, well, why hasn't that been consistent throughout the year? Well, Port Adelaide, I thought they were horrible today.
Yeah,
I just a horrible game. Those stats, particularly in the first half, were damning in terms of contest clearance, disposal, ball movement, how they defended when they passed over. To give up 13 goals in a half of football, 18 scoring shots in a half of football is just far too much. So, they're certainly, they're going to limp to the line now.
Well, isn't it funny? They mustered an effort last week, didn't they?
Yeah.
Almost upset Fremantle, and you can probably bet that they'll go back home and find something for next week, won't they? With Travis Spoke's last game and Ken Hinkley's last game, there'll be emotions flying around there, and you get a chance to one last chance to shape the 8 coming up against the Gold Coast. But just a no-show today, really, wasn't it? For really predominantly, the entirety of the game. No, as you said, really hard to find a winner across the day. Butters tries hard, he always does. We know that. He's probably their best player. Look, Farrell was okay across half-back, certainly with ball in hand. He stands out, doesn't he? But, a tough day for forwards as well with that limited supply. And, ironically, in the end, they end up winning the last quarter, kicking 3 of the last, 4 or 5 goals and winning the last quarter. But really the damage was done in that first 20 minutes. It was an absolute demolition job from Carlton, from the first centre bounce, really. And, pretty disappointing showing for Port, for their fans who turned out today.
It's a huge Saturday of footy, so 2 games already in the books. Of course, 2 of the bigger ones still to come. Carlton winners here by 54 points over Port. Meanwhile, up on the Gold Coast, it was a 35-point win for GWS. So 2 good there for the Gold Coast. Meanwhile, still to come, Melbourne and Hawthorn, our next stop. There's no late change at the MCG. Bruce and Melksham, the subs. And still to come tonight, that absolute humdinger at Adelaide Oval will be the Crows and the Pies, the team that sits on top of the table and the team that's been there for most of the season. Meanwhile, AFLW action, first game on the Saturday slate, first of 3. Scores level in the second term between Geelong and the Kangaroos. So updates to follow throughout. Final hot minute before we get out of here, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Big votes. We're going to give one to Paddy Cripps. Thought he set up the game. His first half was superb. Not his biggest numbers game. 2 goals, 22 possessions. Thought he was influential. 2 votes to George Hewitt. Just spoke about the season he's having. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go on and win the Carlton Best and Fairest, which is a great effort considering the company that he keeps in the middle of the ground there. And a pretty easy 3 today. If you kick 7, you equal your career best.
Yeah.
The only disappointing thing, he clearly would know, Corb, that his career best is 7. I reckon you've got to get a little bit hungrier for that 8th. The last 10 minutes of a game where the juice has gone out of it. But yeah, Harry Mackay just looked like Harry Mackay at his best, didn't he? Right from the first, up against a good opponent in Leo Alier. Thought he was superb today. Harry Mackay 3.
We'll record the Blues song and an interview. Ray will catch up with one of the baggers and we'll send it through later on the day for you on ABC Sport. Thanks to Rammer and Borley. Thanks to Ben Cameron, to Ray Chamberlain downstairs, to Stuart Hollywood Baker and to the great Craig Davis back in the studio. We're out from Docklands, but the footy is not yet done. Hawthorn and Melbourne on deck from the MCG as round 23 continues. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.